Chapter 1. Maddie Salvato. I've never felt as free as I do riding on the back of a motorcycle, my arms wrapped tightly around the waist of the man I love. It's everything I never knew I needed. The morning sunlight warms us against the chill of the early fall winds whipping around us on the highway, carrying the salty scent of the nearby ocean. The little beach town is a haven I didn't even know existed before I met Jordan over a year ago in a Las Vegas bar. That was the day my entire life changed. I became his wife and escaped the confines of my father's prison when I hitched a ride to Rockland, Virginia, on a private plane with a group of bikers. Not just any bikers, Savage Kings, a motorcycle club that's closer than most families. Jordan quickly became my best friend, my soulmate, my favorite person in the world from the moment we met. It was like fate brought the two of us together, right when I needed someone the most. He loves me so much, he would take a bullet for me in a heartbeat, without hesitation. And I am a selfish girl who will never deserve such a good man. Even though Jordan doesn't have to be at the auto shop until it opens at 8, he wakes up with me at 5:30 to shower and have breakfast together. Then he gives me a ride to Greer's bar. While he taught me how to drive a car, I still don't have a driver's license because that would require me to use my legal name, creating a paper trail my father could use to find me. I can't go back to Vegas, not when Rockland and Jordan are now my home. Since Rockland is a small town, we pull into the bar's gravel lot way too soon. I could ride around with Jordan all day on his motorcycle, but I'm also excited to get to baking. For the past 3 months, I've been rising with the sun, heading into Greer's to use his wife's huge new kitchen. Celeste convinced Greer to let me spend the morning baking dozens of cupcakes before the bar opens in the afternoon. It's crazy how far I've come, since I didn't even know how to turn on an oven this time last summer. Not only do I bake without burning down the place, but people from all over the country actually buy my cupcakes. I sell them in little glass jars for my store's website, Wicked Delights Cupcake Company. Jordan slows the motorcycle to a stop, but doesn't turn off the engine as he lowers the brake. I easily throw my leg over to climb off. "Thanks for the ride," I tell him like I do every morning, as I undo the chin strap on my helmet, freeing my long brown waves. He lifts his helmet's visor so I can see his handsome face and warm smile. "I'll miss you," he says, as he does each day, even though he'll be working just a mile away. I lean forward just as his hand reaches up to cup the side of my face, bringing my lips to his for a searing goodbye kiss. The deep, sensual kind of kiss that makes me wish we were still in bed. But the money I stole from my father before leaving Vegas has dwindled down so that we both have no choice but to put in the hours to earn a living and keep paying the rent on our tiny one-bedroom apartment. "I love you," Jordan says when he finally releases my face. "I love you too. It's the truth. I do love him, which is why I hate myself so much for lying to him. I've convinced myself that if I tell him the truth about who I am, and that we're not really married, that he might leave me. Jordan, the Savage Kings, and their wives are all I have in this world." Tucking my helmet under my arm, I dig the bar's key Celeste gave me out of my crossbody purse. It's sort of funny that people in this town even bother to lock their doors, since it's probably the safest city on the East Coast. Or at least one of them. Wherever the Savage Kings rule, there's no crime, no poverty, just everyone living their lives, trusting in the kings to keep the peace. Even if most are a little terrified of the men who wear the Skull King patch. I've never been afraid of Jordan or any of the other gun-toting vigilantes, not when I was raised by a Mafia king who is truly savage. With a final wave of my fingers gripping my keys, I unlock the door and slip inside. The roar of Jordan's bike is drowned out when I shut and lock the door behind me, since you can never be too careful, even when you're the wife of one of the feared savage kings. Like every other morning, I'm practically bouncing on the balls of my sneakers as I flip the switches for light after light, heading through the door behind the bar to the massive kitchen and storage room. As soon as the fluorescent bulbs illuminate the pitch-black space, a scream rips from my throat. No, 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 no! I blink at the sight before me a few times to make sure I'm not hallucinating, but the gruesome image doesn't disappear. No matter how hard I try to wish it away, it just becomes more grotesque as I notice even more details, like the wretched coppery smell in the air, the scent of blood, a lot of it. The bike helmet suddenly feels too heavy to hold as it slips away from my fingers, hitting the floor with a loud thud that startles me. I quickly scan the room for signs of anyone in the building with me as I back away toward the door, my purse clutched to the front of my body. As soon as I'm clear of the kitchen, I turn around to sprint to the bar's front door. Jerking on the doorknob that won't turn has my panic ratcheting up a million notches. Trapped. I feel trapped, imprisoned again. I cry out in frustration when the doorknob won't turn, before I remember through my panic that I just locked it when I came in. My trembling hand fumbles with the deadbolt as I check over my shoulder once more before I'm finally free. I barely suck in a shaky breath of the salty air before I take off, running. My head swivels all around as I try to catch up to Jordan's bike that's nowhere in sight. Shit, shit, shit! The sleeping town is too quiet, the road too empty, making me feel even more alone. I push my legs to run faster than I ever have before, twice as hard as the leisurely jogs on the beach with Jordan. Every time I glance over my shoulder, I know I lose momentum, but I can't not look, certain that I'm being watched, followed, chased. God, I wish I carried my father's gun, instead of keeping it stowed away in the closet. Cell service is shitty out here, even if Jordan wasn't on his motorcycle, so I don't even bother trying to retrieve my phone from my purse to call him. I just keep running until my legs ache and my lungs burn. As soon as the green and white Fulton Automotive Shop sign appears over the tops of the trees, I let out a sob. Close. I'm so close. I make my legs churn faster.
Jordan Robertson. I'm a shitty husband. I have the most amazing, perfect, gorgeous wife in the world, and sometimes when I'm dreaming, or even when I'm buried inside of her, I'm thinking of someone else. Not anyone in particular or anything, just the idea of someone else. My head got fucked up by my mom's old husband when I was 18, and it hasn't been right since. And I can't tell Maddie because, well, she's perfect. My wife is perfect, and I'm all fucked up. Is this just how it will always feel because I'm a closeted bisexual who has never willingly been with a man of my choosing? Like carrying around a 50,000-ton gorilla on my back? It's a good thing I know someone else who used to only date women and is now married to a man. I've wanted to ask him for months, but never had the guts to do it. This morning, since we're both still half asleep, maybe he won't even remember it in a few hours. Hey, RJ? Morning. My boss and former club prospecting sponsor says while kneeling on the garage floor in his blue coveralls, putting air in Mrs. Wilson's Buick. He usually beats me here in the mornings, even when I come in an hour early. Could I ask you sort of a personal question? I guess, he says without looking up at me. Well, yeah, sure you can ask me a personal question, but I'm not promising you that I'll answer it. Fair enough. I agree with a grin. So, you and Thane have been together for several years now, right? Yeah, but you already knew that. Right, I did. Scratching the back of my neck, I forced myself to keep pushing on. I was just wondering, since you slept with women before you met Thane, do you ever miss them? Miss what? He asks as he stands up to move the front left tire, and I follow him. Do you miss women? Nah, I never really liked any of them all that much or took time to get to know them. Okay, so I don't mean any women personally. What I meant to say is, do you ever miss the female anatomy? Female anatomy? He repeats, his brow furrowed. It's as if he's having a hard time recalling the parts of the body the people have that he used to solely have sex with for years before he met his husband. Trying to help him out, I go on to tell him, I mean, since Thane is obviously male, and he doesn't have certain body parts like breasts or, pussy, do you miss those things? Now he finally glances up at me like I'm crazy, his blonde eyebrows raised. That is a weird fucking question, kid. Could you just think about it and give me an honest response? Please? Why? I'm curious. Standing up to his full height with the air gun in his hand, he stares off into the distance for several long moments. Moments that turn into minutes. No, he eventually says, before going around to the front right tire. No? Just no? You don't have anything else to say? No. Are you only saying no because you don't want Thane to find out? Leaning down, I whisper, even though it's only the two of us in the shop. Listen, your secrets are safe with me. I will never say a word to Thane, not even when I'm drunk, if you tell me you miss titties. RJ chuckles and shakes his head. Seriously, kid, I haven't thought much about titties in a very long time. Really? He stares at me a moment, then asks, Do you think I only love Thane for his dick? No, of course not. Good, because there's a lot more to love about him. That's just one big thing that I appreciate about him. And sure, he's also got a great ass. But even if he was like in a bad car accident and lost every part of his body from the waist down, I would still love him. You would? Yes, for better or for worse. Those are the vows. I love the person he is, not the physical body he resides in. Sure. Yeah, I get all of that, I do. But do you think it would mean that you love him less if you still dreamed about, say, boobs? What's with all the tit questions? I'm just curious. I repeat yet again. I don't think about anyone else's body parts ever. No man or woman's, because I love Thane. It would be like a betrayal to him if I did, right? No. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Trying a different angle, I ask, what about horny dreams? Do you have those about women? My dreams aren't usually sex dreams, RJ remarks. Okay, that's surprising. Are yours? He asks. Well, yeah. I thought everyone had sex dreams, especially men. I don't. If I'm horny, I just kiss Thane and ask for what I want. Then we do it, and I fall asleep content. Happy. There's nothing else I want or need, so I dream about fixing Harleys and riding on long road trips. Sometimes I dream my tooth fell out and I look fucking ridiculous, but then Thane takes me to the dentist and makes them fix it. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry I brought any of this up. Could you just forget this entire conversation? You don't normally ask me such personal questions, kid. Is everything okay with you and Maddie? Yeah, of course. She's gorgeous, smart, and sweet. I love her. All of her. But you wish she had a dick? What? No? I exclaim. They make strap-ons, right? You should just ask her for what you want. No, I can't ask my wife to do that to me. Why not? If she loves you, she'll probably give it a try. But if she's not into that sort of thing, then you could get you a dildo or whatever. Can we please talk about something else now? You started it, he reminds me with a smirk. I didn't want to talk about me and my unfulfilled sexual fantasies." "So you do have unfulfilled fantasies?" he remarks. "That sucks, kid. You should just try and be honest with your wife instead of freaking out or feeling guilty for worrying about how she'll take it without bothering to ask her." I nod, but know that I won't be talking to Maddie about any of this shit, because, well, I'm embarrassed about it. I don't want her to think I'm gay or not attracted to her, because I definitely am attracted to her. God, she's so fucking beautiful. Every inch of her, inside and out. I spend most days thinking that I don't deserve her, and that I'm going to wake up and the two of us, our marriage, will only have been a really great, really long dream. Or Maddie will realize that she can do better than a greedy, closeted bisexual and leave me for a man who never thinks about dick and only thinks about her. The doubts about our life together have always been there, ever since I was enduring the worst hangover ever in Las Vegas a year ago last June, and she told me we were married. I thought that once we lived together for a while, we would grow closer, and that my yearning for something else would eventually fade. Instead, it seems to have only gotten worse. So much worse. I worry about every little thing, like if the way I chew my food gets on her nerves, or if I snore too much and keep her awake at night. Or, worst of all, if I moan someone else's name, a man's name, in my sleep, she might walk away from me forever. Jordan?" RJ says, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Yeah? Why is your wife running toward us like she's being chased by the hounds of hell?" "No fucking idea," I mutter through my frozen shock as I look out the open garage bay doors. "Wait, what? Maddie?" The woman is coming in hot, and she doesn't slow down before she slams into me, a gasp of relief escaping her. I stagger back a step in surprise because Maddie's a tall girl, even if I have 8 inches on her. When I recover, I wrap my arms around her thin frame as she clutches at the front of my white cotton tee. "Safe. I'm safe." It sounds like she whispers between panting breaths. "Jesus, baby. What's wrong?" I think she tries to speak, but all I hear are choked sobs. "Breathe. Just slow down and take a deep breath," I urge her, rubbing my palm up and down her back. A few more of those, and she finally speaks. He's dead. His eyes..." Her fingers clutch my shirt tighter, as if I'm her own personal life preserver and she would drown if she lets go. Then her words hit me. "Dead?" I repeat, glancing over to RJ, who was wide-eyed and watching this all play out, airgun still in his hand. "Who is dead, Maddie? Where?" She shakes her head, either because she doesn't know who is dead or can't talk about it, then says, "Greer's. In the kitchen." "Greer's dead?" "No," she says, which is a relief. Someone else." "You saw a dead man in Greer's kitchen?" I ask, and she nods. Fuck. RJ and I both mutter as we look at each other. Keeping one arm wrapped around Maddie, I pull out my cell phone from my jean pocket with my free hand while RJ does the same, no doubt calling his husband. "What?" The deep rasp on the other side of my call huffs, sounding annoyed, like he was sleeping. "Sorry to wake you up," I tell Greer, "but, I think we might have a situation at the bar." "What kind of situation?" the gruff man asks. "I dropped Maddie off like usual, and she just ran all the way to the shop. She said someone's dead." "God damn it," Greer grumbles, and then it sounds like he's repeating the information to his wife Celeste, who is no doubt sleeping beside him. "We'll be there in a few minutes." "Okay, come by the shop and hopefully Maddie can tell you what's happened before you walk in on it." I lower the phone from my ear just as Maddie looks up at me and shakes her head. "I can't go back. Please don't make me. I don't want to go back." "Nobody is going to make you go back to the bar," I assure her, even though I don't think she's referring to the bar. God, I've never seen her like this before. So frightened. She doesn't say another word, so I don't push her as she sobs. I just stand there and hold her, while she keeps glancing over her shoulder as if she's worried someone might sneak up on her. All I know to do is hold her tighter, while RJ steps away to talk to his husband. That's how Greer and Celeste find us when they roll up in the parking lot on his Harley. "What the fuck happened?" he snaps, as they both hurry into the garage bay. Like usual, the dark-haired man is wearing nearly the same attire as me. Jeans and his leather Savage Kings cut over a black tee, while his wife Celeste is still in her pink pajama shorts and top, as if she just rolled out of bed, slipped on her sneakers, and pulled back her brunette hair in a messy bun like Maddie wears at night. I still can't get much out of her except that there's a dead man. I assume he's in the bar since there were no cars. Nothing outside when I dropped her off. I explained to them. Smoothing my hand over the back of Maddie's long brown hair, I tell her, "God, baby, I'm so sorry. I should have walked you in." Greer curses under his breath. "Well, I guess I better go see for myself." "No," Celeste says as she grabs his arm. "You shouldn't go alone. I'll go with you." "Like hell you will," he grumbles. "Please don't go alone." "I won't," he assures her, then jerks his chin toward me. "Come on, kid." I don't think I can leave her just yet. Greer just frowns at Maddie, but Celeste comes over and rubs her palm over Maddie's back. "Maddie, how about we go into the office and sit down?" "Thane's on his way," RJ says when he ends his call and joins us. "I'll go with you when Thane's here to stay with RJ and the women," I tell Greer. "When the fuck will that be?" he asks RJ. "Minutes," my boss tells him. "Fine. I'll call Remy while we wait. Better give our prez a heads up that shit might be going down." Greer hasn't ended his call when I hear the rumble of another motorcycle in the distance. A few seconds later, Thane pulls right into the garage bay. He didn't even bother with putting on a helmet, just hopped on his bike and sped over here. "What the fuck is going on?" The tatted-up former Devil Hounds member asks as he dismounts and immediately pulls RJ to him for a kiss. I shove down my ridiculous jealousy. "Something happened at the bar," Greer tells him. "Maddie saw something. Maybe a dead man," I explain. "He's definitely dead," is all she says again before she shakes her head. "Can you and RJ stay here with the women while Greer and I go check it out?" I ask Thane. "Yeah, sure." Thane removes his gun from his shoulder holster under his leather Savage Kings cut and checks it as if he knows he might need it. "Don't worry. We'll keep them safe," he says. I tip my chin up at him and thanks. Pressing my lips to Maddie's forehead, I promise her, "Will you be okay with RJ, Thane, and Celeste? I'll come back as soon as I can." After a long moment, she sniffles and lifts her head, giving me a nod. When I start to walk away, she jerks on the open sides of my cut. "Be careful." "I will," I assure her, showing her my own gun is always nearby inside my cut, too. It kills me to walk away and leave her, even if I'll only be a mile down the road. But since she found whatever is at Greer's bar, I owe it to the man to at least have his back when we go investigate. The grumpy bartender doesn't say anything, as we both slap our helmets on but don't bother fastening the chin straps for the short distance we're going. When we both kill the engines at the bar, hanging our helmets on the handlebars, he asks, "Do you think Maddie may have overreacted?" "No, she doesn't ever get emotional like this," I assure him, before considering it for a moment. In fact, I think that's the first time I've ever seen her cry in the 15 months that we've been married. Damn. Okay then. Taking whatever threat there may be inside more seriously, Greer brandishes his own gun, flips off the safety, and pulls back the slide to put a bullet in the chamber, while I do the same. "Let's go in through the back," he suggests. I nod and follow him around the brick building where he takes out his keys from his jean pocket to turn the lock. He puts the keychain away so both hands are free again, before he jerks the door open and slips inside. I'm right behind him, my eyes darting around the space to look for any threats. Jesus Christ, he mutters when his feet come to an abrupt stop. I can't see what he's referring to until I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with him. And there are no fucking words to describe the sight. None. Now I get why Maddie could only say the words dead and eyes. The body of a large male is bent over her stack of new jars still in cases, the side of his head resting on them, his face toward the room, to us. And there are nothing but bloody sockets where his eyes should be. His mouth is the second thing I notice, still gaping wide open in a frozen scream of agony, as if he wasn't dead when his eyeballs were removed. "Who the fuck is this?" Greer asks. "No clue. At least he doesn't look like any of the kings," I remark. And he's not wearing a leather cut. Instead, he has on a black cotton tee with a huge logo across the back that looks out of place, as if the shirt was put on him backwards. Taking a few steps closer, I hold my breath against the stench to read the design. It's the famous Las Vegas sign that nearly every person in the United States would recognize. "This is some fucked up shit right here," Greer mutters as he turns around and heads for the back door. "We're gonna have to call the sheriff. I'll wait for Remy to give the green light, but I don't think any of the kings are responsible. Whoever did this needs to be found and fast, because they are one sick fuck." I follow him out the door, eager to get away from the scent of blood and rot. Just as Greer puts his phone to his ear, I say, "Wait, Maddie can't be a part of this. You'll have to tell the police that you found him." "Why?" he asks. "Because she's on the run or some shit. I don't know the details. She doesn't ever talk about it, but Celeste was in the same position, right?" "Fine," Greer grits out, jaw ticking in annoyance. "I'll leave her out of it, so she won't have to give a statement." "Thank you," I whisper in relief. "Hey man," Greer says into the phone when Remy answers. "It's bad. Worse than I imagined. You should get down here. I could take photos to send to you, but I don't want this nasty shit on my phone." He pauses as he listens to our president. Then, "Yes, it's that fucking bad. There's a goddamn corpse in my kitchen, bleeding all over the damn place. No eyeballs in his head, just holes where they're supposed to be. No, neither Jordan nor I could identify him. I think this is one for the cops to handle after you put out the notice and none of the kings take responsibility. I just don't see how it could be any of our guys, though. Why would they dump the body here inside my bar, my locked bar, without telling me? It was locked, wasn't it?" Greer directs that question to me. "Maddie didn't say, but I know she used her keys. I waited until she was inside before I rode off." "Well then, we don't just have a psycho murderer on our hands. We've got a murderer who is sneaky enough to get in and out without destroying locks. I'll check my surveillance videos. Hopefully they caught him. Oh, and the corpse was wearing a Las Vegas tee," he tells Remy. "Yeah, like a tourist would buy in Vegas. The same place where we picked up a hitchhiker over a year ago and brought her back on our plane," he adds while narrowing his eyes at me. "Remy says you need to talk to your wife and find out who the fuck would do this and if we need to step up security." I nod, and Greer ends his call with Remy after telling him he's sending out the message to warn everyone and will be on his way over. My back slumps against the brick wall, head falling back while we wait, wishing I had a cigarette, even though it's been years since I last smoked one. This murder isn't just gruesome, it's personal to Maddie. Look, kid, even if this is someone coming after Maddie, the kings will protect her. She's not just your wife. She's one of our own. I know. I'm not sure if she'll tell me anything. She doesn't ever talk about her life before. If it involves some motherfucker who kills men and scoops their eyeballs out like ice cream, then I don't blame her. But we need to know what we're up against if we're going to take them down. Get her to talk. Whatever it takes. I nod my agreement, wishing it was as easy as just asking her. While I may be keeping a big secret from my wife, I know she has her own skeletons in her closet. Greer takes a few steps away from the building, hands on his hips, before pacing back to me. It can't be a coincidence that the dead man was thrown over Maddie's jars, either. It's like whoever this was knows how much her business means to her and wanted to fuck it up. I know. I agree. I was just thinking about that too. But who is it? And why take the dead guy's eyes? Hell if I know. Maybe he saw some shit he shouldn't have seen. Or maybe it's a warning that he's watching Maddie. I grit my teeth, not liking either scenario, but especially hating the second. You keep saying he. You don't think it could be more than one person? I ask Greer. No clue about that either. But the Kings are going to need some backup. Whoever it is, or how many of them. For once, the worthless sheriff's office might be able to help us. Hopefully they'll figure out who the fuck the dead guy is fast. And once we know that, we can figure out who would want him dead.
Chapter 2. Maddie. Pacing back and forth in front of the auto shop office windows, I keep searching the parking lot, the trees beyond, waiting for some sign of him. For several days now, I've had this tingling feeling on the back of my neck that made me think I was being watched. It was like the first few weeks when I got to Rockland and was so paranoid my father would immediately find me that I couldn't relax. And then I did, eventually. So I stupidly thought the suspicion was in my head last week, whenever I was out in public with Jordan and felt it again. When we were sitting on the beach the other night until it got dark, then again one night when we left the bar, and another when we left the apartment one morning. If I'm right, and not just imagining things, then my stalker knows everything there is to know about me. He knows about Jordan, where I work, where we live, what I sell online. Nowhere in this town is safe anymore. I should leave, I blurt out. Leave? Celeste repeats as she leans against the office wall in her pajamas, while Thane and Ruger, RJ as everyone calls him, keep watch outside, one of them circling the building on foot every few minutes. If I don't leave, the next dead man could be Jordan, or Greer, or one of the other Savage Kings. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to them because of me. You're that certain that whoever did this did it because of you? She asks, and I nod my head. Then you can't leave, she replies. I understand the urge to want to bail, to flee in order to protect everyone. But you're safer here, with the Savage Kings protecting you, than you would be without them. Even if I'm safe, even if I won't end up dead, but they might? You're saying whoever did this won't hurt you? I don't think so. I don't know. God, I hate this, I exclaim, shoving my fingers through the sides of my hair to tug it in frustration. This morning, everything was fine and perfect. Now I feel like all the good things in my life are slipping through my fingers like sand as my past tries to drag me back. We'll figure this out. Between the Kings and the cops, the killer doesn't stand a chance. I shake my head in disagreement. There won't be any evidence connecting him to the murder. He won't ever let himself get caught. Nobody is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, even killers. He is by no means perfect, but he's the perfect serial killer. And thinking about Jordan becoming one of his victims, he doesn't just kill, he tortures his captives, breaks them for days or weeks before he kills them. Then tell the Kings so they can stay alert, watch each other's backs, Celeste says softly. Her bright green eyes turn more concerned for her husband's safety, despite her reassuring words. You know that Colt and RJ won't let anything happen to Jordan, which means Remy, Bear, and the others won't let anyone lay a hand on him either. While that is some comfort, it's not enough. Yes, the Savage Kings can be vicious when they need to be. They're badasses who don't take any shit from anyone. But they have never met a monster like this before. I'm certain of that. Nobody is as bad as him, not even my father, who has managed to keep him on a short leash. God, my father. Does he already know where I am? No, because if he did, Dante Salvato wouldn't kill a man to send me a message. He would stroll right into town, guns blazing, to drag me back home. Whoever killed that man is an evil monster, Maddie. It's not your fault he was murdered, Celeste says. It won't be your fault if he goes after anyone else either. The best thing to do is let the Savage Kings find him and make sure he can't kill or hurt anyone else ever again. There's a punch of guilt to my gut stealing my breath at the thought. I try to rub it away with my palm. Despite how bad he is, I don't actually want him dead, even if he is an evil monster. I hate myself for feeling that way, especially when Jordan could get hurt. If I had to make a choice between the two, it would be an easy one, though. I would die before letting anyone hurt Jordan.
Jordan. Once all the Savage Kings are gathered at the meeting table later that afternoon in the back of RJ's shop, Greer and Remy fill the others in on what's happened. My surveillance cameras were ripped out without showing a face, Greer grumbles. I'll have to go through hours, fucking days of footage from the days before to see if anyone unfamiliar was in the bar or parking lot. The victim has been identified as Ernest Ingram, 49 years old and a Clayton resident. Remy, our club president, informs us. Isaac, do you or any of the Devil Hounds know him? The oldest member of our club leans back in his chair, stroking his salt and pepper beard. Yeah, I've heard of him. Isaac, the president of our Clayton chapter, says. His other members nod their heads as well. All I know about Ernest is that he's a long-haul truck driver. Word around town is that he works for some drug lord up in New York or New Jersey. He doesn't have any family or many friends that I know of, so I doubt anyone will even grieve him. Could that be why someone killed him? Hugo asks. Because nobody would look too hard for his killer? Maybe. Remy agrees. But why go to all the trouble of dumping the body in Greer's bar? Shaking his head, he adds, Reese is looking into things as well, doing his hacker magic. Torin or Chase Fury will let us know if they find out anything. The same goes for Rick Little, our contact at the Sanderson County Sheriff's Office. Until then, everyone needs to be vigilant, especially with our wives and those with little ones. Should we get our families out of town until this shit is resolved? Colt, one of the 4 pretty blonde Fulton brothers, and my current stepfather, asks. Let's hope it was a fucked up fluke we got pulled into and sit tight for now. See how it unfolds. Remy remarks. Unless anyone thinks we should go ahead and take extra precautions. He eyes me steadily. Do we need to send our families down to Emerald Isle for a vacation now? I don't know. I tell him honestly. Whatever you think is best. Then we keep an eye out. Anyone who wants to send their wives or kids can let me know. I won't make that decision for everyone. Avery has firearm training, he says, referring to his former federal agent wife. Grinning, he adds, even if I asked her to leave town, she probably wouldn't. I doubt Josie would either, Colt replies. Not while me and Jordan are here. Well, I'm sure as shit not taking any chances, Isaac says. My wife, my toddler, my daughters, and my mother are leaving before the sun goes down and not coming back until the fucker responsible is caught. I don't blame you, Bear says to his father-in-law. But if I were you, I would pose it as a question to Lila rather than an order. Maybe mention that Holly could use her and your mom's help with baby Ethan. Fine. Isaac mutters. But she is leaving town, even if I have to haul her out over my shoulder. I'll carry her if it comes to that, old man. Bear teases him. And I'm glad that someone can find humor in the situation, because I sure as shit cannot. Remy adjourns the meeting a moment later, but calls me over before I can leave the meeting room with the others. Not that I'm surprised. Has Maddie said anything more to you? No, not yet. You need to get her talking, he says, echoing Greer's earlier words. The Las Vegas tour shirt and ruining her supplies makes it pretty damn obvious that it was a message for her, that she's being targeted. I know, I agree. Watch your back and hers, and get her talking so we know what we're up against. Make sure she knows that we're not blaming her. We just need to prepare ourselves. I will, I tell him. Sorry this is affecting everyone. Every man at the table knew when they joined the Savage Kings to anticipate that we would have to have each other's backs, and there may be bloodshed. Let's just make sure it's not any of us who bleeds.
Chapter 3. Maddie. Jordan offers to take me home as soon as the King's meeting is over. While most of the bikers are going to Hugo's house to do some drinking because Greer's bar is still a crime scene, I know that Jordan figured I wouldn't want to be social this afternoon. And he probably thinks I'll be more open to talking to him if we're alone. Instead of talking, though, as soon as we get to the apartment, I grab one of his biggest duffel bags from the closet, toss it on the bed, and start packing. "You're not leaving," Jordan says, as he watches from the doorway, his shoulder leaning against the frame, arms crossed over his chest. "If I just go ahead and leave now, nobody else will get hurt," I tell him. "And you think I'm just going to let you walk out the door without me? You need to stay away from me," I warn him. "You're my wife." I wince at his remark, the reminder of my lie. "I go wherever you go, no matter what. So please just talk to me, Maddie. I've given you your space, your privacy for more than a year. Now, though, a man is dead, brutally murdered, so I need you to talk to me. Please just let me go alone. Let me keep Rockland and the Kings safe," I beg, before heading back to the closet for more clothes. "Safe from who?" Jordan shouts, making me freeze. I think it's the first time he's ever raised his voice at me. We don't ever argue or fight. That should have been enough to tell me our relationship was too good to be true. Part of me thought that Jordan never lost his temper because he doesn't think he deserves me and didn't want to give me a reason to leave him. He doesn't understand that I'm the lucky one. I thank God every day that I met him in that bar, that he was my key to freedom, the first I've ever had. Jordan taught me how to drive and how to shop for groceries and clothes when I came to Rockland with nothing but stacks of cash and a gun. I didn't even know how to wash dishes until he showed me how. I owe him everything, and yet he thinks he's not worthy of me. And the only thing I can do for him is to leave, so he doesn't get hurt or killed, even if it'll be the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Even harder than leaving Vegas, going off on my own for the first time. "Who is it that's sending you a message, Maddie?" Jordan asks again, his deep voice softer. I pause in my packing, bracing my palms on either side of the nearly full duffel bag. I hang my head and tell him, "I think it's someone who worked for my father, who hurt people for him, killed for him. I don't think he would hurt me, but he'll drag me back to Vegas, back to that prison. I can't go back. I don't want to leave you, but I can't let him hurt you either." "Why did he kill that man, Ernest Ingram?" I honestly have no idea. Maybe he was an enemy of my father, or maybe he just felt like it. He's a sadist. He enjoys inflicting pain on others, whether they deserve it or not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I only have two choices: run or go back. Please don't let him take me back. "Come here," Jordan says, as he stalks over and pulls me into his arms. His lips kiss the top of my head as he holds me tight. I promise I won't let him touch you or even come near you, okay? You can't promise that. You don't know what he's like. He will hurt you to convince me to leave. Pulling free from Jordan, I slump onto the foot of our bed. Everything is ruined. Us, the bar, my business. I'm going to have to cancel all the pending orders and block new ones. I'm sorry, baby. Sorry that your business is on hold, and you had to see that gruesome shit today at the bar, Jordan says, as he comes and drops to his knees between my legs. But you're wrong about us. You and I are not ruined. Nothing can ruin us. You know why? Why? I ask him softly, as his palms grip my sides, his golden brown eyes locked on mine. Because you're mine and I'm yours. We'll get through this together, for better or for worse, right? I nod, since I can't stand to speak the lie. Grabbing his shoulders, I beg him, come with me then. Running won't solve anything, and our family is here. There's nothing the Savage Kings can't handle, he replies, as his hands lift my shirt and bra over my head in one go. Trust me, okay? Okay, I agree, even if, in the morning, I might still leave Rockland without him. That's why I don't waste any time and tug Jordan's shirt off, and then lift my hips so he can pull down my shorts and panties. As he unties my shoes to remove them and my socks, tossing them over his shoulder as if to say, no running, I decide to push aside my worries for a few hours. After all, this could be the last time I ever get to be with Jordan. Having someone love me the way he has, I know I won't ever find it again if I leave him. But I love him so much, I would rather him be alive and live my life alone than risk his life. Lay back and let me take care of you, he says, as he palms my knees and spreads them wide. Wait. I tug on his biceps, urging him up off the floor. You don't want to come on my tongue first? I need you inside of me, right now, I tell him. Okay, Jordan replies, as he gets to his feet to remove his jeans. If you're sure you're ready. I'm ready, I assure him. And you don't have to be gentle. He pauses with his fists holding his unzipped jeans. I don't want to hurt you. It's okay, you won't. Jordan's brow furrows as he finishes undressing, freeing his semi-hard length. I scoot back on the mattress when he crawls onto the bed and over me. Our mouths fuse together so naturally, like we've done hundreds of times, as Jordan reaches down to stroke himself until he's fully hard. Then he lines himself up at my entrance. I've been on birth control since the month I got here, using a fake name at the doctor's office, paying out of pocket for them, so there's no protection needed. We trust each other. I trust Jordan. He loves me too much to ever cheat on me. And as he begins to ease his way inside of me, I start to tell him that it's okay if he wants to hurt me, to take me hard and fast, that I think I might like that sort of thing. It's hard to know since I've only had sex like that once with someone else. Someone who may have killed a man and took his eyes. Someone who intended to hurt me, to get revenge on my father by taking my virginity on the dining room table while nearly choking me to death. Oh God, I moan at the memory, and my pussy clenches around Jordan's shaft when he's fully sheathed. He pulls back out to thrust into me again, slowly, but I dig my fingernails into his ass and tell him, harder. Closing my eyes tight, I meet each of his thrusts, letting my mind wander back to my first time. Being dominated, used by a monster who took me so violently I could barely walk afterward, or remember my name. It was a suicide mission that failed because I took pity on him instead of telling my father. I felt like maybe I saw something inside of him that no one else got to see. A vulnerability in the most dangerous man I've ever known. And that makes me feel powerful, especially when he came back for more that night. Despite all his harshness, He was ridiculously generous with his tongue, as if he didn't truly want to hurt me, just my father. Right on the edge, on Jordan's next deep thrust, I dig my fingernails into his flesh to hold him to me as I shatter apart. It's the first time I've ever gotten off during actual intercourse with Jordan. How messed up is it that it happened when I was thinking about a homicidal monster? Damn, baby, I think you drew blood. You did need me inside of you, didn't you? Jordan asks, pressing soft kisses to the side of my face, my throat. I nod, and a few strokes later he groans into the side of my neck through his own release. Before he lifts his head, I quickly reach up to swipe my fingertips over the single tear on my cheek that snuck out. I should feel good now, but all I feel is guilty, like I mentally cheated on Jordan with the vicious, psychotic man. How messed up is it that Jordan has always been so sweet and good to me, and all I do is lie to him? Chapter 4. Madison. After thinking about Eli during sex with Jordan, he haunts my dreams that night. No matter what, I can't get him off my mind, not during sex with Jordan, or when I stop listening for someone to break into the apartment and finally fall asleep. Vanessa, my dad's new girlfriend, has been teaching me a few things, like how to do laundry and prepare dinner. Eager to not only learn, but to help out around the penthouse, I offered to set the dining table for our family dinner tonight. I'm so busy making sure the forks are lined up straight on the linen napkins that I don't even notice I'm being watched until he speaks. Lean forward a little more, Maddie. Let me see what kind of panties you're wearing underneath that dress. I instantly straighten and tug on the hem of my white sundress, lace over satin, before turning to the man who was just looking up my skirt. Eli, the only person who calls me Maddie because he claims I always look like I'm angry at the world, even late at night when the two of us are alone in the kitchen, eating ice cream together. Usually my father's torturer is way too careful around me. He keeps his distance, at least 5 feet between us, and constantly reminds me that I'm sharing a midnight snack with a killer everyone in the city is scared of. Tonight, though, something is different. He's staring at me like a rabid dog, foaming at the mouth as he sizes me up like I'm about to be his next meal. But I refuse to cower before him, even if he is a vicious monster who enjoys hurting and killing people. I'm a Mafia princess, untouchable, especially for my father's henchmen. Despite all the nights we've been alone in the kitchen, Eli has never come close to laying a finger on me, too scared of my father's wrath, which actually pisses me off. I don't have any experience with men, but I'm certain Eli has been sending me mixed messages, and I'm tired of it. Tired of him trying to warn me off, and tired of him being too much of a pussy to make a move. I also know he's been too busy for ice cream for several nights in a row, thanks to his new play toy, Gavin. Apparently, one of the casino's male strippers got on my father's shit list, and he's too pretty for Eli to scar. I'm jealous of a man hanging in the casino's basement dungeon being tormented, which is ridiculous. I need to stop pining over the worst man I could ever possibly want and plan my escape from my father's prison. That's the reason I steel my spine and ask him, "Why is it that you live here in the penthouse with us, but you've never been invited to dinner?" "Oh, that's right. You're Daddy's little bitch. Does he make you eat off the floor of the dungeon?" I thought I was safe to run my mouth because he would never be stupid enough to retaliate in my father's house with people all around us. I was wrong. Faster than I can gasp, my spine bends and my back slams into the table. My head and upper body are pinned down to the wooden surface, thanks to the tattooed fingers wrapped tightly around my throat. "I'm not his dog, you spoiled little cunt," he growls in my face, as I dig my nails into his unmoving fingers while struggling to take a deep breath or even swallow. "You're fucking insane. Daddy will kill you," I hiss at him with my remaining oxygen, and he just laughs off the threat. Even more confusing than his sudden attack is when something hard pokes me between my legs. Every muscle in my body relaxes. A moment later, some of his weight lifts from my chest, and then he's staring down where his hand is jerking up the bottom of my dress's short skirt. "White lace panties. Seriously, they're just begging for me to bloody them." He rocks forward, jabbing me between my legs again. "And I would, wouldn't I, little virgin?" I don't respond, because I have no clue what to say to him, and because I can no longer speak with him cutting off my air. When he realizes the problem, his fingers tighten momentarily before easing up enough for me to suck in a deep breath. "Answer me, Maddie. Are you a virgin?" I nod, still unable to say a single word. The poking between my legs returns again and again, making my mind freeze up while my limbs slacken. It must be the lack of oxygen. He's going to fucking kill me right here on the dining table. "You like how that feels, don't you?" Eli asks, while continuing to thrust against me. "You won't like it when I'm shoving inside your tight cunt, ripping you apart. And I really, really want to pop your cherry." Closing his eyes, he throws his head back. "It would be the perfect way to torture Daddy, wouldn't it? Hurting you, ruining you, will fuck him up more than anything else I could dream up, inflicting the maximum amount of pain." It sounds like he's talking himself into doing this, into taking my virginity right here, right now. "Kill you," I gasp out the reminder. "I would rather die than take another fucking order from him to maim or kill anyone else." Oh my God, this man is truly insane. He's going to use me like I'm a loaded gun pressed to his temple. He's so miserable that he wants to die, wants my father to be so furious at him that he puts a bullet through his head. And there's something so fucking sad about that. I can't help but feel sorry for the evil bastard. Maybe it's because I've seen the softer side of him, late at night when he's sitting at the kitchen island eating ice cream. "First, I need to know if you taste as sweet as you look." With a sharp tug, he pulls my panties down my thighs, yanking them off and over my shoes. He then holds the crotch of my white thong up to his nose and inhales, loudly. "Yummy. Hold these for me." He balls up my panties and shoves them into my mouth with his free hand, all the while keeping my throat in his tight grip. He slaps his palm over my now full mouth and says, "Keep them there, or I'll take your ass cherry, too." It takes my brain several long seconds to catch up to what he just threatened. Since that sounds even more painful, I keep the fabric with my musky taste on them in my mouth when he pulls his hand away. "Good girl," he says, before he shoves two of his long fingers deep into his mouth. Then he reaches down. My hips buck when he thrusts the digits inside of me, and I cry out around the panties. "Tell me to stop. Scream it," he says, fingers flexing on my neck. "Someone will come running to save you from me." He pumps his long fingers in and out of me several times in a row. Each time is just as uncomfortable and invasive as the first. "Bet you can't scream with your panties shoved into your mouth while I'm choking you, can you?" he asks, and I shake my head no. "Fine." He lets go of my throat to grab both of my knees in either of his hands, then pushes my legs down on my chest. I feel so exposed as he stares down at my bare pussy and ass. "Higher," he says, as he presses down harder, until I can't breathe. And then he lowers his head and swipes his tongue up my crease, making me squirm. Pressing down harder on my legs to keep me still, he licks me again and again. A flutter of his tongue over one particular spot doesn't hurt or feel strange. It feels good. My fingernails dig into the tablecloth on either side of me, and I whimper around the panties in my mouth as he keeps doing it again and again. The next time he shoves his fingers inside of me, I barely notice them. I'm too focused on the pressure growing in my lower belly, underneath the weight of him pressing down on my legs. My entire body begins to tremble, and the throbbing between my legs sends wave after wave of euphoria through every inch of me, inside and out. It's a rush that's better than anything I've ever felt when touching myself.
"You liked that?"
Eli asks as his head pops back up over my knees. The room spins around us. Everything feels sideways or upside down. Still, I manage to nod my head, unable to deny it. Instead, he huffs,
"Damn, I should have held off, not let you come so fast. Orgasms withheld are the best torture."
I have no idea what he's talking about as he keeps his arm over my knees, holding them down. Then I hear the sound of a belt rattling, a zipper lowering, and something much more substantial than his fingers are prodding me between my legs. I realize belatedly that it's his cock, right about the time his fingers wrap around my neck again. He watches my face as he thrusts deep inside of me, ripping me apart. The tight pressure on my throat, the lack of oxygen, makes me momentarily forget about the sharp stab of pain. The world goes black. When sights, sounds, and color return to me, I lie there bonelessly as this man continues using my body hard and fast, causing the dinnerware and utensils on the table to rattle. Eli squeezes my throat so hard I'm certain he's going to kill me. He's going to choke me to death while taking my virginity on the dining room table where my family eats dinner together. And my father will destroy him for it. Unless he never finds out. I force my eyes to blink open, to meet the sapphire blue ones watching the life drain from my own, and I silently beg him not to do it. My virginity may be long gone, but if Eli stops before 7 o'clock, when my sisters, my father, and his new girlfriend walk in, he'll live to see another day. I lift my hips a little, as much as I'm able, and clench my inner walls around his shaft. The move makes Eli stagger as his eyes grow heavy. He starts slamming into me so hard and deep that my teeth jar, and another orgasm rolls through me in pleasurable waves so intense they're painful. My mouth is open on a silent cry when the fabric is pulled free from it. A second later, Eli withdraws himself from where I was starting to think he was going to be permanently embedded in my body, leaving me feeling empty. He stares down at me, his eyes glazed and feral as he grunts and growls, his jaw tightening. Leaning up on my elbows, I watch him pressing my panties to his dick. He finishes inside of them instead of in me, for which I'm grateful, and yet a little annoyed for some strange reason.
"Fuck, virgin pussy is so fun to ruin,"
he says when he's finished. I shiver when he swipes between my legs with the panties. Laying my head back down on the table, I'm still breathing heavy while staring up at the ceiling, trying to wrap my mind around what the hell just happened. Well, I should have been more careful about what I wished for, since I had wanted Eli to touch me during our late-night snacks and was annoyed that he never did. Now that I got more than I ever bargained for, I don't know what to think. When I look at Eli again, he holds my panties in front of my face.
"Look how much prettier they are with your blood and my cum staining them. I'm going to die a very happy man."
No, you're not, I disagree. I sit up and press my hands to his chest to shove him backward. With his pants lowered to his ankles, he staggers, his back hitting the wall behind him, giving me enough room to slide off the table. My legs are still shaky and unsteady. I'm not sure if I could run away if I wanted to. Instead, I do something fucking ridiculous. I begin to redress the demented man like he's a child. Eli doesn't move a muscle as I pull up his pants, zip them up, and buckle his belt. I know if I hadn't, he might very well have stood there with his dick out until my father or someone else sees him. And when I'm done, I snatch my ruined panties from his hand, the evidence of what we just did, what he just did to me. I know I have to get rid of them, so I walk away, leaving Eli in the dining room to take them with me to the kitchen. That's where I bury them, in the very bottom of the garbage bin underneath the pile of vegetable shavings I discarded earlier. The whole time, I expect Eli to show up and retrieve them. Or take me again, even with the kitchen staff hurrying around to witness his demise. But he doesn't show. I carefully drape my long hair over my shoulders, hiding the bruises on my neck, then sit down and have dinner with my family that night, with a throbbing ache between my legs. I never say a word about Eli or what happened to my father. Nor do I say anything when Eli drags me out of the bathtub later that night when I was trying to soothe the ache. He roughly used my mouth before his tongue teased multiple orgasms from me, and he took my final shred of virginity. Instead of telling my father any of those things, I decide it's time to come up with a plan to leave Vegas for good, before the sadistic bastard uses me to commit suicide. I gasp awake a few minutes before the morning alarm, just as confused as I was the night Eli claimed me, in ways that turned my world upside down. I'm also horny and ashamed, lying in Jordan's safe arms. He's spooning me, holding me close to his body as if I might leave him in his sleep. His body, like usual, is ready to fuck even before his eyes open. And this morning, it's exactly what I need. I roll over and climb on top of him, kissing my way down his bare neck and chest before tugging his black boxer briefs down to take him into my mouth. That's when Jordan finally wakes up with a roll of his hips. With a deep groan, he says, "God damn, it's a good morning." Reaching for me, he cups the back of my head to shove himself to the back of my throat. "Fuck, baby. God, I love you so damn much." I let him do the same move 3 more times before I pull off, needing him inside of me. Straddling his hips, I pull my drenched panties to the side, the only thing I wore to sleep, and lower myself onto his hard shaft. I don't need any time to adjust to his size. I'm soaking wet and ready. I ride him hard and fast as I close my eyes and once again remember my first time. I fuck him like Eli fucked me, using him, his body, to find my own sick pleasure. Jordan offers words of encouragement the whole time, while his hands palm both my swaying breasts. So what if it's one more thing for me to feel guilty about afterwards? At least it'll feel good for both of us right now. And I know, deep down, that it's going to be the last time.
Chapter 5. Jordan. The next morning, I convinced Maddie to come with me into the garage for the day. RJ and I are behind on jobs since we were closed all day yesterday without notice to our customers. And while Maddie doesn't like talking to the customers because she prefers to keep a low profile, she's actually able to help with a few of the regular maintenance jobs, like changing tires and oil. When we first met, she wanted me to teach her everything. Not just how to drive a car, but how to fix shit on them, too. I was even feeling a little better about everything on the ride to the shop, after Maddie and I spent hours last night and this morning fucking like it might be the last time. That's another reason why I didn't want to let her out of my sight today. Last night she packed her shit and was actually going to leave me. My worst nightmare come to life. At least in this instance, it wouldn't have been my fault. She would have left to try and protect me, which is ridiculous. So last night I tried to remind her with every part of my body that I love her and that we belong together. Some of the panic in her eyes had calmed down after our first round. By this morning when she was writing me, She almost looked like I had done a damn good job of convincing her not to go. But I can feel all of that progress come crashing down the closer we get to the shop. There were so many cop cars in the parking lot that I have to keep driving past and pull over on the side of the highway. "Oh God. Oh God." Maddie begins chanting before I killed the engine. Her grip on my waist tightens, as if she would refuse to get off my bike. I don't want to know." "Maybe they found the guy," I tell her, covering her hand with my own. My remark was meant to comfort her. Instead, it has the opposite effect. Maddie hops off my bike and jogs back toward the shop with her helmet still on like my own as I hurry off to follow. And fuck, I'm so confused. Doesn't she want the bad guy dead? I catch up to her at the police tape where some of the kings have already gathered around. "Just sent out a message to everyone," Remy says when he glances over and sees us. His gaze goes from Maddie to me again. "This time the corpse wasn't hidden inside. It was left out for all to see." "What do you mean?" I ask him. "There's been another victim?" He tips his head back, looking up at the green and white Fulton automotive sign, and the body tied to the top of the pole with coarse rope. Again, it's definitely a man's body, his eyeballs also missing from the sockets. "His tongue was nailed to the front door." Remy points toward the entrance, where a slab of flesh is, in fact, nailed near the top, leaving trails of blood all the way down it. "Jesus," I mutter, unable to believe what the hell I'm seeing. When I clasp my hands on Maddie's shoulders, she startles before turning around and burying her face against my chest. 2 mangled corpses in 2 days are too many for her to have to see. Rubbing my palms up and down her back to try and soothe her as her shoulders tremble, I ask Remy, "Who the hell is that up there? Do the cops know yet?" "Oh yeah, they know," he replies. "That's Peter Schultz, a private investigator from Clayton. Oh, and one of Ernest Ingram's only friends." Oh God. Oh fuck. I swallow down the bile that tries to come up. The panic that filled Maddie's eyes yesterday is no doubt filling mine now. We need to get the fuck out of here. "Come on, baby. Let me take you home," I say to Maddie as I pull her along. We make it about 2 steps before someone, a cop on the other side of the tape, calls out, "Is Jordan Robertson one of your guys?" And I know they're speaking to Remy. I freeze and Maddie looks up at me, her brows raised in question. "Why?" Our president calls back to the man. "Because he was the last client who hired Peter Schultz. Fucking phone records and receipts. If I had thought for even a second that this would have happened, I never would have hired that man." "Jordan," Remy calls out. He comes over just as I turn around, his lips pursed. "Sorry, kid. It's only a matter of time before they would have showed up at your apartment," he says quietly with a wince. "Do we need to get you an attorney?" "What?" Maddie asks, her red eyes flicking between me and Remy. "Did you hire this guy for PI work?" Remy asks. "It was a few weeks ago. It was nothing. We never met, just spoke on the phone." But Maddie has already figured it out. Her brow furrows as she stares up at me, and then she pushes me away so that not a single part of her body is still touching mine. "You hired a private investigator? Why?" I wanted to know that you were safe." "How? By hiring someone to dig up dirt on me?" "No, baby, not on you. I asked if there were any missing person reports from Las Vegas." Her jaw drops, her normally warm brown eyes looking at me with loathing. "I didn't tell them your name or the name you use." I tack on, since I know for damn certain that Madeline is not her real name. "How could you?" she asks in a whisper. "Because you wouldn't fucking talk to me." This is all your fault," she exclaims, gesturing to the dead man on the pole and making everyone, including every cop in the vicinity, turn to look at us. At me. "Oh, hell no," I tell her through clenched teeth. "Don't blame this shit on me. I just asked for a list and nobody matching your description was even on it. Because my father wouldn't risk putting my name on a public list when he has enemies everywhere. Then maybe you should have fucking told me that. Last night, I shouted at her for the first time. Today is another first, swearing at her while yelling. But whatever the hell is happening here isn't on me. Maddie's feeling guilty and trying to pile her shit on me. Jordan! Remy calls out to get my attention and remind me that there are eyes and ears everywhere, including cops who want to talk to me because I know the dead guy hanging from the sign of my employer. I turn to him and hold up a finger, telling him that I need a minute. When I turn back to Maddie, she's got her phone up to her ear and is already walking in the direction of Greer's bar. Maddie, wait. You can't just walk down the road alone. And I have to stay... Celeste is coming to pick me up, she says to me over her shoulder. I just need... space. Space. Of course she does. Space away from me because I finally exploded and blamed her for shit that's not her fault. Not really. Even if she knows who the hell is responsible. I'm sorry, okay? I tell her when I catch up to her, stepping in front of her so she has to stop. This isn't your fault, but you know that it's not mine either. I trusted you, she grits out. She may as well have just stomped all over my heart. No, you don't. If you trusted me, then you would have been honest with me by now and stopped keeping secrets. I don't blame you for being silent, being careful when we first met, but it's been more than a year, and you know that I love you no matter what. Jordan! Remy shouts again. And this time his tone is the presidential kind I can't ignore unless I want to be on his shit list. I have to talk to him, but as soon as I'm done helping RJ catch up on jobs, I'll come pick you up at Greer's, I tell her. I may need more time than that, she says, as Celeste's sedan rolls up in the distance. Rather than try to argue with her, I let her go. I wait until Maddie jogs over to the passenger side and slips inside the car before I turn back around to the crowd. Making my way through the growing number of gawkers, I find Remy, who nods his chin toward one of the cops on the other side of the yellow police tape. Deputy Little wants to sit down in the shop and talk to you. It's better than him dragging you down to the sheriff's office in the back of his cruiser, right? Yeah, fine. Whatever. Colt and your mom should be here any second. Hand over your gun. I'll stow it in your saddlebag. I discreetly slip him my Smith & Wesson while asking him, why did you call them? I'm not a fucking child. I called them because shit is getting serious, Jordan. You need someone in that meeting to have your back. It'll also be good to remind the sheriff you have connections to the Kings and the Fultons. They may not always agree with the shit we do, but they respect us. Especially Rick Little. Okay, fine. Are you sure there's nothing that you need to tell me before they get here? No. I made a phone call to the guy. I have no fucking idea how he ended up dead and hanging from the shop sign. Unless someone is trying to set me up to take the fall for the murders. The same someone who was here for Maddie. With a nod like he believes me, Remy lifts the yellow police tape for us to go under. And then we're on the other side. All eyes are on us, making me feel like a criminal. Jordan Robertson? The bulky cop with the close-cut shaved head asks when we approach. That's me. I would like to ask you a few questions about your business dealings with Peter Schultz. You're not a suspect at this time, so it will be a casual sit-down discussion. If more evidence comes up tying you to how he got strung up on your employer's sign, though, we'll have to go to the station. Understood. I agree. His stepfather and mother are on the way. They'll want to be in the room, too, Remy informs him. Fine, the officer replies. But just those two. Remy nods, accepting that he's not allowed to join us. A moment later, Colt is leading my mother to us by the hand, his other palm covering her eyes. She shoves it away, finding me, and then throws her arms around me. Are you okay? She asks. I'm fine, Mom. I just spoke to the dead guy once. It's no big deal. No, Big, I can't even with you. She huffs with a shake of her head. Glancing behind me, she says, Hi, I'm Josie Fulton, Jordan's mother. She holds out her hand for a shake. The man takes it, while looking from her to me, our more than a foot height difference and her young appearance, as if wondering if I'm her biological kid, and if so, how damn young she must have been when she had me. Very young, thanks to my asshole father. How about we go inside where it's quieter? RJ told us there's a meeting room in the back that we can use while the forensics team cleans things up out here. As we turn toward the front door, the tongue nailed to it feels like a taunt, daring us to go near it. Oh my lord, my mom exclaims. Again, Colt slaps his palm over her eyes and steers her forward. The officer opens the door as far as it will go for us to slip past it. The coppery scent hits me like a ton of bricks, forcing me to swallow my pancakes and sausage breakfast down again. Through the garage and into the meeting room added to the back of the shop when it was rebuilt after an arson, the four of us select our seats. The cop puts his hands on the back of Remy's chair at the head of the table, then reconsiders before going around to the chair on the left of it. Me, Colt, and my mom sit on the side across from him. So, let's start at the beginning. How do you know Peter Schultz? He asks as he removes a small notebook and pen from his front uniform pocket. I don't, I answer. I looked up local PIs several weeks ago, maybe a month ago. He had decent reviews and was nearby in Clayton, so I gave him a call. I left a message on his voicemail. He called me back the next day. We talked for a few minutes. He called me again a few days later, and that was the last time we spoke. What did you call him about? Fuck. I can't drag Maddie into this, but I can't full-out lie to a cop either. After all, the sheriff's office might have the PI's computer and shit by now. I wanted to look into finding my wife's family. Your wife's family? He repeats, as if he doesn't believe I'm married or that I'm telling the truth about the reason I called a private investigator. She left a bad family situation, and I was curious about them. He jots down a few notes in his little notepad, then asks, What did Peter find out? Nothing. He did a search but couldn't give me any specifics. He wanted more money than the $200 I had paid him by credit card over the phone to keep looking, and I told him no thanks. I thought maybe he was lying or just wanted more money, and I gave up. So, you were angry at him when he raised the prices? Deputy Little asks. That's not what he said. My mom jumps in to defend me. I wasn't angry. I just didn't have the money to keep throwing at him for possibly a lost cause. What's your wife's name? The officer asks, his pen poised to write it down. Madeline Robertson. He lifts an eyebrow at me. What was her name before you married her? I don't know. The deputy looks at me, then to my mom and back again. You don't know the last name of the woman you married? It was a shotgun wedding in Las Vegas, my mom tells him, making me wince. But too late. The cop's eyes widen with interest, putting more pieces of this fucked-up puzzle together. Vegas, you say? My mom looks to me, then to Colt, who keeps his jaw clenched tight. What's wrong with Vegas? My mom asks. I guess the men didn't tell you, ma'am, but the first body we found in Greer's bar yesterday just so happened to be wearing a Las Vegas shirt. A clean new one, with no blood on it despite what had been done to him. Oh, she mutters, slumping down in her seat as she realizes that she just fucked me and Maddie over. When did you marry her? Where did you meet? Was she from Vegas? He starts firing questions at me like he knows he's onto something here. It was last summer. You don't remember the date of your marriage? I doubt that unless you'd like to live in the doghouse. June 18th. So, you've been married for 15 months, and you don't know her last name? No, I don't. She wanted a fresh start, so I don't bring up the past because I assumed it's traumatic for her. And is she from Las Vegas? Is that where her family still lives? She was living in Vegas when we got married, but I don't know anything about her family. I think I should speak to this wife of yours. Call her and tell her to come join us. No. No? The officer repeats in surprise. Maddie doesn't have anything to do with this. She doesn't know the PI or the other guy. I didn't say that she did I? He replies. But I think she may know who it was who killed them. Maybe one of her family members sending her a message. If it was her family, wouldn't they just walk into the bar and say hello rather than murder two men? My mom asks. One would think so, Mrs. Fulton, but we don't know anything about this family of hers, do we? Turning back to me, he asks, Where were you last night, Jordan? Oh, great. We've reached the accusation part of this little interview. Colt mutters. Jordan didn't kill anyone. I would bet my life on that. But the cop ignores my stepfather. He doesn't even spare him a glance while waiting for me to answer him. I was with Maddie all night. We went back to our apartment after the Savage Kings meeting ended. So, there's no one else who saw the two of you at the apartment complex. One of our neighbors probably saw us. I don't know. Ask them. Or can't you just look at my cell phone records and see what towers were pinged or whatever? Not if you left your phone at home while you went and killed the man before hanging him from your employer's sign. I didn't kill him or anyone else. I barely spoke to the man a month ago, and that was the end of all communication. What does your wife look like? The random question catches me completely off guard. Huh? Do you have a photo of your wife? Deputy Little asks. Yes, but why? May I see what she looks like? Or should I have another deputy round her up and bring her in to join us so I can see her in person? Clenching my jaw tight in annoyance, I remove my phone from my jean pocket and pull up the photos on it. Of course, I have photos of Maddie. Tons of them. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I take pictures of her when she's just sitting beside me looking so gorgeous it hurts. I pull up one such image intentionally of her not looking at the camera and turn the screen around to show the cop. She is a very beautiful girl, he says, but his face doesn't show a hint of surprise at her stunning attractiveness, even in profile view. I realize why when he says, Isn't it strange that there were photos of her on the victim's phone, too? What? I ask quietly. Shaking my head in denial, I tell him, I never sent any photos of Maddie to the PI. No? Then I wonder how he got the photos of her. I don't know, but he didn't get them from me. Right. I didn't think so, because these photos were dated rather recently. One of them was of her sitting on the beach with you. Another of the two of you getting on your bike outside of Greer's bar one night. Oh, and I can't forget the one of you and her walking out of your apartment over on Lakeview Circle. Are you fucking serious? I ask him. Did you find out Peter Schultz was following you and your wife and decide to confront him? No, I didn't know any of that until you just told me. What the hell is going on, Rick? Colt asks. Why are you springing this photo shit on the kid? If he found out the man was following him and her, the worst he would have done was kick his ass, and you know it. How could I know that, Fulton? The deputy replies. How could you when nobody seems to know the name of his own damn wife? This meeting is fucking over. Colt growls. He slams his palms on the table, pushing his chair back to get to his feet. My mom does the same. If you have any more questions for Jordan or his wife, you'll have to contact our attorney to set up a time for you to ask them. The officer chuckles as he returns his pen and notebook back in his front shirt pocket. Suit yourself, but if Jordan fails to answer my questions or cooperate in this investigation, then he's going to be considered a suspect. Our only suspect at the moment for a double homicide, which doesn't look good for him. Get out! Colt shouts at him, pointing at the door behind us. The officer finally looks a little nervous as he shuts up, stands up, and leaves the room, shutting the door quietly behind him. Jordan, my mom whispers as she turns to me. What in the world has that girl gotten you into? I never trusted her. No kidding, Mom, I say when I stand up, towering more than a foot over her. You've made your opinion of Maddie perfectly clear from the day you met her. You don't like her or trust her. I know that. But you can't blame her for whoever is out there killing people and apparently trying to set me up to take the fall. You really didn't know the PI was following you and her? Colt asks me quietly as he wraps his arm around my mom and pulls her to his side. No, I had no fucking clue. That cop blindsided me. I thought the PI would forget about me as soon as I refused to pay him any more money. So then, why follow you two? Colt asks. What was in it for him if you weren't going to pay him? Somebody must have been willing to hand over some cash, right? I don't know. Maybe it was whoever killed him and the other guy who hired him. My mom sighs and frowns at me, her face full of disappointment and worry. That girl is going to end up getting you hurt or killed. I just know it. No, you don't. Despite the fact that Maddie is pissed off at me and probably won't speak to me for days for going behind her back, hiring a PI, I can't help but jump to her defense. She would never do anything to hurt me, at least not intentionally. Whatever the reasons she had to keep secrets from me, I know she thought she was doing what was best for me. I do know it, Jordan. It's a mother's intuition. Maddie is trouble, and now she's dragged you into a huge mess. We can't afford an attorney, but we sure as hell can't not hire one and let the sheriff's office steamroll you into prison because they're too stupid to figure out who the real killer is. The Kings will sort this shit out, little mama, Colt promises her, soothing his palm up and down her arm. It'll be okay. We won't let them charge the kid with a damn thing.
Chapter 6. Maddie. So, there's another murder victim? Celeste asks when we walk into the bar together. I give her a nod and take a seat at one of the first tables I come to. I can't help but stare at the door behind the bar with longing, the one that leads to the kitchen. But there's no way I can go back in there just yet. I shut down all new orders last night and gave refunds to the ones pending that I won't be able to send out. I hated it, but didn't have a choice, since I'll need to reorder supplies and gather up enough courage to actually step foot in the kitchen again. You want a drink? Celeste asks. God, yes. Anything specific? She asks, heading behind the bar. Is it too early for shots? Not on days we have to deal with dead bodies. In that case, whatever is the strongest, please. A bottle of Fireball coming right up, she says. I assume she's referring to that strong-ass cinnamon whiskey that scalds the throat and stomach. Sounds perfect, I reply. While she grabs the bottle and 2 shot glasses, I tell her, I'm surprised that Greer let you come to the bar alone with all that's going on. Oh, no, hun, I'm not alone, she says when she comes over, sliding the glasses and bottle in front of me before taking the seat across from me. Greer's upstairs looking through surveillance footage. He'd hear me if I scream. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. Has he found anything? I ask while she pours. No, not yet. He probably should have turned the video over to the cops, but he told them the cameras were fake ones meant to scare off thieves. She swallows down her shot faster than I can pick mine up. I think the murderer destroyed the cameras. My glass pauses halfway to my mouth. Destroyed them? Yes. Greer's been going over footage looking for potential suspects since last night with no luck. I gulp down the shot, surprised when actual flames don't shoot out of my burning nostrils. Damn, I mutter, scrunching at my nose but sliding my glass toward Celeste for a refill. Doesn't RJ have surveillance at the shop too? She asks while pouring. I think so. One on the front door, like a doorbell thing, I reply. But now that you mention it, I was so focused on the tongue nailed to the door that I barely noticed the empty spot on the door where the camera is supposed to be. Celeste's head jerks up so fast she overfills a glass, spilling the amber liquid on the table. A tongue was nailed to the door of the shop, like an actual person's tongue. Yes. Wow. She goes back to filling our glasses. When I pick mine up, she clangs it with hers in cheers before we shoot them. This one has us both coughing afterward. After Celeste recovers, she says, "Well, thank goodness there wasn't a tongue on the bar's door. I'm not sure if I would have been able to come in here again." No kidding, I agree. It's going to be hard enough to go back to working in the kitchen. So, has the sheriff's office identified the second man yet? Yes, and guess what? Jordan knew him. I vaguely noticed that the volume of my voice has risen to twice its normal levels, thanks to the alcohol warming my stomach. What? The dead guy was a private investigator. Oh, she mutters. And Jordan hired him? I nod while reaching for the bottle and chugging the amber liquid right from it. My entire body shivers when I stop. Yes. Jordan hired the PI to look into you? Bingo. I take another swig, then pass the bottle to Celeste. I can't believe he asked a stranger to dig up information on me. That's probably how he found me. I'm sure that Jordan didn't mean any harm when he did it. I know he didn't. And he's right. I should have told him how dangerous my father is, and that this would happen if he poked around. But I'm still so mad at him for bringing him right to our doorstep. Why kill the two men, though, if it was your father or someone acting on his orders? I give her a shrug. I don't know. Maybe because the PI knew who I really was? I don't know why my father or his torturer do what they do, or why they have to make it so gruesome. Grabbing her hand on the bottle of Fireball, I tell her, I am so sorry you and Greer had to close the bar yesterday because of me. It wasn't your fault, Celeste tells me again, giving my hand a reassuring pat of hers. Sure, you could have maybe told Jordan more about your life before you met him, but I get wanting to hide your head in the sand and try to pretend nothing but the present is your life. That's how I ended up here in Rockland, at this bar, actually. What do you mean? I was living out of my car, running from place to place, hiding from my own demons. Oh, I didn't know. You paid for a private plane. I didn't touch any of my money after I ran. It was too risky. I didn't want... She trails off and chugs straight from the bottle. You didn't want anyone to find you. Celeste uses the back of her hand to wipe her mouth before passing the bottle back to me. Exactly. So I get where you're coming from. How you just want to move on with your life and forget the past. But unfortunately, life doesn't work that way. And my past nearly killed me and Greer. Thankfully, he's in prison now. I consider her words as I take another big gulp. My father, his employee, they'll never end up in prison. I think they would rather die first. Then they're even more dangerous than I assumed. They are, I agree. And I don't know what to do. Last night I packed my things, what few things I own, and was going to leave. But Jordan talked me out of it, convinced me to stay with him. Now I'm so angry at him, but I don't want to leave like this during an argument. It doesn't seem right. God, I honestly have no idea what you should do, Maddie. Folding my arms on the table, I lay my head down on them. I wish I could convince Jordan to just leave with me, to go somewhere and start over again. You'll just be delaying the inevitable. For the short term, you may think you'll be happy, but aren't you tired of having to constantly look over your shoulder? Yes, but I don't want to go back to my old life either. My father, there's no way he would ever let me stay here. And, his employee is sort of part of the reason why I ran away. Oh, wow. The torturer did something bad to you? Something bad, but also good, if that makes any sense. Bad, but good? I think back to that night that feels like 1,000,000 years ago. It was unexpected for him to attack me out of the blue, but I liked it. I hate that I liked it, but I did. Then, after it was over, I realized that the only reason he did it was because he wanted my father to catch him, to catch us, so he would kill him. He was using me to hurt my father, to make him so angry he would snap and kill him, so he would finally be free. Be free? She asked softly. It's not like my father pays the man to do his dirty work. He owns him for a past offense against my father. Daddy didn't kill him because he wanted to make an example out of him, punish him for years rather than take his life in a single moment. I understand how much he hates my father. I just wish he hadn't used me as part of his sick sort of revenge. I left after it happened because I wanted to be free too, and I didn't want to be the reason my father killed him. I guess I felt sorry for him and didn't want him to end his life that way. It sounds like you maybe care for him. How could anyone care for a monster who scoops out men's eyeballs before he kills them? Maybe because he wasn't a monster to you? Or if he was, it was the good kind of monster? I cover my face with my palm as my skin warms in embarrassment. Jordan is so sweet and gentle with me. That's what I should want. That's all I should want. He doesn't know. I never told him who was my first. Maybe you should. Being honest with the people you love isn't always easy, but it's the only way for you to be truly happy and free. Lifting my head from my arms, I admit to her, if I'm completely honest with Jordan, I think I would lose him. That's always a concern, Celeste agrees. But if you keep lying, the lies will eventually suck all the happiness from your life. Nodding, I tell her, everything is going to hell anyway. Tonight, I'll tell Jordan everything. The worst that can happen is he'll tell me to leave, to get out of town without him. And if that keeps him safe, then I'll be glad for it, even if it means I'll never see him again. Good luck, she says with a small smile, before refilling our glasses as if we haven't chugged half the bottle. Thanks for the talk and the shots, I tell her, as I salute her and pour the liquid down my throat. The fact that it no longer burns should concern me. Any time. That's what friends are for. So you're not just plying me with alcohol to try to get me to spill my guts to you so Greer can tell the kings? No way. Greer doesn't need to know about anything you tell me. It's not like I want him or the kings out there in the streets searching for a psycho killer who cuts out eyes and tongues. I say they should let the sheriff's office handle this one. Or you. Me? I ask with a puff of laughter. You may not think you can handle it, your father, but you can. You're a grown woman, Maddie, even if he still thinks of you as his baby girl. Maybe it's time to show him that you are your own person, that you've built a life for yourself here, and that you don't want him to mess it up. I laugh at the thought of standing up to my father, the Mafia king. The man has a temper like none other. I think that was another reason why I fell for Jordan so fast. He didn't get angry or yell at me for every little thing. He let me go wherever I wanted, do what I wanted. And while I know Jordan is protective of me, he'll always give me space if I ask for it, without putting up a fight or breathing over my shoulder. He's a good, gentle man who would never do anything to hurt me. So why does a small part of me wish Jordan would occasionally be a little bit bad?
Chapter 7. Jordan. Thane and I are going to Greer's, RJ says late that night, after the three of us spent hours catching up on 2 days' worth of work thanks to the murders. It's just one more reason why I want to punch the murderer in the face. Not only am I working late, but I'm also fighting with Maddie for the first time ever, which I fucking hate. You coming? Thane asks me. Yeah, as soon as I finish sweeping up. We can wait, RJ says. But he looks as tired as I feel. So I tell him, no, I'll be right behind you. I'll lock up and meet you at the bar in 5 minutes. If you're sure, RJ asks. Go. Order me a cold one, I tell him. The two men finally concede with a nod. A moment later, the door that recently had a tongue attached to it jingles as they head out. The sounds of their motorcycles fade as their taillights disappear down the road just before I lower the final garage door down. I've just grabbed the broom when the front door jingles again. Fuck. I should have told RJ to lock up. Now some customer is coming to bitch about why we haven't gotten around to their car repairs yet, and I'm so tired. The wooden broom handle snaps in my hands, my anger and the pressure of the day catching up to me. What do people think? That we used the excuse of a guy hanging dead from our sign to slack off? But I don't recognize the man in a black business suit who strolls out of the office and into the garage like he owns it. He looks wealthier than any of Rockland's residents, making me certain he's from out of town. Maybe his car broke down as he was driving through. We're closed and way behind, I know. If you tell me which car is yours, I'll try to get to it first thing tomorrow when we open at 8. The businessman crosses his arms over his muscular chest, straining the black suit fabric, a smirk on his face. I'm not here for car repairs. There's something about him that's wrong. Like the suit is just a costume hiding whatever lies underneath. Maybe it's the tattooed hands or the dirty blonde hair brushing his shoulders that's throwing off the stereotypical businessman image he's trying to portray. Okay, then what do you want? I ask him, my patience growing thin after the hellish day I've had. I'm here for Maddie. Those 4 little words, the way he said her name as if he holds some sort of claim on her, turn my world upside down in a way I know it'll never be the same. Are you a fucking cop? I ask him. Could he be a Fed? I know he's not from the sheriff's department. When he doesn't answer, I tell him, stay the fuck away from my wife. I warn him, holding out the splintered broom handle like it's a wooden stake. Your wife? The man barks out a laugh and then tilts his head to stare at me, nothing but violence in his gaze. God, you are a pretty fucking idiot. But an idiot, all the same. I wave my makeshift stake higher. Look, I don't know who the hell you are, but you don't want to mess with me and the Savage Kings. He takes several cool, casual steps closer to me and his black, pointy dress shoes with all the confidence in the world radiating from his massive frame. Oh, baby boy. I'm not the least bit intimidated by you or your little biker club. Then you're the fucking idiot, buddy. He laughs again. Cop or not, I still can't fucking tell. I'm not the one who thinks he's been married to a woman more gorgeous than any he could have dreamed up for the past year. You know full well that Maddie's out of your goddamn league, don't you? I bet you don't even know her real name. All I need to know is that her last name is Robertson. My fucking name. I don't care who she was before she used you in your flight out of Vegas to escape her father. As he comes closer, he says, tell me, kid, did you never think to look up your alleged marriage license? I'll let you in on a little secret. He lowers his voice to a whisper. There's not one. There was no wedding. Maddie lied to you, and you must have been too drunk or too stupid to realize it. She's been lying to you this whole time. Wow. Okay, so I did try to look up our marriage license to get a copy and frame it for our anniversary back in June, But I couldn't find it, and I gave up, figuring it was a clerical error or the clerk of courts was way behind on updating the system. Instead of telling this stranger who is nearly my height but with 30 extra pounds of muscle on him, I say, "Get the hell out of here and stay the fuck away from Maddie." Or what? You'll shoot me? Too bad that gun you left in the saddlebag on your Harley is in the bottom of the dumpster now. Ah, fuck. Now what? You gonna threaten to shoot me? I ask him, as I try to remember where the closest tire iron is, or any other tool that would be a better weapon than a broken broom handle. I don't need a gun to kill you. I can do it with my bare hands, the bastard says confidently. I knew those tattoos were ominous looking. They're a warning of the damage he can do with his inked hands. You're a pussy who doesn't deserve to be with Maddie. No shit, I say in agreement, hating how this stranger just walked in here and knows me better than my own wife. Even his eyes widen a tad in surprise at my admission. But Maddie picked me. She spent the past year with me, because she didn't have any other options. You sure as hell can't protect her like I can. Do you have any idea the danger you put her in by going to that fucking PI? What? I cleaned up the mess you made, killed them both after I made them beg me for their deaths, and I'm gonna do the same to you, he threatens. Except, before I cut out your eyeballs, I think I'll make you watch me fuck Maddie in your bed. That's never going to fucking happen. The audacity of this son of a bitch is staggering. Wanna bet, baby boy? He asks before he launches himself at me. Gone are all appearances of the wealthy businessman. The asshole slams me into the wall behind me so hard the air is knocked from my lungs. The back of my head bounces off the concrete, momentarily stunning me. Still, I manage to lift my right fist still holding the broom handle and slam it into the fucker's face. It doesn't even faze the bastard. In fact, he chuckles as if amused, then hauls his arm back and slams his fist into my face so hard the garage goes dark, other than a few twinkling stars. My knees weaken, but he keeps me upright, gripping my shoulders, and lands a blow to my stomach. You never stood a chance against me. Fuck you. I spit blood from my busted lip at him. He releases one hand from me to wipe off the crimson smearing his cheek and looks down at his palm. No, he doesn't just look at the stain. He holds his palm up to his face, sniffing it before running his tongue over it. Blood is my aphrodisiac. Never can get enough of it. Hearing those words, the truth in them, that's when I realized this motherfucker was telling the truth about killing those two men, killing them and torturing. Not because of whatever wrong they did to him, but because he enjoys it. Gets off on it. You're a sick fuck, I tell him. Then, because I have to know before I die. Why the eyeballs? Now he laughs even louder than before. I forgot that my reputation isn't known on the East Coast. Back in Vegas, everyone would know why I removed the eyes when they were still alive. Well, are you going to tell me before you kill me, or let me die in suspense? He lifts an eyebrow, as if surprised by my ballsy statement. So eager to die? That's how this ends, isn't it? Eventually. Using that bloody hand, he grabs my jaw in a grip tight enough to break it. But I think I'll play with you a little longer than the others, just to hear more of your smart mouth. I thought you said I was an idiot. Oh, you definitely are when it comes to Maddie. Instead of talking about her, I try to draw his attention away from her. So, why remove the eyeballs while they were still alive? I ask again. For two reasons. One, it hurts like a motherfucker, and I enjoy their screams. Two, he leans closer, speaking right against my ear. They scream even louder when I fuck their eye sockets. Bullshit, I say, unable to even imagine such a thing. Guess you'll find out soon enough. Can't wait to come inside of your skull. That's so fucked up, I tell him. I bet you'll scream louder than the last two fuckers. But we'll have to wait to find out. Like I said, I want you to keep your eyes a little longer so you can watch me fuck Madison. Madison. Her real name. That won't happen because she's scared of you, I tell him, and the psycho bastard actually flinches like I hit a nerve. Oh shit, you don't like hearing that, do you, fucker? Maddie was so scared of you that she wanted to leave town last night, but I fucked her until she agreed to stay for me. With me. If you kill me, she'll never forgive you. I don't need her to forgive me to fuck her, do I? This motherfucking son of a bitch. I slam my elbow into his face, hearing his nose crunch when bone hits bone. He releases me like I had hoped he would, but when I try to slam the splintered end of the broom into his neck, he blocks it, squeezing my wrist until I drop it. Fuck! I exclaim, and he eases up before snapping my wrist in two. Don't give up so soon. Make me bleed a little more, he encourages. I didn't say it had to be someone else's blood to get me hot. He proves his points by pressing the weight of his body into mine, pinning both of my wrists next to my head. He's well endowed, pressing all those long, hard inches against my stomach. And fuck, I shouldn't love how good it feels. The monster groans and then wiggles the tip of his wet tongue into my ear canal as he grinds his dick into me. God, I can't wait to fuck every one of your holes. And I will. Dead or alive, I don't really care. I try not to think too hard about that threat, but my mind can't seem to let it go. Does Maddie know about your necrophilia? Again, my question gets to him, and he momentarily goes still before responding. Doubt she'll ever approve or let you near her once she finds out. Fuck you, he growls into my ear before biting it. Wow, I say through the sting of his piercing teeth. For such a violent psycho-sadist, you really don't want her to know your deep, dark secrets or fear you. Why is that? Are you in love with her or something? That's the last thing I get to say to him, because his next blow puts me on the floor, and then he's on top of me. His forearm presses across my neck, choking the life from me.
Chapter 8. Madison. After drinking all day in the bar with Celeste, I'm so drunk I can't even stand up when RJ and Thane show up at the bar. I wait for a third man to follow them inside, assuming they had to work late to get caught up on jobs. After 15 minutes, I know because I keep checking my phone and trying to call him, Jordan is still a no-show. I may have told him that I needed space and that I was pissed at him for going to a PI to dig up information about me, but I still can't help but worry about him. Hey, RJ, I shout to the man sitting at the bar, since I'm not entirely sure I can walk over there. When he looks over his shoulder at my table and gives me a nod, I say, "Where's Jordan?" "He was going to sweep up and said he would be right behind us." "You left him at the shop alone?" I huff in disbelief. "He was supposed to be here already," it sounds like Thane mutters to RJ. "How could you two leave him at the shop where there was a dead body hanging earlier today?" I ask, as I push my chair back and try to close the distance between us. I stagger from one chair to the next table to the next until I reach the bar and cling to it right between the two men. "Well," I ask them. "Maddie, you're drunk, and since you probably won't remember this, I'm going to go ahead and say it," Thane explains. "Who the fuck is killing people? Is Jordan in danger? If so, maybe you should have fucking said something before now." Whoa, I physically recoil from his unexpected attitude and fall into RJ, who grabs my waist to keep me upright. Leave her alone, Celeste says. It's not Maddie's fault some lunatic is out there killing people.
No, but she could have at least told us what she knows, Thane remarks. Or will you wait for the next person to die before revealing your secret past?
Go, I tell him, pointing toward the door. Get your ass on your bike and go get Jordan.
I don't take orders from you,
he says, as he slips off his stool.
But I will go check on Jordan because he's my friend, and your secrets could put him in danger.
No kidding. So why did you leave him there alone?
Jordan's a grown man with a gun. He can take care of himself, RJ replies. But maybe we should go see what the holdup is. I thought he would be here by now.
Right. Go. And tell him I'm still mad at him, but I want to see him and talk to him and touch him.
Okay, Maddie,
RJ says, as he steers me to a pulled-out chair at the closest table, urging me down to sit in it.
She obviously can't ride on a bike like this, he tells someone.
I'll make sure she gets home safe, Celeste says. But first, go check on Jordan. The two men stroll out the door, not the least bit in a hurry, while my heart is trying to beat out of my chest. I try to call Jordan again, but his phone just keeps ringing before it goes to voicemail. Jordan, it's me. Where are you? I thought you were going to pick me up at the bar, but you're not here yet, and I miss you. I hate fighting with you, so please get your ass over here, or at least call me to let me know you're okay. You shouldn't be out alone. The Kings wouldn't let any of the women wander alone after 2 murders, but apparently it's fine for you guys since you carry guns. Please hurry up, I say again before I end the call. He's probably just closing up, Celeste says when she slides a glass of water in front of me. Hydrate so you're not as fall-down drunk when he gets here. I pick up the glass and chug it while counting the minutes, waiting and waiting while watching the door. When the ding of 6 devices go off at the same time, the knot of worry in my gut turns to cement. What is it? I look around the room and ask the men, who all jump up from their chairs or stools. What is it? I yell at them, getting to my own unsteady feet.
Jordan wasn't at the shop, Greer says, coming out from behind the bar. His bike was there, but...
No, I shake my head, repeating that one word over and over again. No! Go find him! I shout at the men, wanting to blame them when the guilt is eating me up. This is my fault. Jordan is gone, and I know who took him. He can't kill him. He can't. I pick up my phone, wishing I had the monster's number. I don't, but I do remember my father's. For a long moment, I consider whether or not to call him and tell him to call off his dog, to demand that he not hurt Jordan.
We'll find him. We have to because Cold will kill me if we don't, Remy says, grim-faced as he leads the group of savage kings out the door. This can't be happening. The last words I spoke to Jordan, I was so angry at him. Now I wish I could take it all back because... No, he's going to be okay. He has to be. As soon as they walk out, I dial the number I've never had to type into my phone before, and a young man's voice answers. Yeah? I need to speak to my father right now. No kidding. I can be your daddy, the voice says with a chuckle. He wouldn't dare make that joke if he knew who my father was. So I say, I'm trying to reach Dante Salvato. Then you got the wrong number, babe, he replies before ending the call. Shit. Either I'm too drunk to remember all 9 digits, or I have it wrong. A quick search later, and I'm calling up the reservation desk of my father's hotel and casino. The Royal Palace, how may I help you today? A pleasant feminine voice asks. My name is Madison Salvato, and I need to speak to my father, Dante Salvato. Well, that's funny, since Mr. Salvato doesn't have any children. My jaw drops open at her blatant lie. Yes, he does. He has 3 daughters, you stupid cunt. Now find him and get him on the phone. There's an indignant gasp before she ends the call. Dumb bitch, I huff, while trying the number again, hoping I can speak to someone else. Someone who knows my father has children. I should have asked to speak with someone in security. My father was so overprotective that most of his employees never knew my sisters and I lived in the hotel penthouse with him, and he rarely let us leave it. But the call doesn't even ring this time. It's just a recording saying the person I'm trying to reach is unavailable. That bitch blocked my number. If I ever go back to Vegas, I will find her and kill her myself.
Jordan. Where the hell am I? And what the fuck happened? 1 second, the blonde bastard and I were trading punches in the garage, and the next, I remember he hit me, took me to the ground. Then the asshole sat on top of me, his arm across my throat, cutting off my oxygen. And I liked it. Not the loss of consciousness part, but when he was on top of me and rock hard. Now I'm lying dead-ass naked on some kind of small table across from a cramped kitchen in what appears to be a travel camper. There are sheets of black plastic on the walls covering the windows and the floor, the kind of plastic serial killers use for easy cleanup. No, this can't be fucking happening. When I try to rub my fingers over my bleary eyes, they don't reach my face because there are thick metal cuffs on my wrists attached to chains that must be bolted to the floor. The table is low enough that with my long legs hanging off the edge, my bare feet are flat on the floor. But when I try to lift my legs, 2 more chains rattle around me, then catch about 6 inches off the floor. Oh yeah, that son of a bitch in the suit is definitely going to kill me. I'll deserve it, too. He's right. I have a wife so amazing I couldn't have thought to even dream of her before we met. A wife who spreads her legs for me morning, noon, and night, and I couldn't stop thinking about being with a man. Oh, and then I got excited by some psycho kicking my ass, and let him capture me like a little bitch. The same psycho who killed 2 men after digging out their eyeballs and fucking the sockets. I'm going to die with Maddie hating me. Ah, you're finally awake, the jackass says when he strolls over, his tall, wide frame blocking out most of the light. Even so, my head begins to throb. He stands over me, looking even bigger and more dangerous from this angle. I had to bop you on the head when you got rowdy in transit. Doubt you would even notice if there was any brain damage. With his suit jacket off, his shoulders look even wider, stretching the fabric of his button-down so thin I can nearly see through the white material. Both the sleeves are rolled up his thick forearms, revealing the kind of corded muscle only serious athletes have. I shouldn't be admiring the man who is going to take my eyeballs and kidnap my wife. Who are you? I ask him, since he never told me his name or how he knows Maddie. Definitely not a cop. No, he's the murderer the cops are looking for. What do you want with Maddie? My name is Eli Murphy, but I'm known around Vegas as Eligor, the man who tortures the enemies of Mafia King Dante Salvato. If you say so. And who the fuck is Dante Salvato? Dante is Maddie's overly protective, extremely violent mobster father. It takes longer than it should for all the pieces to fall into place. Oh, fuck. Leaning over, he slaps my cheek several times in a row. Oh, fuck is right, baby boy. You kidnapped the wrong Mafia princess. I didn't kidnap Maddie. She begged to come home with me. I didn't know who she was. Would you have refused her a ride if you had known who she was? He asks. No. I answer without hesitation. Then you are as stupid as you look. It's a shame, too. I hate killing the pretty ones. He reaches down and brushes the hair off my forehead as he stares at me in that way. And did he just call me pretty again? I should be more concerned by the part he said about killing me, but is he openly admitting that he's attracted to me? If that can help me get out of these chains so I can escape and kill him to keep him away from Maddie, then I have no problem going with it. Especially since I've been wondering what his massive body looks like naked from the moment he strutted into the garage. Oh fuck, that's so messed up. I hate myself for just thinking it. Besides, this guy is all talk. He won't lay a finger on Maddie. Not if what he said is true and he works for a ruthless mobster, Maddie's father. But he will try to take her back to Vegas, even if she fights him every step of the way. And as easy as he was able to overpower me, Maddie won't stand a chance. Kill me. Just kill me now and get it over with, I tell him, changing my mind. I'd rather die than cheat on Maddie, even if it's my only chance of walking out of this alive. I don't care if she has been lying about who she is and our marriage for an entire fucking year. I still love her, whoever the hell she is. That's not how this works, Jordan, Eli replies, using my name like we're old friends. I like to play with my food before I kill it. His fingernails flick my cock painfully to show me how he plans to play with me. I try to play it cool and calm. So I guess this is going to go a little differently from the last time I was kidnapped. You've been kidnapped before? When? The man, Eli, asks. His chiseled jaw is clenched, and he looks genuinely aggravated, like he wanted to be the first to hold me captive. A few years back, rival biker club who are now all Savage Kings, but the first rule in Rockland is you don't fuck with the Savage Kings. Ignoring my threat, he says, How long were you their captive? Several hours. Did they hurt you? No, I just got thrown around the back of a van. Now he grins wickedly. Then buckle up, Buttercup, because you're going to be in agony before I kill you. I'll be surprised if you can last hours with me. Oh, I can last, I assure him. So cocky, he says, flicking my dick again with his fingernail. Wish I could stay and play a little more with you, but it's time for me to go bring you a friend. Then, once he's taken care of, I can finally catch up with Maddie. Reaching down, he grabs himself through his pants and moans. Fuck, I've missed her tight, sexy body. Did you know that I was her first? I shake my head, since I did not know that. In fact, I think he's probably lying until he says, I popped her pussy cherry over the dinner table while choking her until her squirming body went limp underneath me. Holy fucking shit. Her ass cherry, well, I pulled her out of the bathtub, made her get my dick nice and wet with her mouth, then took her naked and dripping wet on her bathroom floor. Okay, that's way too much detail to be lies, unless he has a very active imagination. Her virgin pussy was tight, but her virgin ass... He presses his pinched fingers to his lips and kisses them. Exquisite. And while I'm jealous I wasn't her first, something I always knew, I'm also getting aroused thinking about her and him together, which is definitely fucked up. The fucker's violent gaze goes right down to my cock when it twitches and lengthens in interest. Fuck. I hate being naked and restrained, unable to hide that shit. Oh, well, what do we have here? He asks, leaning closer to eye my semi-erection up close and personal. So close I can feel the warmth of his breath on it, and can't help but think how his mouth would feel on it. It's been a while since anyone actually enjoyed being at my mercy. Dark blue eyes lift to mine as he runs a single fingertip down my shaft and lower to my balls, making me groan. and my entire body shiver. You have no idea how terrified straight men get when I play with their dicks or my own when they're in agony. It's almost as if being touched by another man is a fate worse than death. He cups my balls in his large, calloused hand, then rolls them around gently, sending a jolt of pleasure through them. When I shudder again, he huffs out a laugh I feel on my hardening dick. But you're not entirely straight, are you, baby boy? His palm slides up, fingers curling around my erection, fisting me, stroking me so tight, so good. Oh, God, I moan as my hips thrust upward into his grip. I don't know if it's the fear, or that he's a man, or the confinement of the restraints, or what, but I'm about 4.5 strokes away from coming in this murdering bastard's hand. I hate killing the pretty ones, he repeats again, while his tattooed hand keeps jerking me off, moving faster and faster as I pump up into it. But Dante wouldn't let you live, so I can't either. At the swipe of his hot, wet tongue on my slit, I jerk and buck against the chains as pre-cum leaks free from me, giving away how close I am to coming. Another swipe of his tongue to lick the salty liquid up, and then his hand releases me before he steps away from the table. No, I growl in frustration to the ceiling, my limbs all going limp in disappointment. I kill, I tease, I torture, the fucker says. And I do it all for my pleasure, not yours. Then he just turns around and walks to the camper door, grabbing his suit jacket on the way out, leaving me lying there naked and aching with blue balls. The only thing worse than being left hanging on the edge while facing death is wondering if the asshole is going to tell Maddie I'm bisexual and enjoyed every second of him touching me. I sure as fuck don't want that to be the last thing she learns about me. That I've been lying to her, too, all this time.
Chapter 9. Maddie. Are you sure you don't want to stay with me and Greer tonight? Celeste asks, as the couple drives me to the apartment. We spent the last hour searching the shop and the woods around it for Jordan, but couldn't find him. There was nothing but a few flecks of blood on the garage floor, telling me everything I needed to know. Jordan is being tortured by Eli, and then he's probably going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. My stomach rolls like it did back at the shop, giving me only seconds of warning. Pull over, I shout. Greer does so immediately. I throw open the rear passenger door and vomit the other half of the contents in my stomach onto the grassy ditch. When the heaves finally stop, I wipe my mouth with the tissue Celeste hands over the seat and tell her, I want to go home. I need to throw up in my own toilet tonight. Our prospect is on the way to the apartment, Greer informs me when I close the door, and he accelerates again. He'll keep watch outside in the parking lot, unless you want him to stay inside. No, outside is fine. Just tell him to shoot on sight if he sees a man wearing a nice suit. Your father? Greer asks. No, his henchman. Okay, I'll tell him. There's still a chance, Celeste starts, when we pull up to the apartment building. Jordan is hurting because of me, hurting and dying. I know it. Will you let us know if there's anything we can do? She asks me softly. Just tell the police to keep looking for him, I say, even if I know they probably won't find him. I'm the only one who is safe in this town, and the only way I can save Jordan is by trying to make a deal with the devil. And I would do anything to save Jordan, even sell my soul to that monster. That's the only tiny spark of hope I have left, that Eli won't kill Jordan before he shows up for me. I'll do whatever he wants, go back to Vegas tonight if he'll let Jordan go, once he proves to me that he's still alive. I don't know how exactly I'll force Eli to release Jordan, but I hope I get to at least try. After saying goodbye to Celeste and Greer, I have to run to the bathroom as soon as I walk through the door of our second-floor apartment. I vomit and heave into the toilet until my throat is raw and there's nothing left inside of me. Then I go to the closet. Reaching up to the top, back corner, I feel around for the gun I stowed up there when I first came home with Jordan. I thought I would only stay with him a few days, come up with a plan for where to go next, and leave. But I never did. I never could leave Jordan. I should have left town last night and insisted Jordan come with me. The weight of the gun in my hand feels wrong. Still, I check that the clip is still loaded, slide it back in, and switch off the safety. After that, there's nothing left to do but wait to see if Eli will come. If the prospect outside does kill him on sight, I won't grieve him. No, I'll just pray Jordan is still alive and that the Kings find him in time. Pacing the floors with the gun in my hand while chewing nervously on my thumbnail helps clear my hangover. I try calling Jordan again and again, but the calls just go to his voicemail. Soon it even gets full. My phone only rings when Josie, Jordan's mother, calls me. I don't answer her. I do listen to her voicemail afterward. Josie calls me all sorts of names, and I can hear the tears in her voice, so worried for her son. She even yells and bangs on the apartment door a few minutes later, but I don't answer it. I just go sit in front of the door, sobbing, and telling her over and over again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Eli Murphy. The biker boy is trying his best to ruin my vibe. He said Maddie's scared of me, which is bullshit. She's just scared of having to go back to Vegas and face her furious father. And maybe she's a little worried about how badly I'll cut up her fake husband before ending him. Hell, I can see why she picked him to flee the city with, to live with after all this time. He's stupidly hot and charming in that good old boy way. The kind of guy who stops to help strangers change a tire on the side of the road or returns a dropped wallet. He's my complete opposite. That's why it's almost hard to hate Jordan for stealing Maddie away when he openly admits that he doesn't deserve her. I almost feel pity for him for not being brave enough to step out of the closet. The kid has wasted his life hiding from himself, and now it's close to the end. It's a shame, really. He'll be fun to play with, though. I bet his dick has a hair trigger, and I can't wait to pull it over and over again. And Maddie has no idea the kid has been lying to her all this time, just like she was lying to him. It's almost like a sweet sort of poetic justice. Back in the camper, I set down the heavy luggage and tell Jordan, I brought you a friend. What? The kid says, lifting his neck from the table to watch me open the suitcase and then manhandle the thankfully thin, short, and still unconscious man. He's gracious enough to not come to until I've cut off his clothes, stripped him naked, and tied the last knot around his wrist and ankles that are bound behind his back. God, I love making human pretzels. Only instead of salt, I like to cover them in my cum.
What? Oh, God. Please let me go.
The bastard shouts, making my dick instantly hard. I'm so glad I don't have to gag him, since there's nobody around us for miles in these woods. I do enjoy the screams. I bend down and grab a handful of his hair to lift his face. How many girls and women have you handed over to perverts?
None. I don't...
Liar. I slam my right fist across his face, wanting his nose to throb like mine did earlier when Jordan busted it. As he lays there and cries, Jordan asks, Who the hell is he? Oh, he's the owner of this creepy little camper. This is his camper? The kid says, sounding surprised. Lifting his head as much as he can, his eyes go to the row of large metal cages lined up and stacked on top of each other in the back room where a bed would normally be found. Setup is sick even to me. I have my own rules I never break. No kids, and no one who doesn't deserve it, I remark. When I found out what these fuckers do, well, why do you think I was so happy to kill them? Them? Jordan asks. The two men, the PI and his friend, they have something to do with this guy in the cages? Oh, yeah. The PI worked for the scum of the earth. He tracked down people, but not for their loved ones. He was a dirty matchmaker of sorts. Nasty bastards gave him a type, and he would find them. I kicked the man at my feet in his ribs, causing him to wail louder. His buddy here and the truck driver would then transport the targets for a piece of the pie. And while the pie is usually in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, you couldn't pay me $1 billion to do the fucked up shit they do. What do they do? The kid asks. What do you think they do, Jordan? He doesn't answer, so I tell him. They were tracking Maddie for some motherfucker up in New Jersey who wanted a beautiful girl to ruin. To use. Jordan's head falls back onto the table with a thud. They're like human traffickers? Sex traffickers. Most of the men they sell to want young girls to be their fuck dolls. Expensive ones, because the rich bastards have more money than they know what to do with. So they send the PI hunting for humans to add to their collection. You killed them to save Maddie from being taken and sold by them? He asks. They didn't know who the fuck she was or anything about her until you hired them. Fuck, he mutters. Dante had collected dozens of PIs across every state searching for Maddie, offering millions just for any information that she was alive. The PI planned to double dip, to sell her to the other guy for twice as much money, but give Dante the photos of her to get his big fat payday from him too. Jesus, Jordan mutters. I had no idea. I didn't mean to put her in danger. I just wanted to know if someone was searching for her. Have you seen her? Of course someone was searching for her, I shouted at him. Her father would literally find a way to move mountains to get her back. And you found her and saved her. How? I've been following up with every city where a private flight landed the days after she went missing, talking to the PIs in person rather than on the phone. Schultz acted shady when I asked about her and showed him a photo. He knew more than he was admitting. So I went to his house that night, grabbed him, took his phone, and found this fucker Ingram and a whole lot of photos and videos of Maddie taken recently, along with notes on her movements, all in Rockland. So then you tortured and killed them. I saved this pussy for last, I say, kicking the fucker in the ribs again. Monitored his house, his phone, his car. I wanted him to wonder if I was coming for him. Finally, he got scared enough to book a flight in his own name and showed up at the airport tonight, where you grabbed him and shoved him in a suitcase. Yep. Gotta love the short ones, right? They make transport so easy. You, on the other hand, I eye every inch of his long, naked body restrained to the table. I bite my lip hard enough to draw blood as I imagine all the ways I want to fuck him. Tall as shit. Had to be grabbed alone at night, transported under the cover of darkness. I had to wait for you. God, I loved how the biker boy even tried to fight back with a broken broom handle, as futile as it was. I kept the wooden handle as a souvenir, one I might shove inside our hog-tied friend. The Kings will try to find me, you know, Jordan tells me, trying to sound confident. Yeah, but they won't find you because we're in the middle of nowhere in a camper that runs on a generator, I remind him, before turning my attention back to Shorty. Staring down at him, I press my foot on the back of his head, pushing his face into the black plastic covering the floor. At least his pervy setup will make for easy cleanup. Now, how should I play with you? Kill him, Jordan mutters, his head still lying on the table. If he had anything to do with the plan to take Maddie, kill him. Oh, I am definitely going to kill him. No, please, the man cries. Rolling him over so his weight is on his arms and legs underneath him, he rocks around like a turtle on his back, unable to flip back over. Look at his tiny little dick, I say to Jordan, while slapping the underside of it with a single finger, making him whine like a bitch. Jordan's head pops right up again to examine the man's penis. Oh yeah, he's definitely bisexual. A straight man would have been appalled at the mere suggestion and said, hell no. Tiny, the kid agrees, and I don't think he likes you touching it, which is why I enjoy it so much, I tell him. Lifting my foot, I kicked the stub a few times with the toe of my dress shoe, causing the bastard to sob. "Would you suck him off if I let you see Maddie?" I asked Jordan. "No." His response is instant, no hesitation. "Why not? You could bite it off if you wanted," I suggest, pressing my foot and my weight down on his dick and balls. Now the man's screams hit a new pitch, nice and loud, making me hard as hell. "I'm not putting my mouth on a man who isn't into it," Jordan responds. And isn't that an odd way of phrasing it? "How about my dick?" I ask him. "Would you suck me off to see a live feed of Maddie?" Jordan doesn't answer my question right away. He thinks about it, considers it. Eventually, he says, "It would have to be simultaneously." "Simultaneously?" I repeat. "Smart. You know I won't show you her before I come in your mouth, and you also know I could refuse to show you after I come in your mouth. There's only one solution. Letting me watch her while you're getting off?" Jordan says. "Exactly." "Why the fuck not?" he remarks, sounding resigned and maybe a tad excited either at the thought of seeing Maddie or sucking my dick. "Might be the last time I ever see her again, right?" "Right, I agree." "But how do you have a live feed of her?" he asks. "You know how she keeps her laptop open and charging on the kitchen table all the time?" Jordan doesn't respond, probably too shocked that I know the layout of their tiny second-floor apartment so well. "That's right. I broke into your apartment while you and Maddie were out last week, so now I've got access to the laptop's camera whenever I want." "So you've been watching her? Us?" From the kitchen table, there is a perfect view of the bed through the bedroom door. "You were watching us last night?" "When Maddie was packing, then you distracted her with your dick?" "Oh, yeah. While I was cutting up Schultz, I was watching every second of you fucking her and her riding you this morning. Is it just me, or did she look surprised to get off both times during sex?" Rather than answer me, Jordan simply says, "Show me." I grin from ear to ear in anticipation. First things first, the homophobic pervert is going to come over and watch us. Rolling the asshole over, I grab the rope between his wrists and ankles to drag him over next to the bedroom doorway, then put him on his side so he's facing us. "Stay," I warn him, with a finger like he's a dog. Once I'm certain he's not going to move, I pull out my cell phone to make the connection while undoing the belt on my pants and removing my dress shirt, since I prefer to be naked whenever possible, especially for torturous sex to make my prisoners even more uncomfortable. The screen soon broadcasts the small living room where Maddie is sitting with her back against the front door, head hanging, face in her hands as if she's crying. Oh, hell no. Even without sound, watching her cry is making me go limp, and we can't have that. I need to come in her fake husband's mouth so damn bad. So I cheat, just a little. Jordan doesn't have a clue what time it is, so I just rewind the video until when Madison walks through the apartment door, after she runs to the bathroom, and right when she starts pacing with Dante's gun in her hand, chewing her thumbnail nervously. Figuring it's safe enough to turn the volume on, I do it and hear her phone ringing. "Not again, Josie," Madison says softly. Then she stares up at the ceiling. "Please, don't let him kill him, please." Did you hear that? She's getting worried I've already killed you. I tell her biker boy as I hold up the screen for him to see. Time to pay up. "As long as you keep the stream going," Jordan agrees, his amber eyes all sad and shit. Like I give a fuck. "Aren't you gonna warn me not to bite it off or you'll kill me?" "Nope," I say as I toe off my shoes, then remove my pants and socks so I'm completely naked, just like Jordan and our hog-tied friend. Climbing up over him on the table, I kneel at his head, straddling his face. Holding the phone up in my right hand, I stroke my dick in my left and rub my head over his pouty lips. I enjoy pain, so bite all you want. Too much pain or not enough sucking, though, and I'll turn the phone off. Without further conversation, Jordan opens his mouth wide enough for me to slide right on inside. His teeth glide over my shaft, but he doesn't bite down as I lean forward to thrust down his throat. He gags, eyes bulging and watering, wrists pulling on the chains. But I don't let up just yet. When I finally pull back a little to make it last longer, I ask him, "First time having your throat fucked?" His hum sounds pained as his eyes cut to the phone in my right hand, as if reminding himself why the fuck he agreed to this. "Did you think I would go easy on you?" I ask, before I slam deep again and again. Between the sounds of him gagging, the pervert's growing sobs, and the sight of Maddie strutting around the apartment in just a tee, panties, and a gun, I'm in fucking heaven. I want to draw it out, but it's too good, and I know it won't be long before we get to the crying portion of Maddie's night. I glance over my shoulder to see if Jordan's dick is getting hard, but it's still flaccid. Guess he's not enjoying having me shoved down his throat. But he agreed to do it anyway, just to see the woman he loves for a few minutes. His eyes are glued to the phone in my raised hand. God, that's so fucking pathetic. And hot. No telling what he would do for her, or her for him. I can't wait to find out. Sweat beads on my forehead as I lose myself in the pleasure of plunging in and out of a man's warm, wet, virgin mouth. Jordan may not be actively sucking on me like he wants me in his mouth, but the heat of his tongue on the underside of my cock is all I really need to feel. Definitely better than an eye socket. My fisted left hand slams into the wall of the camper above Jordan's head, hard enough to shake the damn thing as my balls draw up tight to my body. "Won't be long now, baby boy," I warn him. "Are you ready to swallow?" Now he tears his gaze from the phone to stare up at my face, something like panic in his eyes. With a chuckle, I ask him, "Where did you think I was going to come?" When his eyes cut to the phone screen again, I grab a handful of his hair to lift his head as I slam deep. The tip of his nose is pressed to my pelvis when I hold him there and let go. My cock jerks, and with the first pulse of release, the fucker finally applies enough suction to hollow out his cheeks. "Oh, fuck, that's good. Oh, fuck." I come so hard and for so long down his throat that I know I won't have to worry about feeding or watering the biker boy tonight because his belly is full of my cum. Reaching behind me, I give his perfect abs a rub, startling him as if he was in a trance. He starts to pull his mouth off me when I stop him, squeezing my knees together on either side of his head. "Wait. I'll keep the stream on for as long as you keep me in your mouth." My boss once sent me a photo of his then girlfriend, now wife, sucking his limp dick in her sleep. It was so damn hot that I wouldn't mind trying it out. Biker boy seems desperate enough for a peek at Madison to go along with it too. Slowly, he watches me as he lowers his head back down while still applying suction to my dick, so I relax, getting comfortable while we both watch Maddie panicking over his absence. He doesn't need to worry about Maddie. She doesn't need him because I'm going to take care of her. He should forget about her and worry about me. Wanting to distract him to fast forward the video, I press my palm down on his abs and rub circles along them. "I'm inside you now. What will your family and friends think when the police find your body with a stomach full of cum?" Jordan's eyes widen in fear, and his abs tighten under my palm. That much he's scared of, the judgment of his loved ones after his death, but not the dying part. Still stroking his stomach, I wink and tell him, "Don't worry, they won't ever find your body." His stomach muscles underneath my palm relax as I reach the point of the video where Madison gets up and goes to lie down in bed. Then those same muscles tighten again, in a different way this time. Looking at him over my shoulder, I watch as his dick finally gives a twitch of interest. "You're starved for a man's touch, aren't you, baby boy?" I ask him as I keep rubbing his stomach while watching his shaft swell. "You just don't want anyone to know. Trust me, a pervert isn't long for this world either. Your secret is safe with me," I say as I wrap my fingers around his erection and begin to stroke him from root to tip. Jordan's hips lift, thrusting with my hand while his mouth keeps my cock wet and warm. But when he dribbles pre-cum over my fingers, I remove my hand, licking my knuckles clean with my tongue, then leaving him right on the edge and aching again. My favorite kind of torture. I plan to spend hours filling his mouth with my cock, his stomach with my seed, and then I'm gonna finally see our girl.
Chapter 10. Maddie. I blink my eyes open, and for a moment it feels like a normal, happy day. But then I see the empty spot in bed beside me and remember that Jordan is missing, that he's probably being hurt, or may even be dead, and tears instantly blur my vision. I roll out of bed to grab my phone from the charger to see if there are any updates, and realize I'm actually not alone in the apartment. There's a man in a black suit sitting on the kitchen table right next to my open laptop. I shouldn't be happy to see Eli, but I am. After all, he's the only one who knows where Jordan is, and if he's still breathing.
"Daddy's been looking everywhere for you, Maddie,"
he says, as his gaze devours every inch of my body, as if searching for tiny changes or injuries. I wish I was wearing a bra under Jordan's tee and shorts, since he seems focused on those two areas. "Where's Jordan?" I demand, even if we both know he holds all the power. And man, I really wish I hadn't left my gun on the kitchen counter last night.
"Your boy is getting some sleep. He had a very, very long night."
I wince, unable to even imagine what he means by that. "Please don't," I whisper. "I'll leave if I have to. I'll leave Jordan behind if it means keeping him alive."
"Please don't what?"
Eli asks with a grin.
"Don't drag you home, or don't kill the biker boy you've been fucking and playing house with for the past year."
"Please just leave Jordan out of this. Let him go, Eli. I'll do anything."
"Anything? Not just return to Vegas, but you'll do anything I want?"
I swallow around the lump in my throat, the fear that it's too late, that he's lying to me and has already killed Jordan. "Yes, as long as you can prove to me that Jordan is alive, and you promise not to hurt him."
The boy was shocked, I tell you, shocked, when I told him you lied about the wedding in Vegas, when he was, what I can only assume was blacked out drunk.
Of course Eli found out about my lie and told Jordan the truth. It's just one more way to torment him. Jordan is innocent in this. It's not like he kidnapped me and brought me here from Vegas. I left with him. It was my decision.
You've made some stupid decisions. I honestly don't know how you stayed hidden for this long.
Is he alive, I ask?
For now.
Oh, thank God. Eli wouldn't kill him right away. No, he would take a sick pleasure in drawing out Jordan's pain for days before taking his life. I just have to figure out how to stop him. How did you find me? I ask.
I've been looking into all the private flights out of Vegas within 24 hours of when you went missing. I knew you would want to get as far away from Daddy as possible, so I narrowed it down to cities on the East Coast. I crossed out the most populated ones. You're not that stupid. You wouldn't want to be in a city with cameras on every street. But the small town angle seemed illogical too, at first. Everyone would know you.
He takes a step closer to me, still eyeing me as if he's trying to see through my thin tee.
But then I followed up with some local private investigators. One was a little too quick to assure me you hadn't been seen or heard from around here. Turns out, thanks to your fake husband tipping him off, he was going to send evidence that you were alive to your father for his reward, then sell you for millions more to a stranger up north. One who was excited about getting his filthy hands on the beautiful daughter of a notorious mob boss. Schultz had photos of you all around Rockland, sunning on the beach, drinking at the bar, And he even knew where you lived. Shit. That's who has been watching me? Felt that, did you? I nod, unable to wrap my head around the fact that I was so close to being kidnapped by what sounds like even worse monsters than Eli. Did you feel my eyes on you too? He asks. I did. As soon as I found the dead man's body in Greer's, I knew it was you, I tell him, just as he had hoped. What do you want, Eli? What do I want? Steeling myself, trying to sound more courageous than I feel, I tell him, I know you could drag me back to Vegas whether I want to go or not, but you've apparently been here for days and haven't snatched me up and ran yet. So what are you waiting for? What do you want? His shoulders shrug under his crisp black suit jacket. Maybe I'm tired of being Dante's bitch. Maybe I don't want to follow his orders any longer. Then don't follow his orders. Leave. Go anywhere you want. Just don't ruin this for me. Don't hurt Jordan. Eli strolls toward me, hands casually buried in his pants pockets, but his gaze is smoldering so hot, I know I'm about to get burned. Don't tell me what to do, Maddie, he says quietly. This is my game now. You have to play by my rules. What are your rules? I stammer, blowing my brave act. Striding up to me until he's standing so close I have to tip my head back to look at his face. He pinches my chin between his finger and thumb and presses down hard enough to bruise. My first rule is that you do whatever I want, whenever I want it. And if you refuse me, I'll kill your fake husband slowly, painfully. Let me guess. What you want is to have sex with me again? We didn't have sex. I ripped through your virginity, twice. I can't help but wince at the reminder of the stinging pain both times. This time I'm going to fuck you multiple times, in various creative positions. And if I refuse, you'll kill Jordan? I ask, jerking my chin from his grasp. Yes. Where is Jordan? He is tucked away, hanging out with a mutual friend, waiting for me to return to him. Where is he, Eli? The asshole chuckles and strikes faster than a cobra, long fingers wrapping tightly around my throat, squeezing. You think if you yell at me, I'll suddenly be scared of you now and blab the address? Sorry, baby, but that shit doesn't work on me. Nothing works on me, except giving me exactly what I want, when I want it. Now he jerks me toward him, choking me. But do keep screaming my name like that, Maddie. In fact, let's make that my second rule. I want you to scream my name whenever I'm pounding inside of you. The only exception is when I'm choking you at the same time I'm fucking you, or I have something shoved in your mouth preventing you from screaming. I tried to save your life, and this is the thanks that I get? I grit out, while using up what little oxygen he's allowing me to have. He releases my throat and asks, When did you ever save my life? Back home, in the dining room, after you took my virginity. I could have told my father. I could have screamed for someone to make you stop. But you didn't. I didn't because I didn't want to have your blood on my hands. Oh, please, Maddie. My blood would have only been on your daddy's hands. I had the power to keep your filthy secret from him, so I did, to keep you alive. Eli chuckles again while reaching around to fist a handful of my hair, tipping my head back so I have to look at his face. You can tell yourself you were altruistic if you want, but we both know you liked it so much you didn't want me to stop. You came so hard for me, on my tongue and my cock. Since I'm unable to look anywhere but up at him, I don't notice his next intentions. His free hand pinches my nipple through my thin shirt, then twists, making me squeal. I bet you were hoping I would fuck you again after I pulled you from the bathtub and claimed your virgin ass. Why didn't you? I can't help but ask through gasps. He releases my nipple and I suck in air as it throbs painfully. Because I was too busy fucking someone else. The stripper? How did you know about him? I may have gone to your room one night and overheard you and Daddy talking about where you had been. Eli's smirk is so smug I want to slap it off his face. You came to my room? What if Daddy had seen you? Then I would have told him I was looking for him and made up some excuse. So, you wanted me to fuck you again? No. Maddie, you don't go sneaking around a man's room unless you want him to fuck you. So why are we still standing here with clothes on? He asks. Get naked and get on the bed. I'm going to feast on your pussy. No. Do you want me to undress you instead? I'll gladly rip your shirt and panties off. The first thought in my head shouldn't be maybe. First, I need to know all the details of our deal, and for you to promise that you won't hurt or kill Jordan. Still gripping my hair, Eli leans down and licks the cuff of my ear. Fine. I won't hurt or kill the biker boy. I'll even keep feeding him for you. He will? This seems way too easy. Yes, his belly will stay nice and full if you let me spend the next 7 nights in your bed, naked with you, letting me inside of you whenever and however I want. 7 nights? For Jordan's life, that doesn't seem like a lot to ask, but I'm not sure if I would survive 7 nights with Eli. My father always taught me that everything is a negotiation. Hopefully this is too. 1 night, I counter, and Eli barks out a laugh. 3 nights, no less. 3 nights, but you have to show me proof that Jordan is alive, with a date and timestamp every night before we... Done. I prefer to keep an eye on my captives at all times. I'll even give you a link to the live feed. Great. That really will be great. Maybe once I see Jordan, there will be something around him to help me locate where he's being held. Thinking fast, I add, And you have to use condoms every single time. After all, I don't know where his dick has been, so I don't want to catch anything and give it to Jordan. Because I will be with Jordan again once this nightmare is over. He'll probably be traumatized by being held captive for days, and I'll have to deal with the memories of Eli fucking me. But we can get through it. We can get through anything together. Jordan promised me. I also want 3 vetoes, I blurt out. 3 vetoes? Yes, 3 occasions that I can refuse you without any repercussions to me or Jordan. 1 veto. Damn it. Fine, I huff, since 1 is better than none. What else? Eli asks, as if anticipating more demands. You can't kill me, like, even accidentally. Do you really think I would cut off your air for so long you would die? Yes. Well, what is there to stop me from killing you, and then using your body however I want afterward? You are a sick bastard, I tell him, and the way he blinks so hard is nearly a flinch. Which is why I get to text a friend that if I don't have a FaceTime call with her on Monday morning at 8 a.m., then I'm dead, and to call my father's cell phone number. Eli scoffs. Like you still remember Daddy's number. I do, I lie. His shoulders fall like he believes me. And because of that, I know he won't kill me. For some unknown reason, Eli doesn't want my father to hate him. I don't think he would care if Daddy took his life, but he doesn't seem to want to disappoint him. Guess something has changed since the night he fucked me on the dining table before dinner, hoping we would get caught. After the 3rd night, you let Jordan go, alive, unharmed, and you never go near him again. Only if you keep up your end of the bargain. I will. And if you agree to say your goodbyes to the biker boy the morning he's released, and come back to Vegas with me that same day without kicking and screaming. Deal?
Eli holds out his large palm for me to shake. I accept it, reluctantly, making my deal with the devil. He squeezes my hand to the point of pain.
Say it, Maddie.
It's a deal, I grit out. But if you don't keep your word...
I know,
he agrees. Yanking me by my hand to him, he slaps his lips over mine and swipes his tongue over them to try and wiggle inside. When I don't let him, he pulls back and adds,
If I don't keep my side of the deal, I'm a dead man after you tell Daddy I took your virginity on his dining table and fucked your brains out for 3 nights before bringing you home to him.
No, I reply. I'll kill you myself if you don't let Jordan go unharmed. His lips spread into a grin over mine. The hand on my hair keeps my head in place, while his other hand wraps around me, pulling my body flush to his. The poke in my belly scares me the most.
Then you'll never find your biker boy, and he will die alone and sad in the middle of nowhere, hating you for lying to him.
Now it's my turn to wince. Jordan will forgive me, hopefully. He can't be that far away. I keep talking as if my lips don't brush his with every word. With the Savage King's help, they'll find him, maybe even before your 3 nights are up. And if so, then Jordan will be the one who gets to kill you.
Big talk for a naive little girl,
Eli replies. I gasp when he grabs my ass, which is when he shoves his tongue into my mouth, claiming every inch of it. When he finally retreats, leaving me breathless, he whispers,
I know the Savage Kings are already aware that Jordan is missing, but if they interrupt even one of our 3 nights together...
He leans closer, shoving the tip of his tongue into my ear canal, over and over, like he's fucking it. It's wet and gross, making me squirm until he stops and says,
If anyone interrupts one of our nights, I will skin Jordan alive and make you watch every second. Is that understood?
Yes, I whisper, shivering against Eli and making him groan. Looking down at me less than an inch away from my face, he says,
You agreed so easily to 3 nights with me. You didn't miss being owned by me, did you? Was Jordan too soft and gentle when you wanted it hard and rough?
I can't wait until the 3 nights are over. I'll be counting down the seconds every moment you're inside of me, I assure him, before punching him in his dick. He howls and backs away from me, chuckling while clutching at his crotch.
Are you sure about that?
He asks through clenched teeth.
I think you'll forget how to breathe when I'm inside of you, just like you did before.
I may have agreed to let you fuck me, but I won't enjoy it. I love Jordan. He's the only man I'll ever want. You just used me to try to get back at my father. Smirking at me, Eli says,
We'll just see about that. I'll have you forgetting all about him with the first thrust of my tongue in your cunt. God, I can't wait to hear you scream and beg.
I shake my head. I won't let myself come for you.
Oh, Maddie, don't you remember what I told you when I took your virginity? Withholding orgasms is one of my favorite forms of torture. I didn't agree to let you come any of those 3 nights, did I?
Withholding orgasms? How bad could that be? I'll survive it. I'll close my eyes and imagine I'm somewhere else. Not with Jordan, because then I'll just feel even guiltier. Instead, I'll just imagine that Jordan and I are sitting on the breezy, peaceful beach, watching the sunrise together like we've done so many times before.
Get on the bed so we can get started,
Eli says when he abruptly moves, shoving my chest, making me stagger so the back of my legs hit the bed frame. First, before we do anything, I want to see Jordan. Show me that he's alive and not hurt right now.
Fine, Eli grumbles on a heavy exhale. I'll have to go set up a camera. Then I should probably feed him again, since I haven't put anything in his stomach in about... He examines the expensive-looking watch on his wrist. 16 hours or so. Yes, you should definitely feed him. Okay, fine. I will. In fact, I look forward to it, he replies with a grin. It shouldn't take me long. I want you naked, in bed, waiting for me when I return, or Jordan will suffer for it. In fact, he'll suffer for any time you refuse to do as you're told. And once I show you the live video of him at the beginning of the night, you're not allowed to check on him again until I leave in the morning. I can't have you staring at him all teary-eyed while I'm banging your brains out. If you disobey that order, then I won't let you watch him during the days when I'm not around. Fine, I agree. That's my last rule. No crying when I'm fucking you. Period. You start up the waterworks and I'll... You'll what, I ask, when he trails off in thought, since there's no way he can tell me how to feel. He rubs his scruffy chin a moment before grinning. If you cry, I'll not only tell Jordan I'm fucking you in his bed every night, but I'll also show him every second. My chest tightens to the point of pain at the thought of Jordan finding out. You have a camera in here? I do. Wouldn't you love to know where? My eyes dart around the bedroom, up to the vent in the ceiling before I head into the kitchen. As soon as I see my open laptop, I slam it shut. Such a smart girl, Eli laughs. I'm so glad I recorded you fucking Jordan the other night, and the next morning. It's definitely my favorite spank bank material now. My face burns at the thought of him watching us, while I was thinking about my first time with him. God, I hate myself for that so much. Never again. If you tell Jordan what we do those 3 nights, I'll tell my father everything the second I see him. Fine, he agrees, but no crying or I'll just kill Jordan and take off to another country. Asshole. This asshole owns your entire body now, he retorts as he strolls up to me and shoves his tattooed hand between my legs, grabbing me roughly. I hate that the pressure of his palm feels good against my clit, but he quickly pulls his hand away. I'll be back soon through the window to avoid your lookout in the parking lot. Don't even think about sending law enforcement or the Savage Kings after me. I'll just kill them all, and that blood will be on your hands. God, I hate you, I mutter, while trying to forget the tingles of pleasure left behind from his palm. You're going to love me by the end of our 3 nights together. No, I won't. We'll see, he says, before he starts toward the living room window. As soon as he leaves, I pull out my phone from my pocket to think carefully about my next move. I don't want anyone to end up dead, but I don't want Eli to hurt Jordan either. So after I send Celeste a message, telling her I'm going to hide out from Josie over the weekend, and will see her first thing Monday morning, I decide to call RJ. Fulton Automotive, a man answers, one who could be RJ or Thane. Hey, is this RJ? Yeah. It's Maddie. Oh, hey Maddie. There's still no sign of Jordan. I know. I just wanted to let you know that I heard from him. You did? Yes, he's okay, for now. But I don't know where he is, so the Savage Kings need to find him as soon as possible. By tonight. Wait, so you talked to Jordan, but he didn't know where he was? That's right. Reese is trying to track his phone. Yes, good. Let me know if he finds out anything. Will do, he agrees. Are you sure you're okay alone with just a prospect? I'm fine. I'm a mess, and Josie is out for blood, so if anyone hears anything, call me, please. Of course, you do the same. Thanks, RJ. No problem, he says. Then, all of this is sort of like déjà vu. Deja vu, I ask him in confusion. Oh, yeah. A few years ago, during a feud with the Devil Hounds, they kidnapped Jordan from the shop while I was out getting us lunch. It was Thane, actually, who nabbed him, but I didn't know where he was until Thane called to explain that Isaac wanted to talk to the Kings. They held him hostage until we got Lila to go back home. Wow, that seems like just the other day and so long ago. I didn't know that, I admit. Jordan never told me. God, I hope he's not freaking out, having to go through all this shit yet again. Josie is losing her mind, so your safest bet is definitely to avoid her, since she's made it clear that she blames you. I know, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix it, I say, before ending the call.
Chapter 11. Jordan. Change of plans. You get to live a little bit longer, Eli says when he slips back into the camper hours after he left, and I hate that my dick twitches at the mere sight of the beautiful monster, ready for more torment. A black plastic bag rattles in his hand, but I can't see the contents. Whatever it is can't be good. What do you mean, change of plans? Just get it over with, I tell him. Nope. God, I feel so ashamed of what I did last night, for what I would willingly do again. I'm starving to the point my stomach won't stop growling, and so thirsty my mouth is drier than sandpaper. And what do I want more than food or water? The psycho. Let me see Maddie again, I beg, because I'm worried about her, not for any other reason like tasting him again. No, Eli replies, without even considering it. Fuck. While he was gone, I pulled on the restraints, searched the camper for anything nearby that could help free me. The only thing of notice were the 4 jars lined up on the kitchen counter with labels like Maddie's cupcakes. Oh, and my stack of clothes. Cupcakes and chains. It's one weird-ass combination. I don't get this guy at all. I'm not sure if there is any way to make sense of him. Trying only hurts my head. It's hard to think or even keep my eyes open because I'm so damn exhausted. Who knew it was so draining to be edged for hours and hours? I didn't. Usually I don't last more than 30 seconds with Maddie, unless I think about the grossest thing in the world, like the gobs of her long hair she leaves behind in the shower drain, or the toothpaste gunk she never washes out of our shared sink. Her long hairs stuck in the toothpaste gunk. With those thoughts, I might make it 3 or 4 minutes if I thrust very slowly. Last night, while I held Eli's dick in my mouth until he came 2 more times down my throat, he stroked my dry dick raw, off and on for hours. Hours of him buried in my mouth while he brought me to the brink of pleasure, and then left me out in the cold. At least I fared better than the pervert. Eli really doesn't like him. Not that I feel sorry for him or anything. After he pulled out of my mouth, Eli, who was apparently tired of the man's whining, slammed a hammer over his restrained hands over and over again until his fingers were broken, bones visible, twisted, and he was bleeding all over the place while wailing. Now Eli puts down the black bag on the kitchen counter next to the jars of Maddie's cupcakes in my pile of clothes. Then he picks up a knife before going over to revisit the whimpering, hog-tied man. I have to lift my head off the table to watch, without warning, as Eli kneels next to the man and stabs the weapon right through the fucker's face. I think I may have even screamed a little, but it was thankfully overshadowed by the wails of the pervert. Each time Eli violently plunges the knife into his eye, the screams grow more agonized. If I didn't know before, now I'm certain that we're miles away from civilization. Otherwise, someone would have sent the cops by the time Eli finished removing the first eyeball from the severed muscles and tissue. Fucking hell, it's gross. The man's shrieks cut off abruptly, just as Eli's knife is inserted into the second eye, no doubt passing out from the pain. Fuck. I took too long. Eli grumbles to himself. He drops the bloody knife on the floor next to him to undo his belt in front of his pants, pulling out his long, swollen shaft. It looks so red and angry, there's no way he lasts longer than a few more seconds of stroking it. I'm relieved, but oddly have a twinge of jealousy when he erupts. On his knees, he's at the perfect height to shoot his release into the man's empty eye hole. The thick substance drips down his cheek and onto his lips. "God damn it," Eli exclaims. "I really wanted him to be conscious for that part." Oh, I'm sure he'll be thoroughly terrorized when he wakes up and tastes your dry cum. "Yeah?" he asks, looking at me over his shoulder as his bloody right hand wrings the last of his cum out of his dick. "You really do get off on the violence and terror," I remark. "I really do," he confirms. "Screams make me so fucking hard. The louder, the better." How exactly did you get so fucked up that screams, blood, and gore turn you on? I can't help but ask him. Wow, nobody has ever asked me that before. Eli gets to his feet and starts undressing all the way. Every inch of my skin feels tight as I watch him shove down his open suit pants, revealing his bloody dick and massive, muscular thighs the size of tree trunks. His upper body is just as thick, veins bulging in his forearms and biceps underneath rippling tattoos. His smooth chest and wide shoulders are solid masses that look like they could possibly withstand a bullet. And while he doesn't have an 8-pack of abs like my lean ass, there are plenty of indentations on his hard abdomen. "You've never seen a naked man before last night?" Eli asks, a cocky smirk on his face after he apparently watched me size him up. He slides all that nakedness into the left side of the booth next to my table bed. I lay my head back flat on the table to avoid looking at him. No, at least not actually in front of me. Just porn. Lots and lots of porn. If my stepfather had gotten naked, well, I would have lost my heart on, and he fucking knew it. There's a long pause after that confession passes my lips. I honestly don't know why I blurted it out. Only my mom and Colt know what happened with Darren. "Your stepfather?" Eli finally asks. "Not the one I have now," I'm quick to clarify. "Colt's definitely hot." "One of the pretty blonde Fulton brothers?" he asks, having obviously done his homework while stalking Maddie. "Right. It was my mom's husband before him. Imagine the opposite everything of Colt. Late 30s, flabby, a beer belly hanging over his pants, with a nose and ears too big for his head. I honestly have no clue what my mom saw in him, other than he had a stable job or some shit. I had to keep my eyes closed the whole time. "The flabby asshole fucked with you?" "Yeah, a few times. It was sort of a, I won't tell your mom you're skipping school and failing if you don't tell her I get off playing with your dick situation." "He played with your dick?" "Until my mom caught him, us, in the middle of it one day when she came home from work early. She threw his ass out right then and there." Fuck. Right? I'm still ashamed of myself for being so weak, for letting him talk me into doing that shit, for hurting my mom. I should have just told her I wasn't going to graduate. Her disappointment in me would have been a lot better than the repulsion and betrayal on her face. "How old were you?" Eli asks. 18. So it technically wasn't illegal or anything. In the end, I still failed my senior year and had to go to summer school to get my diploma. The camper is now so silent for so long, I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. "He fucked your head up?" Eli eventually asks. "Is that why you refused to come out of the closet?" "I'm not gay," I say defensively, and wait for the bark of laughter or comment about how what I did last night that suggests otherwise. When it doesn't come, I add, I didn't want to like it, and I wasn't attracted to him, like, at all, even when he was, touching me. Still, afterward, I refused to even let myself think about what it might have been like with the man I actually wanted. That makes sense. Eli agrees. Once someone fucks your head up, it's hard to undo their damage. Wow, I wasn't expecting the psycho bastard to be so insightful or understanding. Did someone fuck with you too? I ask, using his earlier phrasing. Not like that. I was just born a monster. Born a monster? I repeat in confusion. I finally glance over at him. He's sitting naked in the booth with his bloody hands and dick, otherwise looking like he's waiting on dinner to be served. Since I take up the majority of the table, and based on the way he stares at my body, I'm guessing I'm the only thing currently on the menu. Whenever my mother looked into my eyes, she said she could see the devil looking back at her. She regretted bringing me into the world and wanted to take me out of it. She even thought she had succeeded in drowning me in the bathtub when I was like 7 or 8. He says this all calmly, like it's a perfectly normal part of childhood. Your mother tried to drown you? Yeah. Jesus, how the hell did you survive that? Shrugging, he stretches both strong arms along the back of the booth. He grips the fake leather so tightly with his fingers that the veins in his biceps and forearms pop out even more. I just held my breath and stopped fighting her, so she thought I was dead. Damn, man, I mutter, unable to imagine my mom doing something so horrible at such a young age. What did you do after she tried to kill you? Oh, I went about life like usual. I just kept going to school and shit. He chuckles and says, when I walked through the kitchen to grab breakfast that first morning, she screamed and threw the hot frying pan full of eggs at me. The dumb bitch thought I was a damn ghost. She actually believed you had died and come back as a ghost? I repeat, unable to help my smile, even if it's a fucked up story. She thought she had killed me and that I had come back to haunt her since she buried me and everything in a shallow grave in the backyard. Jesus! She fucking buried you after drowning you? I exclaim in disbelief. Yeah, but not well, thankfully, or I probably would have suffocated before clawing my way out. His mother tried to drown him, buried him alive, threw a hot pan at him when he was 7 or 8? And all that happened to 7 or 8-year-old Eli in just the span of a day. No wonder he's so fucked up. Every time I walked into a room after that night, she would scream. He goes on to say, I fucking loved it, because it was the sound of me claiming a tiny shred of revenge. She had hit me plenty of times trying to knock the devil out of me. Finally, I had to figure out a way to hurt her back. After being so weak for so long, I felt powerful. Your mother seriously thought the devil was in you when you were just a kid? She didn't just think it. She was absolutely certain I was possessed or some shit. She would slap the shit out of me or full-on punch me in the face trying to get the evil out of me. The night the drowning happened was right after I decided to hit her ass back for the first time. Hit her so hard I knocked the bitch to the ground. Sounds like she deserved much worse. Oh, she did. Still, she cried and sobbed the entire time she held me under the bathwater. I don't think she wanted to kill me, but she thought she was doing the world a favor, saving it from me. And when she thought I came back to haunt her as a ghost, she felt so damn guilty for my murder that one night I found her just chugging all the pill bottles in the medicine cabinet. I tried to stop her, knocked them away and poured the rest down the toilet while telling her I was still alive, not a goddamn ghost, and that her attempt to kill me obviously failed. What did she say? Nothing. She passed out on the floor crying, so I went to bed. Figured she would either live until the next morning or wouldn't. I no longer cared either way. He stops telling the story there, but I'm so invested I need to know more. That's why I can't help but ask, well, did she live? He nods his head and bites down on his bottom lip, a moment before reaching a blood-stained fingertip out to trace the lines of my abs closest to him. I gasp at the soft, teasing touch. My mind is headed deep into the gutter when he says, she lived. I was asleep when she pulled me out of bed by my arm and dragged me all the way outside to the backyard where the sun was just starting to come up. Same yard where she had buried me weeks earlier. She yanked on my shoulder so hard it popped out of socket. I was in agony. Lower and lower that fingertip of his traces before starting all over again at the top, making it hard to concentrate on his words. But I do, blocking out the happy tingles, since this is important. I don't know why it's important to me if I'll be dead in a few hours or days, but I listen to him and warn my dick to shut up. I didn't even know what the crazy bitch was doing until she had padlocked a dog collar around my neck and chained me to the fence with another padlock. Then she just left. Went back inside the house with a big sigh of relief and a smile on her face like she was proud of herself. She left you chained up outside like an abused dog? For how long? A little over 24 hours, he says. Wow, she kept you out there a whole day and night? I tried a million different combinations on both locks. There was no food. No water other than what little rain had collected in an old dirty dog bowl out there. I had a big noisy mutt that died from heat or something right out there on that chain months before, he says. Anyway, the next morning was a Monday, a school day. A kid in the neighborhood heard me swearing in frustration at the damn locks from the corner school bus stop. He came around the house and found me. I asked him to go get me some bolt cutters to snap the locks. Instead, the police and social services showed up. They arrested her? They arrested her and asked me if she had hurt me before. I told them everything. About her trying to knock the devil out of me with her fists and thinking she had drowned me, then buried me. Did you have any relatives to take you in? God, no. Not that I would have wanted to live with any of her relatives. He reaches across my body to the other side of my abs, his arm resting heavily, but not uncomfortable, on my stomach, as he watches his fingertips slowly trace each line of those muscles. I didn't know who my father was, so I ended up in foster care. A big house with 3 other boys and a girl. I was fucking starving, too. So when I finally, after days, had a slice of meatloaf in front of me next to a pile of potatoes, it felt like I had died and gone to heaven. Shaking his head, he smiles and says, "The first bite was the best damn thing I had ever tasted." I went to stab my fork in the loaf for another bite, and the oldest kid, 14 or 15 to my 7 or 8, reached over and snatched it right off my plate with his dirty-ass hands. No fucking way, I say, unable to imagine someone else being a dick to the poor little boy who had already suffered enough. Oh yeah, he shoved my meatloaf right into his fat mouth while the foster mom had her back turned washing dishes. So I aimed my fork for his loaf still untouched on his plate. He tried to cover it with his hand. Eli chuckles at the memory. My fork went right through his flesh, hitting bone. I had never heard screams like that before, even louder than my mother's. And fuck, I was pissed when he bled all over the best meatloaf I had ever tasted. But I still ate every crumb while everyone else was running around the kitchen in a panic. Wow. Did you get into trouble even though we started it and deserved it? Oh, yeah. I got thrown into juvie. For how long? I think it was only going to be a year or 2, but whenever I had a psych evaluation, I would go apeshit and tear up the fucking room, threaten to kill the doc so I could stay in confinement. You didn't want out? I sure as shit didn't want to go back to my mother or a random foster home where I could fuck shit up. At least in juvie, I got fed 3 meals a day. After a few years, I even had 2 good friends who were long-termers like me. We watched each other's backs. Then, in our teen years, we scratched each other's itches, too. He adds with a grin. So it wasn't that bad. Especially after I had enough meals to put on a little weight and grew a few inches so I could stand up to the bigger kids and kick their asses. How long were you in juvie? I ask, as his teasing finger swirls around and around my belly button, stealing my breath. I went in when I was 8 and came out when I was 18, so 10 years. Damn, it wasn't bad, he reiterates, as if trying to convince himself. Our uniforms were like pajamas, and other than having to wake up early, it was like a regular school day with classes. Recess outside was a small area surrounded with a 13-foot barbed wire fence. But if we didn't fuck up for several months in a row, they let us work at the farm next door to the detention center. Got to stay outside longer in the summer. Where did you go when you got out? Not back to your mother, right? Oh, hell no. She was dead by then anyway. Drug overdose or suicide 7 years earlier. He suddenly drags his finger down, down, down to my pubes. His eyes study the dark curls like they're the most interesting thing he's ever seen, while telling me the craziest fucking story I've ever heard. Not that I give a shit if she was dead. It's not like she ever came to visit me before she died. Must have been tough being released with nowhere to go and no money, I remark, trying to imagine what I would have done without my mom when I was an 18-year-old fuck-up. It wasn't. I didn't have shit, so when I was released, I roughed up and robbed people on the street for watches or any shit I could pawn. I lost touch with my friends from juvie. Jace still had time to serve, and Jamal got released before me. You lived on the streets? There sure as shit weren't any homeless shelters back then in Ridgeway, South Carolina. I never fucked anyone for money, but I would fuck older men or women for a bed for the night. I can't even wrap my head around that type of desperation, having sex with someone just to have a safe place to sleep. How did you go from the streets to... I lift my restrained hand as if to gesture to him. You know, the suit and all. Finished with his thorough examination of my pubes, his fingernail drags down over my cock. Eli chuckles when I squirm and groan as that nail runs along my swollen shaft. Up and down, around, teasing, always teasing. How did I go from the streets to here? That's a long story, he replies, and I need a shower. Got some of his blood on you too now. Then wash that shit off while you tell me the rest, I demand. The deep blue glower he gives me makes it clear that he doesn't like taking orders. Please wash it off? I ask nicely. I don't want that sick bastard's blood on me. Me either. Eli slides out of the booth without a word, and all I can do is watch his juicy round ass head for the bathroom. I hear the spray of the shower and know he's not coming back for a while. My mouth waters, wishing I could get a few drops of liquid on my tongue. The longer Eli is gone, the more aware I become of the sticky blood drying on me. I lift my head and find the trails of crimson all over my stomach, down to my pubes and cock. Damn him. I feel so dirty and disgusting, wishing he would hurry up and get back out here so I can beg him to clean me up. And fuck, I really want him to touch me again, only without the blood staining my skin. Finally, after what feels like forever, the water cuts off, making me wonder what kind of water source the camper is hooked up to in order for it to last so long. A moment later, Eli strolls out of the bathroom, his shoulder-length wet hair dripping, brushing the tops of his ripped shoulders as he dries his huge body off with a hand towel. It's pretty ridiculous, actually. Are you laughing at my baby towel? Eli asks when he notices my silent laughter. Grabbing the two ends of the fabric between his hands, he rolls it up and then comes over to pop me with it. Of course, at my dick. Ow, fuck, that hurts! That statement only has him doing it again and again, aiming for my stomach and chest. Stop hitting me with it and scrub the blood off with it. Standing between my thighs, Eli stares down at me like he's memorizing every inch before he finally says, I'm gonna need more water. Turning around to the cramped kitchen, he opens cabinet door after cabinet door until he finds what he was looking for. A glass. God, yes. I'm so thirsty, I tell his naked backside. He runs the sink faucet, filling up the glass, then turns around, bringing it over to me, and throws the water on me. I gasp at the cold surprise of it splashing my face and body, then lap up what my tongue can reach. Eli is still grinning as he slides back into the booth. You're a dick, I tell him. Open wide, he says as he scoots closer to my head. Why? Because I said so. I hesitate for only a moment before parting my dry lips. Leaning over my face, Eli wrings out the damp right side of his hair directly over my waiting mouth. Beggars can't be choosers, so I gladly swallow the cool liquid down, tasting the coconut flavor of the shampoo he must have used. He's close enough that my cuffed right hand can even grasp his bicep. Eli jolts as if he didn't realize he had come so close, but doesn't pull away. If anything, he flexes to make the muscle harder, bigger, as if he's trying to impress me. I already knew his arms were thicker than my thighs, so it's completely unnecessary. Reaching over, he wrings the left side of his hair into my still open, greedy mouth. As he drops his head a little lower, I close my lips around the strands of his hair dangling before me to suck on them, while my fingers knead his hard bicep. I hear Eli suck in a breath, as if he's getting as turned on as I am from our weird-ass flirting or whatever it is we're currently doing. Digging my fingers into his bicep, I bite down on his hair, tugging him close enough that I can lick the scratchy scruff of his cheek. He lets out a moan louder than the noises he made when his dick was in my mouth. And when he turns his head, I stick out my tongue to run it over his parted lips as he stares down at me with a different, softer sort of heat in his eyes. Taking the hint, he presses his lips to mine, a gentle brush at first, until my tongue swipes over them again. That's when he snaps. His tongue shoves deep into my mouth to do battle with my own. His palm slips under my head, bringing my mouth closer, while I keep a grip on his arm. I feel dizzy, like there's not enough oxygen in the camper. When Eli's fingers wrap around my throat and squeeze, it feels like I'm floating. The kiss grows more desperate, and I'm not sure if he's about to kill me or fuck me, as everything goes dark. Do it already, I pant against his lips, knowing which option I would prefer. But Eli only releases my throat like it burned him and pulls back out of my reach. Brow furrowed, he even looks angry as his chest rises and falls. You taste like my cum. No kidding, since it's all I've had to eat today, I remind him. And how do you know what your cum tastes like? You've never tasted your own spunk? He asks. No? I'll make sure you do when I finally let you come, he says. Then he slides out of the booth with his small towel and runs it under the kitchen faucet, then wrings it out. Before coming back, he grabs one of Maddie's cupcake jars and a fork from a drawer. As if in a hurry, he rubs the wet towel over my stomach and pelvis, then my dick, cleaning away the blood before tossing it away. Sliding back into the booth, he pops the top of the mason jar and lays the lid on my chest. What flavor is that one? I ask him. He turns the jar around to read the Wicked Delights Cupcake Company sticker. Blueberry lemon. Nice. That's one of my faves. Stabbing the fork into the jar with the same aggression as he stabbed a man's eyeball, He removes the fork and brings it down to my mouth. I part my lips greedily for it. I moan as soon as the sweet cake and icing hit my tongue, and holy shit. Moaning and biting food off a fork another man is holding is a sort of intimacy I've never felt before. Not even with Maddie. Chapter 12. Jordan. Eli continues to feed me like I'm a helpless child, and it takes a great deal of more effort than it should to remember he has to feed me because he's got cuffs on my wrists and ankles holding me down on a table. Tell me the rest of your story, I say between bites of cupcake when he stays way too quiet, as if he's lost in his head, busy plotting my death. My story, right, he mutters. But after a deep breath, he nears the bottom of the jar and starts right back up. One night, a cop chased me down an alley after I robbed some guy. I jumped over a few fences looking for a place to hide out. There was this house with the garage door open late at night. I thought, bingo, some idiots forget to close it. I could hide out and fill my pockets by robbing the house. Finished with the blueberry lemon jar, Eli gets up, still completely naked, and grabs another. I don't know the flavor until he puts the forkful in my mouth. Red velvet. No shit. He holds up the jar to read the label. Once he confirms the flavor, he feeds himself the next bite, eyes widening. Damn, that's good. Maddie actually has skills. Right? I agree. The mention of her threatens the guilt to overwhelm me, so I tell him, keep going. Did you rob the house? No, I didn't see the old man in the back corner on the bench press. He asked if I was lost or a stupid thug who would get himself killed before he could legally drink. I stood there, hesitating, weighing my options, knowing I would probably get arrested if I left. He saw my busted, bleeding knuckles and said the least I could do was learn to throw a punch. There was a hanging bag in his garage, too. Turns out he was an old army boxer. He lived alone. His wife had left him 20 years earlier, took their 3 kids, and never contacted him again because of his temper. I doubt he ever hit the woman or his kids. He was just big and looked like a beast when he was angry. Uh-huh, I say, as he shovels in more red cake into my mouth. Mac, that was his name. He let me sleep on a cot in the garage for almost a year, but only let me in the house to use the shower or grab something to eat, whatever leftovers he had. I think he thought of me as a pet, one too feral to be let inside the house where I would tear up shit or piss on the rugs. He laughs at that. Still, I was grateful for Mac, for what he did offer me. He told me about his friend in Atlantic City looking for MMA fighters. Mixed martial arts. No wonder Eli looks like he could kill a man with his bare hands. And probably has. Isn't that what he threatened to do to me the first night in the shop? So I took a bus up to New Jersey, made some money underground fighting for a while and training with that guy. I lived in a shitty little apartment the size of yours, but with 3 other slobs for almost 2 years. Nothing but fighting, fucking, and training every day. I won so many fights I got bored. The purses were tiny, barely enough to eat on for a month. So I packed up my measly belongings in a backpack and headed out to Vegas. Is that where you met Maddie's dad? Yeah. Dante wasn't big into fights yet, but I hounded him in the casino until I convinced him to come watch me fight. He was, God, hot as hell and rich as fuck. The way Eli smiles as he says that makes me think he had a crush on his boss. Wonder if the feelings were mutual with Maddie's dad. That night, I knocked out a big guy with the odds stacked against me. Put him to sleep in the first 2 minutes, showing off a little because I knew Dante was there. He agreed to try to get me some bigger fights for a cut of the purse, and of course, taking bets on me. Everything was great for almost a year. I had my own apartment and an old Jeep in my name. I got greedy and wanted more, though. I wanted enough money so I wouldn't have to bleed myself or anyone else again. What did you do? I bet on myself to lose when I had built up a career on never fucking losing. Of course, Dante knew what I had done before I even left the cage. I thought he was going to kill me backstage that night. Instead, he made me get on my knees and beg for his forgiveness. I told him I would do anything to make it up to him if he let me live. He made me his bitch, and I hated him for it. Clearing his throat, he says, "A small part of me thought he wanted me, that it was the reason he didn't kill me. I only saw him in public with beautiful women, but I thought he was too worried about his image to come right out and admit to fucking another man. Turned out he keeps his life private, but not because he's bi. He just kept me alive to make an example out of me." Wow, that answers that question. And I don't know why I'm so glad to hear that Maddie's dad isn't Eli's lover. First, Dante made me fetch him drinks, food, women, like a lowly servant. Then, eventually, he would let me rough people up to send warnings. Beatings soon turned into torturing those who betrayed him like me. He loves the violent shit as much as I do. It gets him hard as hell. He's watched me jerk off, suck off, and fuck with people who betray him, but he never let me touch him. So, one night, when I had the chance, I fucked his daughter instead. Maddie. I only wanted to get back at him for everything, being his bitch and not giving a shit about me. He had just met Vanessa and was falling for her. I knew I would never be more than his attack dog and tormentor. And the one guy he knew I was fucking on the regular rather than torturing, Dante wanted him dead. Wanted me to kill him. Did you? Not at first. I gave Gavin a heads up to get the fuck out of town. He listened, and it kept him safe for almost a year. Dante never gave up searching for him, though, after Gavin nearly got his wife, Vanessa, killed. When Gavin was eventually found and dragged back to Vegas, Dante told his stepson Cole and daughter Cass to decide if he should live or die for what he did to Vanessa. Maddie has a sister? I ask in surprise. Grinning at me, he says, "She has 2 sisters. Cass, a feisty redhead even I don't fuck with, and Sophie, the youngest, the innocent one who Dante had to replace for Madison in an arranged marriage to his rival after she ran away." Madison. She never told me she had any sisters, I say, the name sounding strange after only knowing her as Maddie, Madeline, she claimed. Or that she was supposed to marry her father's rival. Lachlan was furious when Maddie left, and Dante kept it a secret from him for months while he searched for her. But Sophie and Lachlan are happy now, so it worked out, eventually. And their mother? I ask. The girls have 3 different mothers, all of whom are dead because of Dante's enemies. Jesus. What happened to Maddie's mom? Killed in a drive-by when she was just a baby. She was with her that day in a stroller and survived without a scratch on her. Holy shit. She never told me that either. I'm not surprised, Eli remarks. So, what happened to that guy, Gavin? Right. Well, I knew Cass and Cole were going to kill him while I had to stand there and watch, so I took matters into my own hands. Fucked Gavin again and killed him so they wouldn't have to do it. Damn. Do you regret it? Killing him? No. I wanted to regret it. To find out that I was capable of feeling some decent sort of emotion for another human being. But I didn't. I didn't care that he was dead. I just missed fucking him. He was hot as hell, a Vegas stripper with the body made to be licked and worshipped. Okay, that definitely feels like jealousy warming my blood and making my fists clench. I'm jealous of a dead man? God, I'm pathetic. Still, I can't help myself, asking, only half joking, my body isn't lickable? "Oh, you definitely have a lickable body," Eli says, while eyeing my abs and then my hard cock. "And you're not the only one who likes sucking dick." I didn't say I liked it. He arches an eyebrow at me. "No man keeps a dick in his mouth for hours, swallowing 3 loads of cum if he doesn't like it." "I did it to see Maddie," I remind him. "Maddie was just a bonus, an excuse. I think you would happily suck me off for another stomach full of cum just for the hell of it. Did you like the way I taste?" It wasn't a bad flavor, just different, I admit honestly. "Different from Maddie, you mean?" "Yes. Are you going to try and fuck her again?" I ask him. "What do you think?" "I think you can try, but she won't do it. She loves me." "You love her too, and yet you let me fuck your mouth for hours last night. Is that why you came after her? To have her all to yourself again?" "Maybe." "So when you said you never kill anyone who doesn't deserve it, you think I deserve it for being who Maddie loves?" "I'm doing you a favor. You've been lying to her and yourself all this time. She deserves better than being your consolation prize because you're too chicken shit to come out of the closet. Just because I'm attracted to men doesn't mean I can't love her too. You're not just attracted to men. I think you prefer them." When I open my mouth to argue, he says, "Sure, you love Maddie and think she's the sexiest woman in the world, right? But deep down, we both know that if you weren't fucked up by your stepfather, you would rather have a man in your bed than Maddie." I shake my head in denial. "How do you know if you've never even fucked a man or been fucked? Do you have a preference? Do you top or bottom in all your sexual fantasies that refuse to go away, despite the fact that you live with and get to fuck a gorgeous woman who is way out of your league? If you were completely satisfied with Maddie, if you truly loved her, you wouldn't keep thinking about cocks. How the fuck would you know who or what I want?" I snap at him. "Because I was once in your shoes. Except I spent years only fucking around with other guys. I've fantasized plenty of times about women, but couldn't be near any until I was 18. And 18-year-old thugs don't have the ladies lining up to screw them. But eventually, when I started making a name for myself in Atlantic City, I could easily have men or women. And while pussy is delicious, I don't think I could live on it alone. I crave cock in every hole, and probably always will, no matter what beautiful woman may spread her legs for me." "So you don't want to fuck Madison?" "Fucking her was only about getting my revenge on Dante Salvato. Causing him pain was the sole pleasure I found in taking her virginity. I wanted him to find out then. Now I don't. I don't bother pointing out that he's a lying sack of shit. He feels something for Maddie in his fucked up heart, whether he realizes it or not. And it doesn't have anything to do with their father." Finished with the second jar of cupcakes, Eli says, "I should feed you something more." "More real food or more of your cum?" I ask. "Real food." "I'm not hungry," I say, intentionally avoiding looking at the pervert who still hasn't made another sound. Sweets were fine with the scent of blood in the air, but I doubt I could stomach an actual meal. "You need to eat something." "Why?" I ask. "What does it matter if I'm going to die soon anyway?" "Because I want to keep you alive a little longer, and it's no fun if you give up so soon. Where's the boy who agreed to suck my dick just to see his girl?" Ignoring his question, I ask, "What happens to Maddie once you do whatever it is you're doing here in Rockland? You're going to take her back to Vegas?" "Yes." "Why haven't you taken her back already? What's the holdup?" "Isn't it obvious?" he replies, cutting his eyes to my naked body. "You're only staying in town to play with me?" He grins like the cat who ate the canary. "That, and Nothing you need to worry about. When you say that, I know it has to be something that I definitely need to worry about. Considering what he might be up to when he leaves the camper, I ask, are you going to hurt any of the Savage Kings? Not unless they interfere with my plans. Now be a good boy and tell me what you want to eat. And maybe, after I feed you, I might finally let you come in my mouth. As he starts to get up from the table, he leans his over to swipe his tongue over my shaft on the way by, before going over to the kitchen. I watch him with the sort of longing I've never felt before for anyone, not even Maddie. I hate myself for it, but I refuse to deny it for another second. Pizza. You want pizza? That's easy enough to find, right? I ask. He opens the freezer, the cool, frosty air swirling around his naked ass and backside. Well, you're in luck. 10 minutes later, and Eli has silently fed me an entire kid-size pepperoni pizza fresh from the microwave. He even dabs at my lips with a napkin to clean my face. Time for your reward, he says, as he slides out of the booth to throw away the trash. When he comes back and stands between my legs, he runs both of his palms up the inside of my thighs and says, Have you been sucked off by a man before? That stepfather fucker? Yes. Did you ever suck his? Never. Yours was the first, I admit. Fuck me. Eli's eyes slam closed on a groan, and he removes one hand from my thigh to grip his cock, tugging it, stroking it. When his dark blue eyes open again, he asks, Did you try to hold off when you were in his mouth? God, yes. I tried not to get hard, not to give in, but it didn't work, did it? No, not when he had this trick that would always set me off so fast. I watch captivated as Eli sticks his index finger into his mouth and then pulls it free. He finger-fucked your asshole at the same time? Yes, I hiss as his wet finger brushes over my asshole, making my hips jerk upward. Please. Please, what? Suck me. Suck me and poke your prostate? Oh, God, I groan when his finger prods my tightly clenched hole. It's like my body is determined to resist the intrusion. More force is needed. It may sting at first, but then it'll feel amazing. How is this different from before? Eli asks, as he lowers his face and the tip of his tongue flicks over my slit, teasing me along with that circling finger, causing my eyes to slam shut on a groan. Say it, he demands. I want it, I reply, as I strain my neck to watch every move he makes between my legs. You want it? You're going to have to be more specific than that, baby boy. The term of endearment feels almost as good as his tongue, making my cock jerk. Eli wants to hear me beg and scream. That's what turns him on. Please, Eli, I want you to suck me off, and I need you to fuck me with your finger. He grunts his approval at my plea, probably because I used need instead of want, along with his name. Because it feels good? He asks, suckling my crown for 2 mind-blowing seconds that cause my eyes to roll back into my head. Yes, and what? His finger disappears, and his lips aren't even close enough to feel his warm breath anymore. I open my eyes and lift my head again to look down at him kneeling and naked between my spread thighs. His devastatingly handsome face is level with my cock, and those deep blue eyes are hungrily devouring me a little more with each second that passes. Because it feels good. And what, Jordan? Because it's you teasing me, touching me, tasting me. What about me? You're fucking crazy, and so damn hot, I admit. I still want to lick every inch of your body, even after... After what? After watching you carve out a man's eyeball. And why do you think that is? Fuck! I slam my head back down to the table in frustration when he continues to drag this out. Please just do me, Eli. Answer my question, Jordan. Then I'll do you so fucking good. The command, combined with the use of my name and promise, makes me shiver. Because you scare the shit out of me, and I like it. God, you make me so damn hard. Those are my last words, as Eli's mouth gobbles down my dick. His damp hair tickles my pelvis and inner thighs as he sucks my shaft deep into his throat and finally penetrates me with his fingers at the same time. Nothing but screams, moans, and whimpers fill the camper as hours, days of agonizing blue balls finally explode from what I'm certain is the deepest depths of my soul. On and on the pulses of pleasure go. I writhe in the confines of the ankle and wrist restraints through the longest, best orgasm of my entire fucking life. Yes, God, yes, I cry out as he greedily swallows me down. He milks every last drop from me until minutes have passed, and I grow flaccid in his still suctioning mouth, my limbs all just as limp and sated. Don't stop. Not yet. Because now I know exactly why Eli insisted that I keep his cock warm and wet for hours. Just letting me temporarily occupy a part of his body without him getting anything out of it for himself makes me feel worshipped, taken care of, spoiled even. I wish I could reach down and run my fingers through his wet hair, hug his face more tightly to my body. But with my wrists restrained, well, there's still a vulnerable sort of peace of mind to hold on to where I can lie to myself and say I couldn't have stopped him from sucking and finger-fucking me even if I had wanted to. I fucking love edging, withholding, I admit aloud to try and drown out those other insecure thoughts in my head. God, I love how this crazy bastard makes me feel fucking alive, even as he threatens to kill me. His tongue easily swirls around my shriveling shaft, playing with my dick like it's his favorite toy. My back arches, encouraging him to keep it up. It's the best kind of torture, isn't it? Eli asks, when he unfortunately pulls his mouth off my shaft, but lingers to lick my crown clean. So damn good, I agree, certain my toes are going to cramp up from how hard he made them curl. I can't feel my legs anymore. Good thing you don't need them, he replies as he gets to his feet. Now get some sleep. I've got work to do, Eli says to me. What work? Without explaining anything further, he grabs his discarded dress shirt and wraps it around my face and head, tying it on the side so tight I can't dislodge it without grabbing it, which I can't do. It smells like his sweat and coconuts. Not a bad combination. What, are you going to suffocate me now? I ask, unable to help my satisfied smile. Sleep. He barks at me again. Forced with nothing to see but darkness, my body happy and sated, I close my eyes and drift off for a few peaceful minutes. When I wake up to a hot, wet mouth on my cock, I groan, but not in pleasure. He's at it again already, like he couldn't get enough, or because he wants to torment me further. Suck, suck, suck. Then he pulls off and stops. Suck, suck, suck. Then he stops. Over and over again, with longer pauses between each time. With my entire face covered, I can't even see when he's about to start or stop. And the pain is like no other. But now I know how good it will feel when he finally lets me come again, so it's worth the suffering. Worth my heavy, aching balls and throbbing cock. I'm close. Don't let me come yet, I tell him between gasps during one of the longer pauses. Eli unties his shirt from my face. It takes several long moments for my eyes to adjust again to the bright fluorescent light overhead. When I do, it's just in time to see Eli kneeling between my legs again. His mouth opens wide. I lift my head to watch my shaft disappear between his lips. His cheeks hollow out as he applies enough suction to pull a few drops of pre-cum from my head before he pulls all the way off. "Gotta go," he says, and I try and fail to hide my disappointment. "No!" I shout to the ceiling as I slam my head back down, hating the cool air blowing over my swollen, needy dick that needs a tug so bad I think I might die if I don't come soon. Worth it. It'll be worth it when he stops teasing me. The psycho laughs as he gets to his feet. Then he wipes his damp mouth and chin dry on my abs, the most ticklish spots on my body, making me squirm. "Maybe I'll let you come when I get back in the morning." "In the morning? Where are you going?" "Like I would tell you," he huffs with a grin. "I need to take a piss again," I say, because it's true, and because I'm stalling to keep him here a little longer. "Then let me bring the pervert on over for another golden shower." Eli goes over and gives the rope on his ankles and wrists a tug. "Oh, shit." "What?" "The motherfucker died already," he says indignantly before dragging him over. "Well, it doesn't matter. Piss on him again. He deserves it." Eli holds my dick, angling it just so for maximum range as I let go. And when I'm done, it feels like 100 pounds were removed from my bladder. He leans down and licks up the dribble. I might let you piss in my mouth tomorrow," he remarks as he wanders off to the back of the camper, to the room where the cages are. And God, that sort of freaky shit should not be hot. But the fact that he's greedy for all of me, even my piss, is like an odd sort of high. When he returns, he's wearing what looks like a fresh black suit and pressed white dress shirt underneath, the top 2 or 3 buttons left opened to show off his chest. "See you in the morning," he says, while I'm still busy checking him out. "You don't want me to suck you off again so I can see Maddie?" "You didn't get enough of my cum last night?" the bastard asks with a cocky smirk. "Guess not," I answer honestly. Barking out a belly laugh like I'm the funniest motherfucker alive, he says, "Maybe I'll feed you my dick again in the morning. Oh, I probably should actually give you something more substantial to drink before I go." He goes to the sink and fills up a glass of water, the one he dumped on me, then brings it over with a pink straw. He holds it to my lips, and I try to suck the water down as seductively as possible, even though I'm beyond parched. "More," I say when he takes the glass away. "More?" "Yes, I'm dehydrated. You sucked me dry." "That's enough for now," Eli replies, before taking the cup back to the sink. "Sleep well." Kneeling on the booth seat, he leans over to press his lips to mine. I realize he's kissing me goodbye when he shoves his tongue inside my mouth for a moment, then retreats. I lick my lips as he starts for the door. "Now you know how you taste," he says with a wink before he walks out, leaving me here with a dead man at my feet covered in my piss and a hard dick. I'm going to kill that bastard, I vow with a huff of laughter.
Chapter 13. Maddie. The problem with making a deal with the devil is the devil isn't honorable. Just because Eli and I shook hands on our agreement doesn't mean he'll hold up his end of our bargain. I don't fully trust Eli to tell the truth. He could have been lying about what he's done to Jordan, or he could easily violate our agreement and still kill Jordan after our 3 nights just because he wants me to hate him enough to tell my father what he did to me. If Eli is still on a suicide mission, then Jordan and I are both screwed. I don't understand the psycho's motives and doubt I ever will. Still, if he shows me believable proof that Jordan is still alive, and God, he better be, I'll have no choice but to let Eli use my body any way he wants for 3 nights. It's not like it'll be the first time. He claimed every hole more than a year ago. Besides, Jordan is worth it, worth whatever Eli does to me. Jordan would literally do anything for me, so I can do this for him. He just needs to hang in there for 3 more nights. As long as Eli didn't hurt him too badly before we reached our terms, and doesn't forget to give him water and food, Jordan should be able to survive that long. If Eli doesn't flake. And then I'll leave Rockland, Jordan, behind for good. No one will be happier about that than his mother. There's nothing I could ever do to convince her to like me, and now she never will. I bet she's already lining up dates for Jordan to go out with good girls who won't lie to him, who won't have to sleep with another man to try and keep him safe. I showered right after Eli left the apartment, and then drank what liquor we had in the cabinet, more Fireball and a little Jack Daniels. I need all the help I can get, so I drank both hours ago. I've been trying to physically and mentally prepare myself for tonight since then. Where the hell is Eli anyway, with that proof of life I'm so desperate to see? It's like making me wait is part of his game of torture. He's been gone now for hours. Not that I'm in a hurry to get started. I just want to see Jordan. Despite what time we start things tonight, I'm going to insist that it ends the moment the sun comes up. I just have to pray that Eli honors our agreement. He holds all the power, and he knows it. I could try to follow him when he leaves in the morning, but he's way too careful. He would notice, and then he would probably punish Jordan. He's already warned me people will die if I call for backup from the Savage Kings or the police, so that's absolutely out of the question. I'm not sure if an entire army could take on Eli without casualties. The only other option I have is to shoot Eli myself, not to kill but to injure, so that he will cave and tell me where Jordan is being held. If I accidentally kill him, or if he refuses to tell me, Jordan could die, trapped wherever the hell he is. Just holding the gun makes me feel like I at least have a little bit of power, so I slip it into my robe pocket, even if I'm not sure I have the guts to use it.
Eli. Damn Maddie for making me promise to keep Jordan alive. I should have killed him at the shop, then grabbed her and hopped on a flight back to Vegas. But no, I had to think with my dick because I want her again. Now I've spent the entire day fooling around with Jordan, talking to him for fuck's sake, which is going to make me regret when I have to kill him. Sure, I promised Maddie I wouldn't, but the boy has to go. If or when Dante finds out about him, I would probably have to spend weeks torturing him, then end up killing him anyway. It will be a mercy kill when I end his life. At least, that's what I keep telling myself when I'm using his mouth or having him in mine. I get why Maddie loves the biker. He's way too easy to like, to talk to, and I know he's genuinely a good guy, one who hides his sexuality because of the shame and confusion his asshole stepfather once made him feel. Rather than destroy the biker boy, I want to fix him. As if a monster like me would know the first thing about overcoming trauma when all I do is inflict it. I push all thoughts of Jordan away when I climb through Maddie's window later that night than I had planned, thanks to her too tempting fake husband. You're not naked or in bed, I remark when I straighten in the living room and find Maddie wearing a fuzzy blue robe, hiding her body from me. Her long brown hair is pulled up in a messy knot on the top of her head. God damn, she's so gorgeous it should be illegal. While I'm eye-fucking her, I fail to notice the weight in her robe pocket until the gun is out and in her shaking hands, pointed right at me. As if you would really shoot me, I huff as I stroll up to her. Stop, she warns me, taking 2 steps backward. Show me that Jordan is alive right now. What is it with these 2 kids thinking they can give me orders? Maddie gets that from her father, sure, but I don't know where Jordan got his backbone. His tiny mother hen? If you shoot me, you'll never find Jordan, and he will die. Show me. Wow, She actually loves the biker boy. When I first found out she was living with him, pretending to be his wife, I thought she was just using him. She didn't stay with him out of desperation, but out of love. Fuck. Fine, I agree with a heavy sigh. Removing my phone from my inner suit jacket pocket, I pull up the feed to the camera I hid up in the AC unit while Jordan was sleeping. Thankfully, the creepy camper has Wi-Fi. When I have the live feed on the screen, time and date stamp at the bottom right corner, I turn it around and show Maddie. She reaches for my phone, but I pull it back, holding it out of reach. One look before we get started, I remind her. I can't even tell if that's him. It is. I bring it closer to her face, wondering if she needs to have her eyes checked. I would recognize those abs in his cock anywhere. He's naked. Why is he naked, Eli? Shrugging, I tell her. I keep all my captives naked. That's step one of torture. People loathe being naked in front of strangers. Now, take off your robe. Wait, she says, reaching for the phone again that I have to pull back. Glaring at me, she says, I want to make sure he's breathing and not bleeding anywhere, and see the date and time. It's a good thing I wiped those smears of blood off, or she would think he was bleeding. Sighing, I zoom in on his body stretched out on the table like my very own buffet, and let her see the close-up, the rise and fall of his chest. He's perfectly fine. I even fed and watered him before I left. The restraints will ensure he doesn't try to leave. Faster than I can react, she reaches up, swiping the image over. What's that at his feet? Is that another man tied up? Ah, yes. He's dead, I tell her honestly. Jesus, Eli, you left Jordan in a room with a dead man? Good. She hasn't realized he's in a camper yet. Don't worry, I'll dispose of him. Probably tomorrow, if I'm not too tired after tonight. I assure her. I'll make sure his body is never found, since he's got Jordan's DNA on him, I add with a wink. Apparently that comment isn't as comforting to her as I thought it would be. Maddie's face goes pale. Why is Jordan's DNA... How? Oh, that. It's just his urine, no biggie. His urine? The boy had to take a piss, and the dead man deserved to be pissed on. She slaps her palm over her mouth. I think I'm going to be sick. You're not pregnant, are you? I ask, because Cass is, and she only just finally stopped puking. Blinking up at me, Maddie says, Cass is pregnant? Yes. What? How? Well, when a man and a woman fuck, if the man comes inside of her when she's ovulating, they make a baby. I know how it happens, and no, I'm not pregnant. Who's the father? Ah, wouldn't you like to know? Yes, that's why I fucking asked you. Growling under my breath, I tell her, I'm not appreciating this belligerent tone of yours. In fact, until my balls are empty, I refuse to give you any other details about your siblings. The reminder of how she's about to spend her night causes Maddie to lift the gun. Not this again, I huff before I put my phone away and then walk right up to the gun barrel, letting it press against my sternum. Either pull the trigger or take off the fucking robe, but quit wasting my time. Maddie doesn't lower the gun. She doesn't pull the trigger either, though. Do I have to do everything? I ask as I tug on either side of her robe, yanking the sleeves down her shoulders. The material hangs from her right arm, still extended toward me holding the gun, but the rest of her flawless, perfect naked body is revealed to me. I want to leave bruises all over her skin, starting with her throat. You really haven't hurt Jordan? She asks. I haven't hurt him. He's too pretty to maim or carve up. Yet. Like I would tell her if I had. Still, my words seem to provide some reassurance, since Maddie's shoulders slump, and she finally lowers the gun to her side. I tug the sleeve of her robe over the firearm, letting it puddle on the floor. She even lets me take the gun from her hand, the one I knew she wouldn't use on me. I take it to her bedroom and put it back up in the top of the closet. How did you... Maddie starts to ask, having followed me to the bedroom. How do you think? I remark, then slip off my suit jacket. And I change my mind. I don't want you in bed the first time. I want you bent over the kitchen table. Over the table? Maddie stands there naked, watching as I unbutton my shirt, then remove my shoes, socks, and pants. I even grab a hanger from the small closet to fold and hang up my pants, jacket, and shirt to keep them from getting wrinkled. When I'm done, she still hasn't moved, and her eyes continue to assess every bare inch. It's the first time she's seen all of me, and I can't tell what she's thinking. Not that it matters. Her eyes mostly seem drawn to the tattoos covering my arms, from my fingers to my shoulders. Oh, and my swollen cock that's so hard it's bouncing around against my stomach. Strolling up to her, I wrap my fingers around her neck to walk her backwards. Maddie's lips part on a gasp, and I urge her out of the bedroom door to the kitchen. She doesn't even try to remove my fingers. She just throws her hands out behind her, feeling for our destination. The wooden 4-person kitchen table. It doesn't look nearly as sturdy as the expensive one in the Salvato household, but it'll do. Fucking her on it until it breaks could be fun, too. Instead of putting her face down on it, I press her back to the hard surface, recreating the first time I had her on her family's table. In all my enthusiasm, I must have squeezed her throat too hard because Maddie has passed out, leaving her long, naked body completely limp on the table, her legs hanging over the edge and spread wide for me. It's nearly identical to the position I left Jordan in. While waiting for her to wake up, I go retrieve the string of condoms from my pants pocket she demanded, and yet she's still out. Knowing what will wake her up the quickest, I toss the rubbers on the table, then kneel on the linoleum floor. Pushing her thighs further apart, I tickle her clit with the very tip of my tongue. She moans softly from above me, as if she's having a good dream. Using both of my thumbs, I spread her pussy lips and shove my tongue inside her hole, then wiggle it around. "Oh," Maddie exclaims, hips rocking, ass squirming, now fully awake. "Have a nice nap?" I ask her. Rather than respond with words, her fingers sink into my hair on either side, jerking both fistfuls, not to pull me off, but to urge my tongue higher, back to her clit. "You want me to lick you here?" I ask her, before attacking the bundle of nerves again. Her gasp turns into a moan. "Oh my God, I hate you." Her thighs clench tightly on the sides of my head to try and hold it in place, despite her declaration of hating me. "Scream my name, not God's," I remind her before I flatten my tongue to rub it along her slit. The next sound she makes is an agonized whimper, making me rock hard. I know she's fighting against the pleasure I'm giving her, feeling guilty for enjoying herself while Jordan's my prisoner. I consider withholding her orgasm for hours, all night long even, but I'm so close to breaking her, faster than I thought possible. And once she breaks, she'll not only let me fuck her brains out, but she'll also beg me for more. Capturing her clit between my lips, I suck on it, hard. "Eli!" she shouts, just as I commanded, her back arching off the table. Her thighs wrap around my head like she's going to try and pop it off. For a moment, I wonder if she's strong enough to do it. But then a few flicks of my tongue later, and Maddie's hips are bucking toward my face as she comes undone for me. I shove 2 fingers inside her gushing pussy to stretch her while she's distracted, and to feel her slick, clenching walls. "Eli," she moans again and again, chanting my name softly until the tremors finally stop. "You should thank me for letting you come so fast," I tell her as I press gentle, teasing tongue kisses to her cunt, tasting her arousal. "I thought you said you wouldn't." "Shut up," she huffs with a full-body shudder. When my fingers are nice and wet, I get to my feet, standing over her so I can watch her face as I run one of them down to her asshole and push it inside. Maddie exclaims and tenses up, her jaw clenching as tightly as her walls around my finger. The same finger I also shoved into Jordan's ass earlier. I almost came in my hand when he exploded in my mouth, but I really, really wanted to save up a good load for Maddie. She may not let me come in her pussy without a condom, but I'm definitely coming in her mouth. I want her belly to be as full of my cum as Jordan's. "Does Jordan fuck you here?" I ask, adding a second finger. When I scissor them apart, her face pinches with a wince.
Yes. Oh.
How often?
As often as he wants,
she replies, her voice softer, ass relaxing a little more, likely spent after coming just once for me. How often? I ask again, wanting a number.
I don't know. Once a week?
Damn, Jordan's an ass man, and more than likely he wants to fuck a man's ass too if he's been fucking Maddie's so frequently. Lucky bastard. I lean forward to lick her hole, spit on it, so I can work in a third finger. Maddie's scream is more pain than pleasure, and it was likely heard by the neighbors. I'll have to keep in mind that we're not in the middle of nowhere. You don't like getting fucked in the ass? I guess. She shakes her head side to side, eyes squeezed tight.
Not really.
Does he eat your pussy while stretching you with his fingers like I do?
Yes. He licks me until I come so many times I can't move a muscle, and then I don't care what he does to me.
So, Jordan also loves eating pussy as much as he enjoys sucking cock. I'm a little disappointed. I want him to prefer cock, my cock specifically, and be a selfish lover to Maddie. No wonder she loves him if he gives her multiple orgasms all the time. But I should have known the biker boy was generous after sucking my dick for hours when I wouldn't let him come even once. I eat Maddie's pussy while thinking about Jordan's virgin mouth warming my cock, only my cock. I eat her so good for so long while stretching her ass that her voice goes hoarse from shouting my name so much. Finally withdrawing my fingers, I grab a condom, tear it open, and roll the rubber down my hard cock. Pulling out a chair at the table, I take a seat, putting me nearly eye level with Maddie's slick pussy. Come sit your fine ass down on my dick, I tell her as I dig my fingers into her knees. And I do mean your asshole.
I can't move yet,
she replies, still lying like a rag doll over the table. Should I go shove it up Jordan's ass while you recover? I ask, wondering if the biker boy would like that or not. I bet he would, if he'd just allow himself to admit it. My threat, of course, has Maddie scrambling off the table on wobbly legs. Standing before me naked, her arousal dripping down her thighs, she hesitantly places one hand on my right shoulder, then the left, before slowly, carefully, sitting down on my lap. That's not... I start, but she slaps her palm over my mouth.
Give me a minute or it's going to hurt.
Hell yes it will, I agree, choking off with a groan when Maddie wraps her fingers around my condom-covered shaft and guides it through her wetness. And then she's lowering herself onto me. Not her asshole, but her snug, hot pussy. She's going to pay for her disobedience later, but not right now. I'm enjoying myself too much as her walls clench around my aching dick, and the sobbing sounds coming out of her mouth with every slow inch she impales herself is going to be the death of me. I've never felt as long, thick, and hard as I do with her struggling to get fully seated. While she takes me to the hilt, I palm her swaying tits. Lifting the left nipple to my mouth, I take a big bite out of it.
Ow!
Maddie shrieks and slaps the back of my head in warning, then grabs a handful of my hair to tug on it roughly. Fuck. I love that she's showing her teeth. I want her to hit me harder, pull my hair out by the roots. The more she fights back, the better. I reluctantly unclench my teeth and let go to examine the indentations. I didn't draw blood, I point out, swiping my tongue over the grooves my teeth left behind in her breast before sucking her nipple into my mouth, biting it gently. Maddie whimpers and rocks her hips, grinding down on my cock. Her eyes are closed tight, as if she's trying to pretend she's riding someone else. Jordan, no doubt. While I thoroughly enjoyed watching her mount him and fuck him hard and fast the other morning, I prefer to be the one inside of her. Reaching down to grasp one of her ass cheeks, I lift her up a few inches and slam up into her, making her gasp. I wrap my other hand around her neck, giving it a squeeze that has all her muscles instantly relaxing. Whose dick are you riding, Maddie?
Yours,
she whispers, I squeeze her neck tighter and her eyes fly open, finally meeting mine. Whose dick are you riding?
Yours, Eli.
I bounce her up and down, gritting my teeth to keep from busting a nut so soon when she whispers my name. It's hard to believe that Dante's gorgeous daughter is sitting naked on my dick, saying my name, her pussy dripping her arousal down to my balls. Whose tongue licked your virgin cunt first? I ask as I bounce her faster and faster.
Yours, Eli.
Who fucks you better? At that question, Maddie pauses and watches me. And when she finally says,
You.
I have no idea if she's lying or not. Not that I care at the moment when her pussy pulses around my cock. It's nearly impossible to pull her off me, but I manage. I stand up from the chair and release Maddie, letting her fall to the floor, her knees hitting the ground.
Ow! What the hell?
She huffs indignantly while I rip my condom off. As soon as it's out of the way, I grab the back of her head and press the head of my dick to her barely parted lips. How's that gag reflex of yours, Maddie? The night I took her ass virginity, I used her mouth to get my dick nice and slick for it. I thought she was going to vomit on it as much as she choked on it, tears streaming down her face. Glaring up at me, I can see her contemplating refusing me the finish I want. I arch an eyebrow in warning, and a threat if she does. Wetting her lips first, she finally opens wide enough for me to feed her my cock. The slide of her hot tongue on the underside of my shaft is all it takes for me to erupt. Jerking her head to my body, I shove deep, making her gag. Both of her small fists slam repeatedly into my thighs in protest, but I don't let up as my cum spurts down her throat. She doesn't even manage to swallow half, sputtering and letting most dribble down her chin. I can't help but laugh out loud, knowing Jordan hasn't broken her of the unfortunate gag reflex. No wonder he came so hard for me if she can't even take all of him, and I'm certain she never poked his prostate the way he needs to get off the hardest. You're a goddamn mess, I tell her with a grin as I grab the roll of condoms from the table, then her long hair, dragging her across the floor to the bedroom.
Eli,
she huffs at the rough treatment. Fuck, I love when she screams my name. Let's clean up your beautiful face while I claim your asshole again. Picking her up under her arms, I toss her and the rubbers on the bed, flip Maddie to her stomach, and press her damp face to the bedding, ready for round 2. I wonder how many times I can fuck her before my dick stops working. Can't wait to find out.
Chapter 14. Maddie. I wake up sore, all the muscles in my body aching, but especially the ones in my thighs, since Eli spent most of the night pounding into me there. I hate that I enjoyed nearly every second. I did not, however, like choking on his dick or being jerked around by my hair. More than once, I passed out and would wake up to either his tongue on my neck or clit, or his dick buried inside of me. Sometimes, like now, when Eli's asleep too, just his heavy weight sprawled on top of my back, his hard-on lies between my ass cheeks, as if he refused to allow an inch of space between us for even a second. God, does he ever go limp? Did he take some erection pills? Because Jordan could fuck twice in an hour, but then we would both be ready to go to sleep. I can't even begin to count how many times it was last night, especially when I probably slept through some of them. Not that I cared when Eli would wake me up with his tongue. I had forgotten the psycho was a flexible MMA fighter until he was tossing me all over the bed, twisting me, us, into various pretzel-like positions. And I have no doubt the fighter's fingers left bruises on my neck. Probably my hips and thighs, too, as tightly as he held them. His teeth marks are still visible on my breast, along with several hickeys all over them. The first time Eli took me in my and Jordan's bed was the worst. He shoved my head down and ate me out again before taking my ass, which will never be one of my favorites. Not that it matters to Eli. I'm nothing more than his sex doll with holes to be used whenever and however he wants. He gave me so many orgasms that I willingly let him. Even in his sleep, one of his big hands is cupping my pussy, the other holding the front of my throat from behind. A low groan in my ear warns me the monster is awake again. A moment later, he easily shoves all 4 of his fingers inside of my sore pussy. Despite the ache, that's just how slick and stretched I am. The sheets are a disgusting mess.
Put your legs together. I've got to make you tight again since I blew your cunt wide open,
Eli says with a chuckle, as he removes his hand and pushes me onto my stomach.
Fuck, last one,
he mutters, before I hear yet another foil wrapper tear. The last condom, thank God.
Legs together, Maddie.
I do as I'm told and wait. He lines his dick up with my pussy and shoves forward, making me gasp and dig my fingernails into the sheets underneath me. His heavy weight bears down on me as he slides deeper. When his palm slips back underneath me, fingers finding and rubbing my clit, the ache is momentarily forgotten.
I recently saw your sister getting fucked like this,
he remarks, before pulling out to thrust deep again, knocking the breath out of me.
I'll tell you about them when I finish.
I assume by them he means my family, but all thoughts on them and everything else disappear as Eli fucks me deep but slowly, lazily. Of course, he gets me off before he finishes. Then he just climbs off me without a word. I'm still lying on my stomach where he left me, having closed my eyes for only a moment, when Eli appears next to the mattress, fully dressed again in his suit. Leaning over, he kisses me with lips and tongue that spent half the night between my legs.
I texted you the link to the live feed. Be sure to watch. I doubt you'll want to miss what happens next,
he says cryptically, before he walks out of the bedroom.
See you tonight, Maddie.
Wait! Don't hurt Jordan! And you didn't tell me about Cass or the rest of my family! I shout after him, while wondering what he meant about me not wanting to miss what happens on Jordan's live feed. I roll my stiff body out of bed, but by the time I get to the living room, Eli is gone. The window is shut. Before I even take a much-needed shower, I grab my phone to make sure he really sent me the link. He did, so I pull up the live feed of Jordan. He's right where Eli left him, of course, still naked and restrained to what looks like some sort of kitchen table between 2 booths. God, what's with Eli and his obsession with tables? Jordan's eyes are thankfully open, unlike last night. While he looks bored, he doesn't seem hurt or afraid, which is good. I turn up the volume as far as it will go, but there's no sound, not even static feedback. And, of course, there's no microphone option either, so I can't tell Jordan that it'll be okay, that he just needs to hang in there for 2 more nights. I'll endure 2 more nights with Eli, and then it will all be over. Won't it? After 1 night with him, it almost sounds too easy. Leaving Rockland will be anything but easy for me. This is where Jordan is, where my friends are, my new business. There is no way I'll be able to convince Eli to just go back to Vegas without me, though. No, if I refuse, he'll either choke me out and drag me, or he'll tell my father where I am, and he'll send an army after me. An army that might kill everyone in town just to get to me. God, I hate him. I feel so disgusting for begging the sick bastard for anything, much less his body parts last night. But I did. I vaguely remember screaming his name, begging him not to stop. An hour later, after I've showered and changed the dirty sheets, I'm feeling a tiny bit better while staring at the video of Jordan. He suddenly moves, lifting his head because he's no longer alone. An hour. That's how far away Eli took Jordan from Rockland. Unless he went somewhere else first. But unfortunately, there's nothing in the background to give away where he's holding him. Sheets of black plastic cover all the walls around Jordan, so there are no windows to reveal where he's at, or any artwork on the walls. I watch nervously as Eli grabs the man on the floor, dragging him out of the camera's view. When he returns into the frame, he approaches Jordan, making me wonder what he might do to him. He agreed not to hurt him, but I don't trust him. Eli knows he could do anything he wanted to Jordan, and there's nothing I can do about it. Not really. I can refuse him tonight, but even that may not stop him. What Eli actually does is the very last thing I expected. Eli stands between Jordan's legs, then leans over to grab the top of Jordan's hair harshly to pull his head up and kiss him? Oh, Eli is definitely kissing the man I love. And I know without a doubt that after all the times he went down on me, that the scent of my arousal is still lingering in Eli's facial hair. I know because it was evident when he kissed me goodbye before leaving. Does Jordan notice? Neither of the men break apart to say a word as they just keep kissing. Unless Jordan has no choice. He wouldn't want to kiss another man, the same man who kidnapped him. Would he? I want to yell at Jordan to bite off Eli's tongue or turn his head away, resisting the asshole's mouth. But I didn't turn away last night, and I never expected Jordan to seem so at ease with another man's lips and tongue meeting his. From the profile view, I get to see when Eli slides his hand down to Jordan's penis, that's gotten long and hard, and starts to stroke it. Oh my God, Jordan is definitely hard. He likes being touched by Eli? Did Eli drug him? Is Jordan just playing along because he thinks he can get on Eli's good side and convince him to let him go? That sort of shit won't ever work on the evil bastard. Eventually, Eli drops to his knees between Jordan's legs hanging over the table edge and takes Jordan into his mouth, but only for a few seconds. When he stands up again, it's clear that Eli is laughing, even if I can't hear it. With one last slap to Jordan's erection, Eli just walks away, out of frame. Jordan's eyes follow him. I don't need to zoom in to see the need filling them, but I do. Time passes. It becomes obvious that Eli isn't going to come back and keep going. Jordan tries to reach down, but his chains aren't long enough to take himself in his hand. Seeming frustrated, he lays his head back on the table and stares up at the ceiling. But not at the camera. Never at the camera, as if he doesn't know it's there. I watch as his cock jerks several times, as if seeking a hand or mouth before deflating, losing some of its enthusiasm. About an hour passes. Just when it looks like Jordan has given up and almost fallen asleep, Eli returns to the room, but walks right past Jordan. He returns again about 15 minutes later, completely naked now, his skin glistening as if damp, like he just showered. Bending over him, he plants his hands beside Jordan's head and kisses him slowly, leisurely, as if they have all the time in the world. Then he takes his fully hard cock into his hand before kneeling, sucking him for a little longer before leaving Jordan literally hanging. By this point, Jordan is clearly growing more frustrated, desperate. His mouth moves as if swearing, then his jaw clenches as he slams his head back again and again on the table in frustration. I don't know what's going on, what Eli did to convince Jordan to let him do those things to him. He must have promised to let him live, knowing Jordan would cave, never knowing about the camera or that I'm watching them. Feeling sick and filthy all over every inch of my skin, I put down my phone and walk away from the image on the screen to go scrub myself in another shower as hot as the water will go for as long as it lasts. When I return, I'm almost afraid to look at my phone again, even if I'm worried and want to check on Jordan. This time, Eli's bent over Jordan, licking and sucking on his nipples, pinching them, causing Jordan to jerk in his restraints. Head thrown back, it's easy to read his lips as Jordan says, "Please, please, Eli, please." He says this over and over again, but of course Eli refuses him. This whole stop-and-go teasing continues. until the sun begins to set. For the entire day, I've sat transfixed by my phone's screen, having to leave it plugged in to charge next to the bed, where I watch every second of the torment, curled into a ball. The only breaks I take are to check texts from Celeste, from RJ, telling me they still haven't found Jordan, that the cops are getting even more suspicious, and asking if I'm okay. I lie to them because I am definitely not okay.
Chapter 15. Eli. I glance down at my phone for one last look at my favorite captive before I get out of the stolen car I borrowed while in town, then go climb through his apartment window. After digging a hole, burying the dead man, I had a great time teasing Jordan, making him scream and beg. I almost hated having to leave him for my nightly torment of Maddie. Almost.
"You're hurting him,"
Maddie yells at me as soon as I step inside. She even shoves her palms against my chest, pushing me back into the window. "It's nice to see you too," I grumble.
"I've been watching you all day as you torment him."
"Oh, so you want me to suck Jordan's dick until he comes in my mouth?" I ask her.
No.
She scrubs her palms down her face and shakes her head.
"I just don't want to see him in pain."
"But it's the best kind of pain. Trust me, he'll come so hard when I eventually let him."
"You will? You'll let him eventually?"
she asks, sounding so damn concerned about the biker boy. "Do you want me to leave him in agony or not, Maddie? I'm letting you make the decision here, so give it to me."
"No, I don't want him in agony. I told you not to hurt him."
"So I'll edge him a little longer in the morning, and then when he's lost all hope and is begging me, offering me his firstborn child to let him finally come, I'll suck him dry. Or should I only jerk him off in my dry hand? That's a special kind of pain on its own."
I don't think Jordan wants you to do either. Not really, but he doesn't have a choice. He thinks you'll kill him if he refuses, doesn't he?"
"Oh, trust me, Maddie. He wants it. No threats needed. I knew he was bi within the first minute we met."
"Bi?"
"Bisexual. He's attracted to women and men."
"No, he's not. He's never..."
"Never told you?" He was worried about how you would react, how you wouldn't love him anymore, or some bullshit.
That doesn't matter to me."
"It doesn't? Even if he's not getting what he needs from you?"
"What do you mean?"
she asks, sounding genuinely confused. "Nothing. Back to my question. Should I give him a dry jerk or let him come in my mouth?"
You can use your mouth,"
she mumbles.
"but only if that's what he wants."
"It's so nice to have your permission. Should I tell Jordan that you approve so he can enjoy his orgasm even more?"
"No, don't tell him I know or that I'm watching. Please."
"You will watch in the morning, won't you? Watch the ecstasy spread across his face as his eyes roll back in his head and his jaw goes slack with pleasure." She swallows, loud enough for me to hear the gulp.
"Yes."
Bracing a hand behind my ear, I lean toward her and say, "I couldn't hear you. What was that?"
"Yes, I'll watch."
"Good. It'll be even better for me to know you're cheering me on as I suck off your fake husband. Now, why aren't you naked and in bed?" I ask her.
"Time slipped by me."
"Oh, you were mesmerized by the live feed, weren't you?" Reaching out to tug on a wet strand of her hair, I remark, "You showered, but didn't bother to comb or dry your hair.
"Does it matter?"
I shove my fingers roughly through the front of her hair, pulling the tangles as I pile it all up on the top of her head. Then I give her head a jerk, tipping it backward. "As long as I can pull on it, I'm happy," I tell her honestly. "Now get on your knees. I'm going to come in your mouth, thinking about my mouth on your boyfriend's dick. And then I'm going to wrap your wet hair around my dick and cum in it. But you're not allowed to wash my cum out until I leave in the morning. Understood?"
"You're disgusting,"
she mutters. "I know. Now kneel and shut up so I can fuck your mouth."
"I hate you."
It sounds like she whispers before she sinks to her knees before me. If it wasn't obvious before, it is now that she is not a fan of blowjobs. Poor baby. Having her and Jordan at my mercy is the most fun I've had in a long time. Maybe ever. They both care about each other so much that they'll do anything I ask if I threaten their loved one. Or, in Jordan's case, he's just so damn horny for cock he begs me to touch him. It's actually embarrassing how quickly I spill down Maddie's throat. Taking mercy on her, I even pull back to shoot my release over her tongue, making sure she swallows it, all while keeping her damp hair wrapped around my fist. Pulling her to her feet by it, I shove her in the direction of the bedroom. When we reach the bed, I release her hair long enough to jerk the white plain cotton tee over her head. An oversized tee that's no doubt Jordan's. Then I jerk her panties down her legs. Step out of them and crawl up on the middle of the bed. I want you on your hands and knees, facing me. Maddie does as she's told, a little hesitant, her mind still on me and Jordan, no doubt. The fact that she maybe doesn't know him as well as she thinks she does. Hopefully, I'm about to take her mind off him. I undress while watching her waiting so obediently for me. I don't even bother hanging my suit this time. I leave my clothes where they fall on the floor, only taking a moment to retrieve the string of 12 condoms from my pants pocket. I'm not using one this time, so I toss them on the mattress and go around the other side of the bed. Grabbing Maddie's ankles, I spread her legs further apart, then swipe my tongue from her asshole to her clit, making her gasp. Sitting on the bed behind her, I haul her pussy up until she's straddling my chest, pulling her slit down to my mouth. My dick is now under her face, her hanging hair. Wrap those strands around my cock and jerk me off while I eat you. I won't stop until I come.
In my hair?
Maddie asks, glancing back at me. Would you rather I come in your pussy? I ask her. Without another word, she starts winding her long, wet hair around and around my shaft. That's not hard yet, but will be soon, once I taste Maddie's pussy and hear her moaning my name. As I expected, as soon as my tongue flicks her clit, she becomes more enthusiastic about jerking me off in her locks. The closer she gets, the faster she strokes, the louder her gasps and cries. I know she's close when her hand stills and her head drops forward as she grinds down on my face. I won't let her come that easily, though. Spreading her apart with my thumbs, I swirl my tongue into her pussy that's nearly as tight as it was before I abused it last night. I swear I can still taste the rubbers I used, even though she obviously showered. The same goes for her asshole when I tongue it.
Eli, please,
Maddie sobs. Stroke me in both of your hands, I order. She eagerly wraps her fingers around the hair covering my cock and beats me off like it's her sole purpose in life until I'm long and hard again, right on the edge. Finally, I tongue her clit again, my nose buried in her pussy when Maddie screams my name and slams her hips back against my face.
Oh, God,
she cries out. I give her ass cheek a slap to remind her to use my name.
Please, Eli.
Better, I say, slapping her ass again just to see it jiggle as she shatters apart, gushing all over my lips, nose, and chin. Being covered in her arousal, the scent and taste of Maddie, is all it takes to set me off. She strokes me through to the end, my release coating her wet strands, and I already know, without a doubt, that tonight is going to be even better than last night.
Chapter 16. Madison. This morning the gun feels heavier than ever in my hands. Even though I just checked it the other day, I make sure it's loaded, in case Eli emptied it since he apparently knew where I kept it. The clip is full, so I switch the safety off and pull back the slide as quietly as I can. Last night, despite the many ways Eli tried to distract me, I couldn't stop thinking about Jordan, what Eli's been doing to him, what Eli has done to me. The guilt weighing me down is too heavy for me to endure another night with him, or let Jordan suffer through another day with him. Maybe even deep down, I'm a little jealous of seeing the two men together. So I spent the past few hours coming up with my best plan, while Eli finally slept soundly next to me, only his arm thrown over my waist. I waited until he got out of bed to do the same, needing him as distracted as possible. No matter how badly I might want a shower to wash away his now dried semen from my hair, I need to handle this first. When I step out of the closet, Eli's back is to me as he gets dressed. He's so trusting he doesn't even see it coming. Knowing I won't get a better opportunity than this one, I try to steady my hands. Take a deep breath, hold it, then pull the trigger. At the last second, my arm jerks, though. I somehow miss Eli's entire body on the first shot. The second bullet goes through the back of his leg just before he spins around to face me. "Motherfucker!" he exclaims as he looks down at the bleeding hole in his suit pants, then up at me, still aiming the gun at him. He looks genuinely shocked and hurt in a way that has nothing to do with the physical pain. "What the fuck, Maddie? You shot me?" "I'll do it again, too," I say, even as I lower the weapon. "Now sit down and stay against the wall or I'll shoot you in the head." "What the fuck?" Eli screeches once again in outrage. "Sit down!" I shout at him, since he's still standing there, staring at me in disbelief. My arms shake, even though I'm trying to keep them steady and remain calm. I just shot someone. I shot Eli. And I don't regret it. Not if this is what it takes to keep Jordan safe. It's a small wound. Eli will probably be okay. The bleeding man finally stumbles sideways to the wall at the foot of the bed and slides down it until he's sitting with his legs stretched out in front of him, facing me. "Where are you keeping Jordan?" You think I'll give you an address and you'll go save him? He'll never be safe from me, Maddie. If you kill me, you'll never find him." "That's not true. With the help of the kings and the police, we could search every inch of a 60-mile radius until we find him. I'm not going to let you touch him again." "Even though he liked it and wants me to make him come?" "Tell me where he is right now!" I yell through my clenched teeth. "Right now!" "Wow, you sound a little bit like your father when you're all angry and scared." I pull the trigger, this time intentionally missing his head by a few feet. "Damn it, Maddie. If you kill me, he'll die out there." "Out where?" I ask through gritted teeth. "In the middle of the ocean." "He's on a boat?" A knock on the apartment door interrupts us, making my racing heart gallop even faster. Shit, the prospect or a neighbor must have heard the gunfire. "Stay," I tell Eli. Since he's out of sight in the bedroom, I check the peephole and then open the door without removing the chain when I see it is one of the Savage King's new prospects. "Everything okay? I thought I heard some pops, like gunshots." I hold up the gun still in my hand and say, "Oops, I fired it by accident when I got it out of the closet. You know, just in case." "Okay," he says, eyes narrowing at my wild head of hair. I don't want to even look in the mirror. "Be careful." "I will," I agree, before shutting and locking the door again. Eli is where I left him in the bedroom. I march right up, towering above him, but staying out of his reach. I point the gun at him and demand, "Tell me where Jordan is right now, or I'll shoot you again." "Come on, Maddie. We were having fun. You and me and Jordan. Just one more night and I'll let him go." I shake my head. "No, you won't. You'll kill him and then take me back to Vegas where I'm guessing you want me to tell Daddy we fucked so he'll finally kill you. Why do you have a death wish?" "Because I'm tired of this fucking life." Whoa, I didn't actually expect him to admit it. "You're tired of this life?" "I'm tired of who I am, what I am. I don't want to do it anymore." "Then just stop. Stop torturing and killing people." "Don't you get it? I can't stop. It's not like there's an on and off homicidal switch in my brain.
If there is one, it's jammed and will always be stuck in the on position.
Eli, you can decide not to hurt people. You just tell yourself that you can't as an excuse to keep doing it.
No, Maddie, I can't stop. I'm a monster. I always have been, always will be. I wish I could change, but I can't.
Then I'll help you stop. Tell me where Jordan is being held and we'll help you stop. Both of us.
Yeah, right.
He snorts and then reaches a hand to his calf, like the jarring movement made the wound hurt worse.
Jordan might actually put a bullet through my head now.
But I thought you said he wanted you to do those things, so why would he kill you once he's free?
Oh, he absolutely did want it, but he'll never admit it to you or to himself. He would probably rather kill me than chance you finding out about it.
Well, I'll just tell him that I already know, so he won't have to kill you.
And when he finds out about us?
Shit. I didn't think about that. Hopefully Jordan will understand why I did it, that I did it for him, mostly. I push those thoughts aside to figure out my current problem. If you want to die, then why not tell me to keep shooting you, or let Jordan have his revenge?
Because I want it to be Dante.
You want my father to be the one to end your life?
Yes,
he easily admits. But why?
Because Dante helped turn me into an even bigger monster, and I think he'll hate having to put me down. That's why I want to force his hand.
That doesn't make any fucking sense, I tell him. He shrugs his shoulders and winces.
It makes sense to me.
Fine, whatever. I promise I'll convince Jordan not to kill you, so that you can take me back to Vegas and let Daddy have that honor of taking your life. Do we have a deal? Laughing, as if he's not bleeding profusely from his leg, Eli says,
You know, your father will laugh his ass off when he finds out that you shot me. Not when he finds out why you shot me, but the idea of you holding me at gunpoint and putting a bullet through me. Yeah, he'll be tickled fucking pink.
Eli, shut up and tell me where Jordan is.
Eli. I slam my head against the wall behind me over and over again as I consider my options here. After 2 nights of banging her brains out, screaming my name over and over again, sweet, innocent little Maddie just screwed up my whole plan. I was going to fuck her for 3 nights, kill her biker boy, and then she would gladly run back to Daddy to tell him all the bad shit I did. That was my initial plan. Then, after I got Maddie naked the first time, my plan changed a little. I may have stupidly thought that 3 nights of giving her orgasms would make her fall for me. How fucking pathetic am I? Maddie will never want someone like me. She hates me. She hates fucking me. She hates me so much that she just pulled out a gun and shot me. I'm lucky she missed all my vital organs. Although, I guess it's possible I could bleed to death if I don't try and stop the bleeding coming from my leg. While it hurts like a motherfucker, I'm also hard as hell because nothing will ever be sexier than Madison Salvato waving her daddy's gun around in my face. God, she's so fucking hot. And since Maddie hates me enough as it is, I don't want her to carry the guilt of my death on her conscience. She still has one of those, despite being Dante's spawn. Cass is the only one of his daughters who wouldn't think twice before putting a bullet in my head, and she's a good shot, so Cass could easily do it from 50 feet away or more.
Eli, tell me where Jordan is,
Maddie demands again. That fury in her voice, on her beautiful face, is what love looks like. She loves Jordan, even if he's been lying to her about wanting to fuck men all this time, and she lied to him about who she was, that they were married. I have no doubt that Jordan still loves her too, despite her dishonesty. I'll never know what it feels like to love or be loved like that, but at least I've seen it plenty of times the past few years. There's Dante and Vanessa, Sophie and Lachlan, Cass and Cole. Now, Maddie and Jordan. Maddie wants to swoop in and save the man she loves. Poor Jordan, though. Biker Boy is going to be distraught when he finds out Maddie knows about his secret love of Dick, that she saw us fooling around. Now, that drama could be fun to watch. Jordan's very own self-destruction. Watching him sabotage everything good he has with Maddie, all her love, because he's ashamed of a primitive part of him that was never in his control, could be highly entertaining. Maybe I should try to be the shoulder Maddie cries on when Jordan abandons her, because the beautiful idiot will push her away. Maddie will then easily agree to go back to Vegas with me, all sad and depressed after Jordan breaks her heart. The two of us could fuck a few more times in the penthouse before Dante eventually catches us and ends me. Yeah, I think that could definitely work. And I guess I've also grown a teeny, tiny soft spot for the Biker Boy. I'd rather see him give up the best thing that could ever happen to him, all for the sake of his pride, his shame. There's nothing I could do torture-wise to cause him more pain than he'll cause himself. "Eli!" Maddie shrieks, furious that I won't give her what she wants. She reaches up to run her fingers through her hair and pauses at the reminder of my dried cum in the strands. Fuck, that was fun. He's in a camper, off Highway 17 near Chance. He'll have to go off-road about half a mile west from the intersection of Quarter Farm Road and the highway. "Quarter Farm Road and Highway 17 near Chance," she repeats, lowering the gun in her hand. "But you said he was on a boat in the ocean." I lied. I wish I had a big-ass yacht. It would be the perfect torture barge, wouldn't it? "He's really there? Jordan is in a camper off Highway 17 about half an hour away?" "Yes, Maddie, he's really there." "Thank you," she says. Then she runs around the apartment getting dressed in a white tee without a bra, pulling on black panties and leggings, all without putting the gun down for more than a second. Finally, she took her phone and purse. "Should I sit here and wait for you to return?" I ask, right before she walks out the bedroom door. Glancing back at me as if she momentarily forgot I even existed, Maddie says, "Yes, stay right there." Great. Can't wait for us three to have a reunion. Do you think maybe I can have a towel or something to wrap around my leg? "Fine," she huffs, stomping into the bathroom and returning, tossing the towel in my face. She watches me wrap my leg for a moment before asking, "Do I need keys for the restraints?" Ah. Fuck. Reaching for my wallet, I remove the camper key and key for the cuffs, tossing them both on the floor near her feet. She grabs them up, and then she's gone without another word. I could go after her. I can still walk, despite the small bleeding wound. I enjoy the pain. But I stay where I am on the dysfunctional couple's apartment floor, biding my time. Why rush after them when I can sit here and wait for them to bring the show to me?
Chapter 17. Jordan. "Jordan?" The sudden shout of my name snaps me out of my nap. I must have been dreaming, because it sounded like Maddie's voice calling out for me. In reality, I know I'm never going to see her again, or speak to her, or touch her. The crazy bastard is going to torment me until he kills me by accident, or gets bored and kills me on purpose. The camper door flies open, and then I'm certain Eli must have put something in the pizza or cupcakes to make me hallucinate. There's no way Maddie is actually here in this disgusting human trafficking trailer that smells like blood, cum, and death, staring at me strapped down and naked on the table. "Oh God." Hallucination, Maddie gasps. Her sad brown eyes blink back tears at the sight of me. Shit. It's her. It's really her. And while I'm glad to see her, relieved, a small part of me is filled with dread because I know that nothing is going to be the same as it was before. For now, I'll try my best to pretend. "Hey, baby. Miss me?" I joke. "Jordan, I'm so sorry," she says, as her palm covers her nose and mouth and then begins to break down and sob. "It's okay. I'm okay, really. Just, do you want to try and pick these locks?" I lift up my wrists and ankles as high as I can to show her. First things first, I want to get off this hard, uncomfortable table. I don't know where he keeps the keys. Here. She holds up a small key between her fingers. I have the key. Great. How the fuck did she get the keys from Eli? Let's get the fuck out of here before he comes back. I don't think we have to worry too much about hurrying. Maddie rushes over and then squats down to work on my cuffed ankles first, hopefully avoiding any puddles of my piss. Her hands are shaking like leaves as they work the keyhole. The clank of the cuffs falling off is a relief and a terror all at the same time. God, how will I explain to Maddie what happened? What Eli did to me for hours? Days? I can't. I won't. She doesn't have to know. If she asks why I'm naked, I can make something up like Eli was trying to decide where to cut me open first or something. I lay my head down on the table as she slips into the booth to free one wrist, then leans over to unlock the last one. As soon as they fall away, I sit up on the table and Maddie throws her arms around my neck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, she repeats in a whisper. It's okay, baby. It's not your fault. But it is my fault, she says, lifting her head. It breaks my heart to see the tears running down her cheeks. It takes me a moment to remember I can actually lift my arms high enough to wipe them away now that they're free. So I do, even if my limbs tremble from days of non-use. Eli, he came here for me. He's a sick fuck, I tell her. This is on him, and only him. Now let's get the hell out of here. Can you walk? Maddie asks. Her eyes dip down to my naked lap and quickly lift back up to my face. My legs and arms are pretty numb, but I think I can manage to get them working after a few minutes. She nods and says, And your clothes? Where are your clothes? Over there. I point to the pile on the counter, a foot or so away from the remaining jar of Maddie's cupcakes. She sees it and pauses a moment before grabbing up the bundle to bring it over to me. Then, one garment at a time, starting with my boxer briefs, she helps me get dressed. I feel ridiculous that I need her assistance to put on clothes, something I do every day. Or something I did every day before I was held hostage by Eli. Thankfully, my phone is turned off, but still in my jeans. There's even battery left when I turn it on. Finally, I slide my foot into the second untied left boot, and then we're ready to go. I stagger a little when I stand on the black plastic covering the floor, so Maddie slips her arm around my waist to steady me as we walk to the door. I just want to get outside as fast as possible. Being freed only to have Eli come in and hurt Maddie or chain me back up to make her watch him hurt me would be way too cruel, because I don't really think Eli would hurt Maddie. There's no one around us in the surrounding woods, not even a nearby road. It's a bit of a walk to get to the car, she says. If I hadn't noticed the worn path in the grass, I would have been looking for hours. How the fuck did you find me? I ask her. Staring straight ahead as I watch her face, she says, I shot Eli and made him tell me. You shot Eli? I exclaim. Yes. Holy shit. Is he dead? I'm not sure if I want him to be dead or alive, which is so fucked up. He's alive, Maddie says. The sense of relief is confusing as hell. After all, she just saved my ass from where he was holding me hostage, restrained and naked on a table. I left him back at the apartment, and, I told him I would make you promise not to kill him. What? I exclaim. Why would you do that? I ask her. Turning to face me, she says, He wants to die, Jordan. I just don't want it to be you who does it. Oh, fuck. If Maddie finds out what Eli and I did, she'll never look at me the same. I should want him dead. As long as he's alive, there's a huge risk of losing Maddie. So you're telling me I can't kill the man who kidnapped me and spent days torturing me? I'm not telling you that you can't kill him. I'm asking you not to. Please. Why? She's begging me not to kill the crazy bastard after she shot him, which doesn't make any sense. Until... What did he do to you, Maddie? I ask in concern. All this time I was so focused on how he fucked with me. I thought she would be safe from him thanks to the threat of her father's wrath and the fact that Eli's obviously in love with her. I don't want to talk about it. Fuck. It must be bad then. Why not? I ask her softly. Because I don't want to fucking talk about it. Okay, I'm sorry, I reply. Shit. Hold on, she says, turning back to the camper. We have to burn this hellhole down. Oh, fuck. My DNA is in it, along with the dead guys and Eli's. I'll be right back, Maddie replies, and then she jogs up the 3 steps of the camper, disappearing inside. The next time she opens the door, dark smoke follows her. Well? I turned on the kitchen burner and threw Eli's clothes on it. When they caught fire, I lit a shirt and tossed it on the booth cushion. Hopefully the rest will catch soon and not burn down the woods. Hopefully, I agree. Should we wait? No. I'll just call and report seeing smoke in the area as soon as we get to the car. We walk away from the burning camper and are thankfully far enough away to avoid shrapnel when it explodes behind us. Jesus. Faster. We need to move faster, I mutter, while grabbing Maddie's arm to pull her away. The flames must have reached the gas tank. Someone will definitely see and report it now. At least by now my DNA is hopefully burnt up. Good thing Eli removed the dead guy this morning. Neither Maddie nor I say another word as we keep walking. Finally, her car, the one I helped her buy, even though she doesn't have a license, comes into view, sitting parked on the shoulder of a highway. The passenger door is unlocked when I grab the handle and slip inside, while Maddie goes to the driver's side. I don't trust my feet enough yet to handle pressing pedals. Once she closes her door and I close mine, she presses the button to lock the doors, and we both heave a relieved sigh. I'm sorry, Jordan, she says again, before she cranks the car and pulls off the shoulder onto the highway. Stop apologizing. It's not your fault. You saved me. I don't mention that I feel like a gigantic pussy for having my wife come to my rescue, but yeah, I do. Which reminds me, we never got married the night we met in Vegas, did we? What? Maddie glances at me so hard, even the car swerves to the right, the tires touching gravel before returning to the road again. Eli said... She shakes her head, her long brown hair that looks stiff and greasy like it hasn't been washed in a few days barely swaying. No, we're not married. I'm sorry that I lied to you, but I was desperate to get out of Vegas. You were desperate to get out of Vegas. Sure, I get that, I tell her. But once we got to Rockland, you could have told me the truth. And then you would have kicked me out. Your mom probably would have had dragged me through the city. No, she wouldn't have. Josie hates me, Jordan, especially now after you went missing. She doesn't hate you, but whatever. Stop using her as an excuse for lying to me. Fine. Maybe. I thought at first that maybe you were only with me because of the marriage. I wouldn't have kicked you out of the apartment, I tell her honestly. I was a goner for you the second I woke up on that plane and saw your face. I may not remember much of the night before that. Did you drug me? No, you got drunk and blacked out all on your own. Right. I do remember being tipsy when I met Maddie in that Caesar's Palace bar. The reason I intended to get drunk was because my last night in Vegas, away from the rest of the Savage Kings, I was going to try to hook up with a guy, to get it out of my system, off my mind, once and for all. Then Maddie sat down beside me wearing a baseball cap, nearly passing for a guy, before she turned her face toward me and smiled. Clearing my throat, I say, okay, what else? What else, what? What else did you lie to me about? Her fingers tighten on the steering wheel. So, my real name is Madison, not Madeline. Did Eli tell you who my father is? Dante Salvatore or something? An Italian mobster in Vegas, right?
Yes,
And it's Salvato. And Eli works for your father?
yes.
So he came here to bring you back to Vegas?
Yes.
Are you going to go back with him? I ask her. Sneaking a quick glance at me before her eyes return to the road leading us back to Rockland, she says, "Do you want me to go back to Vegas?" "No, I want you to stay. If I don't go back with Eli, he'll just tell my father where I am, then it won't be up to me. He'll come here and he'll probably kill you before I can beg him not to." I don't know what the hell to say to that. What I want to say is that she's a grown woman, and it's her decision whether she goes back. But I hold my tongue for now. After being gone a few days, it's odd how normal the apartment building and parking lot look when Maddie pulls up. One of the club's prospects is still lurking, and I told him to go, that everything was fine, which was a huge lie. I start to think that maybe I'm what's different, since our apartment seems exactly the same as it did when I left days ago. Well, other than the asshole sitting against our bedroom wall. I start to ask Maddie what the hell he's doing in our bedroom when I see the blood seeping from his leg. Jesus, you actually shot him! I know she told me she had, but I still can't believe it. She sure did. The fucker says it as if he doesn't believe it himself, but sounds weirdly proud of her. Good thing I like pain. But now what, Maddie? You going to make me sit here until I bleed out and die? No, that would give him too much time to run his mouth. But the fucker threw my gun in the dumpster and Maddie asked me not to kill him, so I doubt she'll let me have hers. She even said please, as if he matters to her or some shit. Well, Maddie? Eli demands. I don't know yet. Just sit there while I talk to Jordan. She pulls her gun out from her purse and points it at the bastard, while I take a seat on the bed, my legs tired from the walk up the steps to the apartment. And speaking of Jordan, if you ever touch him again in any way, I'll unload this gun into you. Do you hear me, Eli? Maddie warns the dickhead, looking like a complete stranger. A hot stranger, but still. Wait, what was that? I ask her. What do you mean if he touches me again in any way? Eli cackles while Maddie turns to me, giving me sad puppy dog eyes. Jordan, I know what he did to you. You know what exactly? What bullshit did he tell you? I ask, getting to my unsteady feet. I know about how he's tortured you, withholding orgasms. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm definitely killing the son of a bitch now. He told you? You told her? Even better. I let her watch. Eli replies with a smug grin. Did he just say, watch? What do you mean you let her watch? There was a live video feed. Maddie explains quietly, then bites down on her bottom lip. No, there wasn't. I installed it while your face was covered by my shirt. Oh my God. I sort of remember that. The shirt that smelled like him. Then the things that happened after he removed it. You saw what he did to me? I ask Maddie. Yes, and I'm so sorry he put you through all that, Jordan. Pity. Her voice is full of pity. And she's known this whole time, even when she found me in the camper. I'm going to fucking kill you, I shout at Eli. Please don't, Maddie begs, stepping in front of me with her palm on my chest. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Jordan. It's okay if you enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it. She gives me a look that says she knows I'm lying, but won't call me out on it. As if reading my mind, Eli says, Oh, baby boy. She knows you liked it. She saw how hard you were. And while there was no audio, I'm sure she could see the word please on your lips as you begged me to keep going. Oh my fucking God, I mutter as I take a seat on the edge of the bed to bury my face in my hands. I want to die. I want to melt away into the mattress and disappear forever. "It's okay, Jordan. You didn't have a choice," Maddie whispers from nearby. "Don't pretend like you didn't enjoy every second," Eli says. Then he adds, "Maddie, why don't you tell him what I did to you so he feels better? Tell him how I made you beg for my tongue and my cock." "What?" Dropping my hands, I get to my feet, looking between them, then our messy, unmade bed. Maddie always makes the bed perfectly, not to mention the strong scent of rubber and cum in the air. "Maddie, did he restrain you too?" I search the headboard, the mattress for handcuffs or some sort of rope, but there isn't any. Eli cackles as if he finds the entire conversation hilarious. "No, I didn't restrain her. All I had to do was ask, and she did whatever I wanted her to do. Maddie, get on your knees so I can fuck your mouth. Maddie, come sit your ass down on my cock and ride it. Maddie, spread your legs wider and let me eat you out again." She really loved that part. It was probably a close tie between tongue fucking and taking her from behind. She moaned my name like it was the best sex of her life. But I'm sure she comes hard like that on your dick too, right? "Maddie?" My throat clenches up as I stare at her, silently begging her to tell me he's lying. That every word he's saying is just his way of trying to torment me, and that none of it actually happened. Wetting her lips, keeping her eyes lowered to the floor, she says, "I made a deal with him." "A deal," she says. "Not a fucking denial." "What kind of deal?" 3 nights with him, and he would let you go without hurting you." 3 nights? 3 nights with him? I exclaim, the volume of my voice rising with each word. "You mean, not 3 times using your body, but 3 whole nights fucking you?" "Last night was just the second," she says, without lifting her eyes to mine. "Just a second? Jesus, Maddie! What were you thinking?" She huffs and props her hands on her hips. "I was thinking that I didn't know where you were or what he was going to do to you. The deal was to keep him from hurting you or killing you. It was all for you." "All the orgasms you had were for me." "Right," I scoff with a roll of my eyes. "And you actually thought that son of a bitch would have kept his word?" I ask her. "He's got you there," Eli says. Pointing a finger toward his face, I warn him, "You shut up and stay the fuck out of this." "Jordan, I'm sorry, okay? I thought that was the only thing I could do until I got up the nerve to shoot him and demand that he tell me where you were. Why didn't you shoot him the night before last?" I ask her curiously. "That is a damn good question." Eli agrees with a nod. "You had the gun, the one you stole from your father when you ran away. So why didn't you shoot me the first night, Maddie?" She chews on her thumbnail and says, I guess I thought I might accidentally kill him and never find out where you were." "Bullshit!" I yell. "You liked it!" When she won't look at me, I turn to Eli. "She liked it, didn't she?" "Hell yes, she did. I lost count of how many times she came each night." Wow. How am I getting more truth from Eli than Maddie about this? All she gives me is half-truths and straight-up lies. "Did she really come while you were fucking her?" I ask him. "So many times." "Why? She doesn't come on your cock?" "Not usually." "Will you two stop talking about me like I'm not here?" Maddie exclaims. "We're just comparing notes," Eli tells her. "And it looks like I should give Jordan some pointers. Maybe a demonstration would work better." "Shut up!" I shout at him. To her, I ask, "What the hell, Maddie? How could you just let him fuck you over and over again?" "I was trying to protect you. You have no idea what Eli is capable of doing to you." "Oh, trust me, I have an idea now. I can't believe you thought he would fuck you, then keep his word. What other choice did I have? Here's the thing, Maddie. I can handle him. I didn't need you to save me. How exactly did you handle him, Jordan? Did you think you were handling him when your dick was in his mouth and you were begging for more? Unlike you, I didn't have a choice, I remind her. I couldn't leave or stop him because I was handcuffed and tied down. You, though, you made a deal with him to willingly let him fuck you. I don't know which is worse, all the lies you've told me or the fact that you could so easily cheat on me. It's like I don't even know who the fuck you are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I fucked him, and I'm sorry that I lied. I hated lying to you, but it was the only way to escape my prison. Your prison? Oh, come on. My father is a mobster. So? So he refused to let me leave the casino. I couldn't go to college or have a normal life. I didn't have any friends. At least tell the boy why Dante was so protective. Eli interjects, butting in yet again. My father has enemies who would kill me to hurt him. Which is why it was so stupid for you to run, Eli mutters. Nobody knows who I am here. I was confident that Daddy wouldn't publicize my disappearance. And Jordan is a member of a biker club. They're not some pushovers. The Savage Kings carry guns and hurt people who hurt them. Yes, baby boy did a terrific job of protecting you from me and the fucking PI human trafficker he brought right to your doorstep. Should we give him a little gold sticker that says so? Fuck you, I yell at Eli. I'd rather fuck you, he replies. Would you let me fuck you? If it was to keep Maddie safe? My anger deflates as I finally realize why Maddie was so quick to let Eli inside of her. Thankfully, he doesn't have to ever touch you again, Maddie tells Eli. To me, she says, maybe it's best if I just go back to Vegas and end this nightmare for you. No, I don't say the word, but I think it. Even after everything we've been through, all the lies and the cheating, I don't want Maddie to go. Maddie, sweetheart, do you really think I would have suggested you fuck me if I didn't think you wanted it? Eli asks her. Do you think I would have sucked the boy's dick if I didn't know he wanted me to do it? He loved every second. He may not admit it, but I know these things. I bet he wants to fuck me now just to get back at you for doing it first.
Chapter 18. Maddie. Jordan goes over and leans down, grabbing Eli by the front of his half-buttoned dress shirt, his right fist clenched as if to hit him. He likely has no idea that Eli is a trained MMA fighter. If Jordan starts a fight with him, he won't win, not even when Eli is on the floor with a bullet wound. Jordan, I'm sorry. Please. I'll leave. Right now.
Do you actually think that decision has ever been up to you since the second I found you in this shithole town? This is for me, Maddie, and for him, Eli says, not sounding the least bit concerned about a fight with Jordan. In fact, he studies me calmly over Jordan's body. I think you'll enjoy it too, watching the two of us together.
No, I won't.
Is she lying about that too? Jordan asks Eli. Hell yes.
Figured, Jordan mutters, before he lowers his mouth to Eli's. The two kiss with tongues shoved deep into each other's mouths, like they can't get enough and it's the end of the world. And I am stunned, hurt. It's like Jordan is rubbing his big fat lie in my face, proving he would rather be with a monster like Eli than with me. He said he doesn't know who I am. Well, the same goes for him. I have no clue who this man is that I've spent 15 months living with. Jordan's phone peeks out of the back pocket of his jeans. I've never gone through his phone, and he never looked at mine because we trusted each other. Not anymore. While he's distracted, I pluck the device free to see for myself what he's been hiding. That has him pulling away from the kiss.
No, Maddie, please don't,
Jordan begs when he turns around.
I've already unlocked the device using his PIN, our fake anniversary, 0618.
Oh, hell no. You don't get to call her that name anymore. I'm the only one who calls her Maddie,
Eli says. Once I'm in his phone, I easily pull up his search history that I've never worried about before. It's full of videos of men fucking other men. Eli was right. Jordan is bisexual. Perhaps he even prefers men. Why didn't you tell me? I ask him, showing him the screen of one of the videos playing.
I kept one thing from you, he replies. Why didn't you tell me who you were? Or, I don't know, that we weren't actually fucking married?
I can't do this right now, I tell him, shaking my head and tossing his phone back to him. Could you just go?
Go?
Yes, go and find Eli a doctor.
Seriously?
I don't want to be responsible for killing him, and I can't look at you right now. The two of us stare at each other for several long seconds, both of us probably thinking the same thing. I have no idea who the man in front of me really is, or what's going to happen between us.
Give me the gun. I'll finish this,
Jordan says, meaning he'll put more bullets in Eli until he's dead. No, you can't kill him, and you were just kissing him.
Maddie, that evil bastard can't be saved. You know that, right? The world will be better off without him.
You just made out with him like it was the best kiss of your life, I remind him. Now you want to kill him?
Jordan just wants me dead before I tell you exactly how much he liked having my dick in his mouth,
Eli shouts over to us. Whoa, I didn't see any of that happen. Is that true? I ask Jordan. Did you like that?
He fucking loved it,
Eli yells.
He sucked me off for hours. I came down his throat 3 times.
Let me kill him, Maddie, Jordan says, jaw clenched tight and cheeks darkening to a deep shade of red. He's embarrassed, ashamed, and he wants to take those emotions out on Eli, which isn't fair. No, if you kill him, I'll never forgive you.
That's bullshit, Maddie. Stop calling her that,
Eli roars.
He's obsessed with you. Do you not get that?
Jordan asks, pointing at the bleeding man on the floor.
He's not here to find you and drag you home to your father. He's playing with you and with me. And when he gets tired of playing with you,
he won't hurt me, I say confidently.
Yes, he will, and he'll probably kill me as soon as he gets the chance.
I'll convince him not to.
Yes, because that worked out so well the first time when you agreed to fuck him for 3 nights.
You can't be mad at me for that, I tell him. Not when you and he did shit too.
I was sure he was going to kill me, Maddie. That's the only reason. Bullshit, Eli sings. He was horny for me and my dick, Maddie. Something you can never, ever give him.
He's lying, Jordan says, but without conviction. Look, can we talk about all of this later? Right now, we should probably find someone to just patch him up.
You want to just patch him up like he's not a psycho-murdering bastard?
Yes, please, Jordan.
Saving him just so he can kill me would be idiotic.
Eli, promise us that you won't hurt or try to kill Jordan again.
I can't believe you not only fucked the man who kidnapped me and held me hostage, but that you want me to find him a doctor. I hope he dies.
With that pronouncement, Jordan walks out of the bedroom. The apartment door slams shut a moment later.
Damn, that was harsh, Maddie,
Eli reaffirms, but still seems surprised by Jordan's severe words wishing him death.
You really didn't have any clue that your fake husband liked dick? Guess it's a good thing I came along to educate you, right? Marriages are supposed to be based on trust.
Shut up. Just shut up and tell me how to get rid of you.
I'm trying to figure that out myself. Honestly, I want to fuck you both at the same time, which is a logistical challenge.
Just go home, Eli. Tell Daddy you couldn't find me. Then he won't ever have to know you slept with me. I can't go back without you. Per Dante, the only way I'm allowed to step foot back in Vegas is with you. And why is that? Because I fucked up with Dante again. Finding you was my punishment. What did you do this time? I ask him, as I pace around the bedroom, still clenching the gun like it's a lifeline. Wait, did Daddy find out about us? No, he still doesn't know I stole your virginity on his dining table, right where he eats his family dinners, he says, making it sound like I didn't just lie there on the table and let him do whatever he wanted to do to me. Sometimes I wonder why I didn't try to stop him, why I didn't put up a fight. So then what is he pissed at you for? I ask, curiously. Oh, well, I didn't tell him that I knew your sister and Cole were fucking like rabbits under his roof. Wait, what? That draws my feet up to a stop. Sophie and Cole, Vanessa's son, are, like, together? No, Cass. Sophie is a married woman. Someone had to be the Irish fucker's bride. Honestly, Maddie, you should be ashamed of yourself for not asking about your family sooner. I tried to ask about them, and you said you wouldn't answer me until your balls were empty or some shit. Then you just up and left. You could have asked again, he murmurs. Whatever. So Sophie married Lachlan Dunn because I ran away? Yes. And Cass is fucking Cole, Vanessa's son? Yes. Wow. Did Daddy kill him? No, he just made Cass and Cole his joint heirs, since Cass is knocked up with his kid. Cass is really going to have a baby? He said she was pregnant the other day, but I still can't believe it. Yes, and Cole and Cass were getting hitched the day I left Vegas. Both of my sisters are married now? Wow. You've been gone for over a year, Maddie. A lot of shit happens in a year. After a long moment, I asked, what changed for you in a year? I killed Gavin. Gavin? The stripper you were fucking when I left? Yes, the beautiful stripper. Why did you kill him? He betrayed Dante and Vanessa. When he was found and dragged back to Vegas, I fucked him while choking the life out of him. Cass and Cole dug a hole and buried him, since they were supposed to be the ones to kill him. Oh my God. I edged him for hours and fucked him the first night he was my victim. Edged him, like you did to Jordan. Yes, I bet Jordan would let me fuck him too. No, you can't fuck Jordan. Why not? Because I love him. Even if we aren't really married, I fell in love with him. He's a good man. A good man who lied to you. He probably pretends you're a dude when he fucks your ass. A blush warms my cheeks. Do you really think so? Oh, yeah. I bet he's a verse, wants to top and bottom. You told me that you two have a lot of anal, even if you don't enjoy it. I bet you would like it if Jordan and I fucked you at the same time. Eli! We could. One dick in your pussy, the other in your ass. He loves going down on you too, right? I could fuck him while he eats you out. Eli, stop! Please just stop and leave. You don't have to go back to Vegas. You're finally free of my father. You could go anywhere once we patch up the bullet wound. Vegas is my home, Maddie. Yours too. I shake my head in disagreement. It's not my home anymore. Rockland is my home. Jordan is my home, even if I kind of want to stab him in the dick right now. Hey, Sophie actually did stab a man in the dick, Eli says with a chuckle. Sophie? No way. Her mobster husband rubbed off on her. Is she happy with Lachlan? Like, is it a real marriage? Unlike yours, yes, it's a real official marriage. They actually love each other, too. Why? Are you jealous you didn't snatch Lachlan up when you had the chance? No, I'll never regret my decision to leave, I tell him honestly. even if everything I built here feels like it's falling apart.
Chapter 19. Jordan. Jordan? Colt exclaims as soon as I walk into Greer's bar. It's barely noon on Sunday, but I need a drink. All 4 Fulton boys and Thane are already here too, playing cards at one of the tables. They get to their feet and surge for me. Cole reaches me first, throwing his arms around me. "Where the hell have you been? We thought you were dead. And yet you all were here drinking and playing cards as a way to grieve?" I say sarcastically, as I embrace him back. Then RJ, Thane, Bear, and Remy last. "Fuck, you know we were worried," RJ says. "We've looked everywhere," Thane adds. "The sheriff deputies are still searching too, and they are pissed," Remy remarks as he types on his cell phone. "I'll tell them to call off the search, and they're probably going to arrest you." "Fuck. Your mom has been losing her shit," Colt tells me. "That's why I'm here. I couldn't stay there with her another second, unable to tell her you would be okay when we weren't sure you would be, with the crazy-ass murderer on the loose." Punching me in the shoulder, he says, "Where the hell were you? You just up and disappeared. We seriously thought the eyeball psycho had you." "No, I just got tied up in something unexpected with Maddie," I tell them, which is mostly the truth. While I wish Eli would die a slow, painful death for not only telling Maddie what we did, but, fuck, letting her watch us. I don't tell the Kings it was Eli who killed those men or kidnapped me. They would definitely finish him, and I don't want his death on Maddie's conscience. Even if I sort of hate her at the moment for fucking him. Multiple times. Coming on his dick when the other day was the first time she came on mine after more than a year. Of course, that makes me feel like a giant piece of shit who doesn't know how to fuck his wife. Or my pretend wife. Shaking my head to clear those thoughts, I tell Colt, that particular problem is the reason why I'm here. I take a seat at the closest table, my legs still not at full strength. I nearly wrecked Maddie's car to get here. The guys all pull up a chair as I tell them, "Do any of you happen to know of a doctor or a surgeon who makes house calls?" "Why do you need a doctor or a surgeon?" Remy asks. "Is Maddie okay?" Yeah. Oh, Maddie is just fucking fine." "So why do you need a doctor?" Colt asks. "There's a situation." "Spit it out, kid. We don't have all day," Remy huffs. "Our patience is thin after not sleeping for days because we were worried about you." "Yeah, just tell us, Jordan. You know we'll do everything we can to help," Colt assures me. Bracing my elbows on the table, I blurt out the truth they need to know. "Okay, so it turns out that Maddie is actually Madison Salvato, Vegas mob boss Dante Salvato's daughter." Blank stares are all the reaction I get, until RJ finally says, "You married a mob boss's daughter?" "Yes. I mean, no." Rubbing the back of my neck, I catch them up to speed. "It turns out that we're not actually married." "She lied about marrying you?" Colt asks, then grins when I give a nod of confirmation. "Oh, Josie is going to love saying I told you so." He pulls out his phone as if to call or text her the news right now. "Wait, there's more." "Great," Remy mutters. Holding up his hand, he waves to Greer behind the bar. "We're gonna need another round over here." "Coming up," our fellow club member shouts back. "Let's hear it, kid." Bear, the quietest of the Fulton brothers, orders me. Maddie's father has been looking for her for over a year, ever since she ran away from Vegas, and he's not happy that she left, taking his money and his gun without telling him. In fact, he was so pissed that he sent his employee to find her and bring her back. "His employee?" Colt repeats. "I'm guessing this guy is the one who needs a doctor?" Grinning, Thane, RJ's husband, says, Way to go, Jordy. Did you shoot him? You did, didn't you? But why not just, let him die? Jesus, RJ whispers as he scrubs an exasperated palm down his face, following his husband's carefree attitude about killing someone. So, I didn't shoot him. Maddie did. Maddie shot a man? Remy asks, brows raised. She shot her mob boss father's guy? Yes, he's got a slug in his leg, or maybe it went through. I didn't look at it that closely. Now she feels guilty and doesn't want him to bleed to death, so she asked me to find someone to patch him up. But you want to leave him to die, Colt guesses. Yes and no. I want him dead, but I don't want Maddie to be the one who ended him. You know? She'll be all fucked up about it forever. So we have to try and mend this guy until you can take him out? Remy asks. Yes, that's the gist of it. Wow, Colt mutters. Your mom is going to be super pissed. She's always said that girl was trouble. Turns out she was absolutely right.
Eli.
How is your leg?
Maddie asks while she paces around the bedroom, chewing nervously on her thumbnail. I like pain, I remind, so she won't feel too guilty about shooting me. Still, I ask her, what will you do if I die, Maddie? Looking away from me, she says,
You're not going to die?
But what if I did? Are you just going to live out the rest of your life here with the biker boy who wants dick?
Even though he kept things from me, I love Jordan. This is what I wanted, a simple, normal life.
You're really happy here? There's nothing about Vegas that you miss?
I miss my dad and Sophie more than I miss Cass, but yes, I'm happier here than I would ever be if I go back home.
Will you even miss me when I'm dead and gone? I ask, trying to play the pity card. Hard.
Parts of you?
Oh yeah? Which parts? I ask her. Finally, her feet come to a stop as she studies me.
You're not all evil, Eli. I know that's what you think, what everyone thinks, but I don't buy it. You can be soft.
Chuckling, I tell her honestly, if I have a soft spot, then it's only for you. Her and her father. Maybe Jordan too, but I don't mention that.
Eli,
I'm serious, Maddie. Why do you think I tried so hard to find you, not giving up until I knew where you were?
You told me you had to, that Daddy told you to find me if you wanted his forgiveness?
Yes, but that was just one of the reasons. I huff. I've missed you every day that you've been gone. The house felt empty without you. And our late-night snacks. It started when Maddie came down to the first-floor kitchen looking for ice cream one night, and I was sitting at the bar eating a sandwich. After that, she kept coming down around the same time, pretending they were out of things on the second floor when, in fact, it was always fully stocked. That was way before I fucked her on the dining table. We would barely say a few words to each other, but it was definitely a flirty vibe, or at least I thought it was.
I'm with Jordan. I love Jordan, she says. Even if you hadn't hurt him, hadn't messed with him and wanted to kill him, I know I would only ever be your fuck toy, a way to hurt my father.
Sure, I like fucking her, but she's more than a fuck toy. Jordan's right. I'm obsessed with Maddie. Have been for a long time. Finding her was probably the best thing I've ever accomplished in my life. One of the only good things. How about this then? I say, not bothering to argue her point. How about you give me a blowjob for the road?
For the road? Because you're actually going to leave and go back to Vegas without me as soon as you stop leaking blood everywhere?
Because I'm dying, Maddie, I exclaim. She scoffs like I'm being overly dramatic, which of course I am. Still, I tell her, if the bullet wound doesn't kill me, then it won't be long before someone else ends me. Probably Jordan when he gets back here, or your father in a few days. So what do you say? Will you fulfill the dying man's last request? I thought Jordan and I had bonded, or that we had chemistry.
Whatever it was evaporated as soon as he found out Maddie watched us together, thanks to his humiliation of being thrown out of the closet. And it stung a little for him to act so differently from the needy man who begged me for more in that camper, the kid who asked me about my life as if he actually cared.
"You're insane,"
Maddie mutters. I know, I am, but that doesn't change the fact that I want your mouth on my dick to be my last memory in this world. Maddie seems to consider my request. She's actually considering it, even though she knows Jordan wouldn't approve or understand. But she feels extremely guilty about shooting me. I saw it on her face before I even felt the twinge of the bullet. God, I love people with consciences. They're so easy to manipulate. She probably thinks her guilt will lessen if she gives in to my fucked up request. And it's not like she hasn't had her mouth on my dick before. She also knows Jordan's has been there too. Wouldn't hurt to remind her. Jordan sucked me off 3 times in a row. Kept my cock warm in between too. I tell her to help convince her.
"What did you threaten him with to convince him to do that?"
No threats.
"Bullshit,"
she huffs. It's true. Ask him. The first night, I offered to let him watch you if he kept my dick in his mouth. It was in there for hours. He sucked me so damn good. He's much better than you are at deep-throating. Sure, he gagged, but he still swallowed every drop. Maddie's brow furrows as she imagines it, me fucking Jordan's face, coming down his throat multiple times.
"Fine,"
she agrees. Fuck yes, I exclaim in victory. Get naked and come over here.
"Naked? Nobody said anything about me being naked."
I just did, I point out. To fully enjoy a blowjob, I want to see every inch of your beautiful body while I'm buried in your mouth. Oh, and I want to lie down in the soft mattress.
"You're pushing it, Eli."
I won't touch you, if that makes it better.
"Not really."
Come on, Maddie. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold my eyes open. I feel so weak and tired. Let me see you naked. One last time. The truth is that I am losing blood and probably look a little pale from the loss.
"I can't believe I'm doing this,"
Maddie mutters as she pulls her top off and over her head, then shoves her leggings down.
"Get on the bed."
You're a good woman, Maddie, I say, as I keep my eyes on her while pushing myself off the floor. A damn good woman. Panties too, I order as I climb up on the bed, stretching out on my back, both hands tucked under my head. Maddie does as I requested, unhooking and letting the satin and lace drop to the floor. She looks self-conscious standing before me, despite the fact that I've touched and tasted every inch of her for the past 2 nights. God, you're gorgeous. I think I would have tried giving up men for you, I tell her. Shut up, she says as she crawls up on the bed. I spread my thighs wider to make room for her. She pauses when she notices the crimson stain I've already left on the bedding from my leaking limb wrapped in a towel. Well, I say when she's kneeling between my legs but not getting to work. Undo my pants.
"Great. You're going to make me do all the work,"
she huffs. Her face reddens in embarrassment as I watch her fumble with my belt, her hands shaking as if she's nervous since I'm not dominating her for once. Maddie pops the button on my pants, then lowers the zipper. She tugs the fabric down my thighs a few inches. Thanks to my lack of underwear, my constantly hard shaft bounces up toward her face in silent demand. It's been throbbing since she shot me like a sexy little badass.
"If you don't die, you better not ever tell Jordan about this,"
Maddie warns me as she wraps her fingers around my cock to hold it to her lips. Not a word, I lie. She lowers her mouth, giving my crown a few teasing licks. Once my head is nice and wet, she parts her lips and feeds the first few inches over her warm, slick tongue. God, yes! I groan, before remembering to tone it down a little. I'm supposed to sound like a dying man. Maddie eyes me as if she's thinking the same thing, that this was just a ploy to get her mouth on me again. But because she shot me, she caves and starts bobbing her head, moving her mouth up and down my dick. The faster she works her mouth along my length, the more I grunt and groan. My hips lift off the mattress to shove a few inches deeper, hitting the back of her throat. The second she gags, I'm close to coming. She sucks me deep, over and over again, like she wants to make it damn good for me, in case it's my last blowjob ever in this life. I know she's even enjoying herself when her fingers slip between her bare legs. God, she's so damn hot. She never did that shit before, and I'm disappointed I didn't think to demand she masturbate while sucking me the times before. I'm right on the very edge when the mattress starts to buzz. Fuck! It's my cell phone. Maddie realizes it too as she fishes it out of my pocket with her free hand, thankfully without removing her mouth or her fingers from between her legs, offering it to me. She's too close to stop. And she obviously didn't see her father's name on the screen, or she would likely have paused. I can't not answer the mobster, even if my dick is currently fucking his daughter's throat. Yeah? Yeah? Since when do you answer your boss so disrespectfully? If he thinks that's disrespectful, he should see Maddie's hair that she still hasn't washed clean. Sorry, sir, I say, struggling with remembering the English language. Gotta keep my responses short. At the sir, Maddie lifts her eyes to mine in concern, but I shake my head, warning her not to stop. If anything, she suddenly becomes more enthusiastic, as if she wants me to come during the call. Where are you? You haven't checked in this week. East, I say, adding, Coast, Virginia. Maddie hums. She fucking hums around my dick, sending the vibration through my soul. Then I watch her shudder through her release, riding her fingers while her father says, Any updates? Your missing daughter is coming so hard while trying to make me fill her belly with my cum? No, sir. I have to tilt the speaker away from my panting mouth. Then we'll talk next week. Set a reminder to call me first thing Monday morning. He grumbles, just as Maddie fondles my balls with her fingers that are still damp from being inside her pussy. I come violently, my entire body levitating off the mattress. Yes! I groan. I quickly add a, Sir, before my fingers fumble to end the call, tossing the phone aside carelessly to fist the bedding in both hands, riding out the pleasure. My hips lift to thrust a little deeper in Maddie's throat to hear her gag again. She does, and fuck, it's hot as hell. I'm highly amused and captivated watching her juggle the gagging while swallowing my huge load of cum when the apartment door opens. There's nearly a straight-line view to the bed as soon as you step through the door, so I'm not surprised when I hear a shout of, What the fuck? Both of us glance over to find Jordan watching us from the bedroom door. When Maddie starts to lift her head, I grab it and hold it down on my dick, making her take me too deep, so deep her eyes flood with tears as she screams on my cock, struggling for air.
Chapter 20. Maddie. Naked, choking on Eli's dick, with drool and his cum dripping down my chin. That's how Jordan finds us. What the fuck? He exclaims again, as if we didn't hear him the first time. Since Eli is holding my head down and won't let me up, I have to squeeze his shaft hard enough that he releases me, allowing me to pull my mouth off him. Then I say the only thing that pops into my head, the worst thing I could possibly say. It's not what it looks like, I whisper, while wiping off my mouth before I even suck in a breath. His dick was shoved down your throat. I'm sure it's exactly what it looked like, Jordan responds. What, are you going to try and tell me that you were going to kill him with orgasms? He could be dying, and it's my fault, I remind him. I shot him to save you. He's not dying, Jordan yells right back. He's lost a lot of blood, I point out, glancing down at the bleeding wound. Jesus, Maddie, do you really think a man would be able to get hard if he was dying of blood loss? Oh, I didn't think about that, and now I feel really stupid. A second later, and Jordan isn't the only one staring at us. He's joined by Remy and Colt. The Fulton brothers' eyes widen at the sight of me still kneeling between the other man's legs, Eli's dick still in his hand. Jesus, Remy mutters, before slapping his palm over his eyes. If Avery asks, I didn't see anything. Get out, Jordan shouts at the two bikers. Once he shoves them back, he comes into the bedroom and slams the door behind him. Then the three of us just look at each other, silently. Unable to take Eli's smug grin or Jordan's furious face a second longer, I back off the bed to get dressed while asking, Did you find a doctor? I'm guessing no, and if he did, Jordan will now tell the doctor to leave Eli's wound to fester, or pour salt directly into it. A vet is on the way. A vet? Like a doggy doc? Eli asks, followed by a chuckle. I thought it was fitting since you're a son of a bitch, Jordan responds. Good one, Eli remarks, slipping both of his inked hands behind his head again. He's the picture of a laid-back and satisfied male, with his dick still hanging out of his pants while he lounges in our messy bed. I'm sorry, I tell Jordan, but either the bullet kills him or you will, right? Hell yes, I'm going to murder that bastard. Then it's not a big deal, right? Jordan scoffs. Are you kidding me? You don't think sucking another man's dick in my bed is a big deal? His bed, no longer ours. He sucked yours and you sucked his, I remind him. How is this all that different? Yeah, Jordan, how is this different? Eli asks. You're really going to be angry at Maddie when you've had my dick in your mouth more than she has. Shut the fuck up, Jordan shouts at him, chest heaving. Then to me, it's not even close to the same thing. I was a hostage. Wow, you are such a hypocrite, I tell the man I've lived with and loved for a year. And you're a fucking whore. Whoa, Eli whispers. That insult was totally uncalled for. Maddie isn't a whore. The only two men she's ever been with are both in this room. You can't say the same, can you, Jordan? What? I'm going to throw you out on your ass and hope some wolves come along and eat you. Or maybe I'll take your bloody ass out to the ocean and toss you in for a shark to finish off. Maddie finished me off already, Eli retorts smugly. God damn you, Jordan exclaims before he walks out, slamming the bedroom door behind him again. You're an asshole, I tell Eli, while pulling on my clothes. And God, I need a toothbrush and a shower. Hey, I'm not the one who just called you a whore, he remarks. Should I also point out that I didn't tell you to finger yourself while you were sucking me off? That was all you, baby.
Jordan. Wow, Jordan, I'm so damn sorry, Colt says when I walk out to the parking lot, my head a mess of anger and confusion. You want us to kill him? Remy offers. Fuck if I know, I huff as I shove my fingers through my hair. My hair that is longer than usual because Maddie said she liked men with longer hair. And now that Eli has showed up in town, I guess I know where that fascination started. I can't believe I didn't notice that shit sooner. What are you going to do? Remy asks. I don't know that either, I grumble. That asshole is a manipulative bastard. He probably guilted Maddie into doing it. The Fulton brothers exchange a knowing look. Jordan, you don't honestly believe that shit, do you? Colt asks. It wasn't like he was holding a gun to her head and forcing her. Remy adds. No, but he was holding her, shooting him, and wounding him over her head. I remind them. We all saw it with our own eyes. Remy rearms. That shit is not okay for wives to do behind their husbands' backs. She's not my wife, I remind him. Oh, shit. Right, sorry. Even if you weren't married, you've been a couple for over a year. That deserves more respect than that. Colt gestures with his hand to the apartment behind us. Look, I get that you two are just trying to look out for me and take my side, but you don't know the full story here. Then what's the full story? Colt asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Maddie wasn't doing anything with him that I haven't already done myself. Remy and Colt's eyes momentarily widen as they exchange another wordless look. Really? Colt asks softly. Like, are you all having threesomes or what? It's complicated, I tell him, rather than explain how the man kidnapped me and shit happened. They'll think he's the bad guy and that he forced me to do those things. That's not true. I mean, Eli is a bad guy. I know that. I saw him cut out a man's eyeball. And it's not like I developed Stockholm Syndrome or whatever. He's a bad man. An evil monster who gets off on hurting and killing people. Even his own mother thought he was evil when he was just a kid. But the things we did, he didn't threaten me or anything like that. I knew what I was doing, and I wanted it. I wanted to be with another man. Only the second man in my life, but this time, I wanted him. Yes, Eli can be a manipulative prick, but I loved having his mouth, his hands, his everything on me. He's gorgeous and dangerous, and those two things turned me into a puddle of lust who begged for more. Even though I've had a beautiful woman in my bed every night for a year, I still couldn't resist the psycho's charms. And being angry at Maddie for cheating is a hell of a lot easier than admitting to her that I'm not sure if I'll ever be completely myself with her, or if she'll ever be enough to satisfy all of my needs. Fuck, I don't know what to do, I admit to Colt and Remy. The way I see it, we only have two choices here, Remy says. Only two? Colt asks. Only two, his brother agrees. We can either send the girl back to Vegas before her mob boss father wages war on Rockland and the Savage Kings, or we kill the bastard and pray he hasn't told her father that he found her here living with us. And if he's already told her father? Colt asks, while I'm still hung up on the sending her back option. Then we're fucked. He'll come for her. We all know how shit went down when those dumbasses took Helen of Troy, right? Everyone died. Not to be a bastard, and I hate it for you, Jordan, but that girl isn't worth any of us dying over. So that seems like we only have one option here, Colt replies. She's got to go back home to Daddy. Remy nods. She's got to go home to Daddy. We could take you to the table for a vote, if that's what you need, Jordan. Since Remy is the MC's president, he has the most sway with every member. Most are his damn brothers, so I have a feeling how that vote will go. Me against everyone else. I get it, I tell them, and I don't want any of you to get hurt because I was too stubborn to do the right thing. Maddie should go back to Vegas. It's the best option for everyone. Everyone except for me and her. Why did Eli have to show up and fuck everything up? Glad you agree, kid. But now you have to decide what you are going to do, Remy says, just as the apartment door opens behind me. Maddie steps out, thankfully fully dressed in a white tee and leggings. It's not much, but it covers all the major areas. Jordan, can we please talk? She comes up to us and asks. I don't want to talk about any of this shit, but it's the adult thing to do, so I give her a nod. Could you two wait here and send the doc up when she gets here? I ask the Fulton brothers. Sure thing, kid, Remy says, giving my shoulder a supportive slap. Colt opens his mouth as if to chime in his opinion, but I hold up my palm to stop him. Don't say it. Just Don't, okay? Let me handle it. And I mean me. Not my mother, not you. Me. Fine, he huffs, then slips his hands into his jean pockets. With one last glare in Maddie's direction, the two of us walk back toward the side of the apartment building for privacy. Finally, Maddie says, I felt bad about shooting him, and Eli knew it, so he sort of took advantage of me. Not like that, but he took advantage of the situation. I know, I say calmly, because I know exactly how convincing the gorgeous bastard can be without even saying a word. What he said was true. We did a lot of shit while I was his hostage, and none of it was actual torture. So you like him? God, no. I fucking hate that asshole, I tell her, which is sort of true. I hate he didn't kill me before Maddie found out I had been with him. But I still want him. Wanted him. I amend quickly. And I think you do too, Maddie. She shakes her head. I don't. You should go back to Vegas. I blurt out before I pussy out of it. Her face instantly falls, like I've hurt her worse than ever, even worse than fooling around with Eli and lying to her. You want me to leave? I think it'll be best if you go. I don't want to start some war with your mob boss father if he finds out you're here. The Savage Kings shouldn't be dragged into our shit. You mean I'm not worth the headache? You've lied to me, and I've lied to you. We're not really married, so there's no reason for you to stay. No reason? Being in love with you is not reason enough for you to fight to keep me? We've both made mistakes, I remark, trying not to think too long about the words she just said. And I'm not sure if I can believe anything you say. It feels like this past year has all been a lie. And I'm not putting all the blame on you. I haven't been honest with you either. We've both been living a lie, pretending everything was great between us when we knew it wasn't. Jordan, please don't just send me back and pretend I was never here. It's not just my decision anymore, I say, throwing the Kings under the bus. The club will vote, and I don't think it'll go your way. Not after what Colt and Remy just saw in the apartment. As soon as Colt tells my mom, she'll be campaigning to put you on the first flight out of town. Your mom has never liked me, Maddie mutters. No, she hasn't. I finally admit to her, honestly. And she was right. You are trouble. Too much trouble for anyone to die for, even Eli. Wow, Maddie whispers. So you're breaking up with me and sending me home. Did you ever care about me, or was it just an act? Don't even fucking go there, I tell her. You know I cared about you. I worshipped you, but I was doing it for the wrong reasons. I was avoiding the truth about myself. I thought that if I could love you and keep you, then I would never think about being with anyone else ever again. And I was wrong. So, you don't want me? It's not that I don't want you. You know I do. But I think we'll both be better off on our own. A tear slides down her right cheek, and I almost break right then and there and try to take back every word I just said. This is exactly why I didn't tell you who I was, who my father is, she exclaims. I knew you would send me back. God, I love you, Jordan. I'll still love you when I'm in Vegas, thrown back into my prison again. And trust me, I won't be better off without you. You'll have Eli, I remind her, which sends her running back to the apartment in tears. I know it's a low blow, but I'm hurting so much I took the shot, wanting to hurt her back. Fucking Eli's sadism must be rubbing off on me.
Chapter 21. Eli. So you're sending her home without putting up a fight? I ask Jordan as soon as he steps foot into the apartment. I didn't have to hear their conversation to know it's true after Maddie ran in and locked herself in the bathroom. The shower turns on, no doubt she's finally washing her hair and crying underneath the stream. God, you're such a pussy.
What else am I supposed to do? Jordan huffs. The only options I have are to kill you or send you both back to Vegas.
Is that right?
Have you told her father that you found her here? Jordan asks, face twisted with anger, frustration, his hands clutching his hips. His question is a trap. I know that because he's already told me the options the biker boys all came up with. If I admit that I haven't told Dante I found his daughter, stalked her, fucked her, and screwed around with her boyfriend, they'll kill me, and Maddie will be safe to stay. Of course I told Dante. Bullshit. If you had, he would have shown up here by now. I told him I was trying to convince her to come home voluntarily before he drags her ass back. I know he's angry Maddie left, but he still wants to make amends with her. You're such a fucking liar, Jordan remarks. Give me your phone. I pull it from my pocket and toss it to the foot of the bed for him to go through it. Code is 0201. There are plenty of Vegas phone numbers in the call log, including the recent one from when Dante called in the middle of my blowjob. Not only that, I leave Dante a voicemail every few days, just saying I'm still searching, but getting closer or some shit. He never answers my calls, though. We only speak when he deigns to call me. Like today. Well, you got a call from Vegas today. Sometimes you call a Vegas number. I'm not stupid enough to try any of the numbers from my phone, Jordan says, tossing the device back on the mattress. And since you won't tell us whether or not you've mentioned to her father that you found Maddie with us, that leaves one choice. Let you both go back to Vegas as soon as possible. You're forgetting one other option, I point out. No, I'm not. Sure, you are. Did it ever occur to you that you could fucking make the decision to come to Vegas with us? With you? He asks with a bark of laughter. Won't her father kill me? That's what you've been threatening this whole time? And that is exactly what makes you a pussy. If you actually loved Maddie and had a pair of balls, you would take your chances with Dante. You would come to Vegas, tell him you're in love with his daughter, and beg him to let you two be together. No, he says, rejecting the idea without even considering it for 5 fucking seconds. I'm not scared of Dante Salvatore. Sure you're not. And it's Salvato, I correct him. I'm not. I just... Staring at the closed bathroom door, he says, everything with Maddie is different now. You mean you're not sure if she still wants to be with you, knowing you're also into men? I'm not stupid. I know that shit complicates our relationship. We both lied. You're forgetting one other piece of information that could resolve all of your and Maddie's problems, including your dick deficiency. What's that? Me. You? He asks, sounding confused. Maddie loved it when I fucked her. I gave her something she needs that she doesn't get from you. A hard, rough pounding. And I have something she can't give you. A dick. That's not... I don't want a threesome. It would never work. I shrug, as if his rejection doesn't bother me. You're probably right. If Dante found out, he would probably kill us both. And I'm not sure if a pussy like you is worth that risk. Fuck you! Winking at him, I say, I know you want to. Bet you would love it. Whatever. It doesn't matter now, does it? You're leaving, and I'm glad. You're a pussy, I tell him yet again, loving how he winces each time. I stand by that initial observation. The apartment door suddenly flies open, banging off the wall as someone barges in. Right around the same time, Maddie finally comes out of the bathroom. Oh, shit, Jordan mutters when a tiny woman marches into the bedroom like she owns it. She throws her arms around Jordan, hugging him, then tells him, Don't ever disappear and worry me like that again. Sorry, Mom. And you, Maddie and I need to have a little talk, the woman says as she eyes Maddie, just before her gaze lands on me. Who the hell is the man in your bed? Hi, I say with a wave in greeting. From my stalking, I'm pretty sure she's Jordan's mother. She's cute, sort of reminding me of a brunette Vanessa, Maddie's new stepmom. Ignore him, Mom, and this doesn't concern you. It's between me and Maddie, Jordan tells her. Her lies affect the entire MC, she screeches. And you're my son. Your business is always my business, too. It's fine. We can talk.
Maddie offers softly, her freshly washed hair piled up on top of her head. She hates you. Always has, Jordan reminds her, literally making the beautiful, strong girl shrink.
And I deserve it. So just let me talk to her so she can get it all out of her system. Great. Let's go for a walk,
Jordan's mother says, nodding toward the sidewalk that runs beside the empty hallway.
Maddie. Josie, Jordan's mom, doesn't say anything for the first few minutes of our walk, but when she gets going, there's no stopping her. I knew we couldn't trust you, she says. I knew it, and I tried to warn Jordan, but you were beautiful and clinging to him, batting your big brown puppy dog eyes at him, so I relented. Jordan has been through a lot of bad shit in his short life, so I thought, what the hell? Maybe I'm wrong, and this girl is exactly what he needs, the sunshine that's been missing in his darkness. And then you go and mess him up even more. I didn't mean to, I tell her honestly. I really do love him. That has her stopping to turn and face me. Even though I'm 7 or so inches taller than the petite woman, she glares up at me with viciousness filling her eyes. Pointing to the apartment complex, she says, "That is not love. You don't know the first thing about love. What you did to Jordan, he may never recover from it, you know. And I hope the guilt eats you up, because my son is a good boy, a good man, and you have ruined him." We both lied to each other about some things. I know I was wrong for not telling him who I was and convincing him that we were married, but I was desperate and scared. Honestly, I thought I would walk away as soon as the plane landed. But then I was thousands of miles away from the only family I have, the only home I have ever known, and I was terrified. I had money and a gun, but I needed more. I needed the warmth and comfort that Jordan provided me, even though he didn't know a thing about me. Taking a deep breath, I tell her, every day we were together, I cared for him even more. And he loves me too. I know he does. And that is what I regret the most, that he loves me and trusted me, and I hurt him. But if he can forgive me, we can still work through all of this. Work through it? How? Do you really think your mobster daddy is going to welcome Jordan into his home with open arms? No, probably not. At least not at first. Well, stringing him along will only make this worse. Just leave, Maddie. Leave and never look back. Let Jordan move on with his life. Let him find a nice girl to settle down with once he finally gets over you. A nice girl? Are you even sure that's his preference? Will you be angry if it's not? Look, I know that Jordan has experimented with men, but not because he wanted to. Did he tell you what happened with my ex-husband? Her ex-husband? I shake my head. Jordan was manipulated and abused by Darren. I had no idea it was going on, but when I found out, I felt so guilty that I had let that monster into my house near my son, and he had hurt him. Jordan was so depressed and confused. It was a miracle that he graduated high school that summer. Colt is the one who came along and gave him something to strive for, a goal. To become a prospect with the Savage Kings kept his mind off of what had happened to him. I'm not telling you this lightly, Maddie. You just need to know that my son has suffered enough. So don't drag him across the country where God knows what will happen to him. Don't take him from me. Don't let him get hurt even worse. If you love him, let him go. Please. Swallowing around the knot in my throat, I tell her, he's already told me that he wants me to go back to Vegas, that it would be best for everyone. I don't think he wants to come with me. Good. Go home. I don't know much about your father, but he's probably been worried to death about you this past year. If Jordan had disappeared without a word like that, She shakes her head. I don't know how I would survive, not knowing if he's alive or in trouble for months, when a few days scared me to death. So leave, Maddie. End things with Jordan. Close this chapter in his life and let him begin to heal and move on. Thinking about Jordan moving on with someone else, a man or a woman, makes me sick to my stomach. But his mother is right. I've done enough damage to him. Jordan deserves better than me. He deserves a woman who worships him the way he worshipped me. Besides, I don't even know anymore what was real and what wasn't. Jordan is right about that. The entire year feels like a lie. It was too good to be true. All I can do now is to go home, take whatever punishment Daddy dishes out for leaving, and try to move on, even if that feels impossible. When we get back to the apartment, most of the Kings have left the parking lot. Only Colt's bike and Jordan's that someone drove over from the garage for him are still in the parking lot. Tell Jordan he can come stay with me and Colt until you're gone. Okay, I agree, before going inside. Jordan is standing in the bedroom, still arguing with Eli, who is being tended to by a young woman. And I hate that I instantly loathe her before I see her face. I don't like the fact that she is running her hands all over Eli's bare leg, even if it is to try and help him. This is Megan, the vet, Jordan says. Good, that's good. Is he going to be okay? I ask her. Without looking up, she begins threading the stitches. Eli looks in agony and blissed out from the pain as she says, The bullet went all the way through, so that's good. As long as he doesn't get an infection, he should be fine. Great, thank you, I force out. Eli lifts an eyebrow at me in question, but I turn to Jordan. Your mom said you could come stay with them until... I'll leave as soon as Eli is up for it. He should be fine to walk on it in the morning, the vet announces helpfully. Then I guess we'll be leaving in the morning, I tell Jordan. The Kings will be relieved, he says. My mom, too. I'm sorry, I whisper, for everything. Yeah, me too, he replies, before he turns and walks out the door. A moment later, I hear the front door of the apartment slam shut. So it's over with him, Eli asks. Guess so. I don't think he would want to come to Vegas even if I begged, especially since Daddy would likely shoot him on sight. He'll probably be okay, eventually, Eli adds. He's young. He's still got shit to figure out, though, like if he prefers pussy or dick. The vet's head snaps up to Eli's face. You're sewing up my bullet wound. I'm sure you can keep another secret, right? He asks her. Sure. I wouldn't. The Savage Kings are good men, but they don't tolerate anyone betraying them. Then good. All our secrets are safe. Eli agrees. The vet cleans Eli's bloody leg up and gives him some dressing and antibiotics, along with instructions for cleaning and covering his wound. Then she finally leaves. What a day, right? Eli asks, when I return to the bedroom after showing her out. I also looked out to the parking lot to see if Jordan's bike was really gone. It was. So, I guess I should book us a flight for tomorrow? I ask. You should probably call your father and tell him the good news first, he suggests. No, I can't. I don't want to deal with his anger on top of everything else right now. Right, he snorts. You think he'll go easier on you in person. It's possible, right? He's still going to be fucking pissed. Tomorrow. I'll deal with him tomorrow. So, you and Jordan are really over? Looks like it. His mom seemed to think it was for the best if I not ask him to come to Vegas. I didn't know. She told me some things about what Jordan went through with her ex-husband. She told you about the manipulating stepfather? Eli asks. How do you know? I say in surprise, as I take a seat on the other side of the bed. Jordan told me during our time together. We talked a lot, actually. Not as much as we fooled around, but here and there we shared shit about our past. Now I feel like an even bigger bitch for lying to him, putting him through this mess when he's been through hell.
At least one good thing came out of all this, Eli remarks.
What's that?
Jordan finally had to admit to himself that he's into men and women. He liked some of the things that bastard did to him. He just wished he was doing them with someone else, someone he wanted.
And he wanted to do things with you?
Hell yes, he fucking loved it.
Are you just trying to make me jealous? Because it's unnecessary. I already hate the thought of you and him together.
You hate the thought? Or you hate that you weren't there to watch or participate?
Rolling my eyes, I tell him, fine, I wish I had been there. Maybe it's just hard for me to believe that Jordan would willingly cheat on me.
Unlike what you did to him, Jordan didn't really cheat on you, Maddie.
What do you mean?
The kid thought he was going to die. I had planned to kill him after the first time.
Why didn't you? Before we made the deal, I ask him, glad but genuinely curious, since Eli doesn't usually hesitate to end lives.
Because I knew you cared about him, he replies simply. And I knew that if I killed him, you would never forgive me. For some stupid reason, I guess I give a shit what you think about me.
I think you're an asshole, I tell him truthfully.
True, I am an asshole. But you have other thoughts about me as well, don't you?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm too sad and too tired to even think about anything right now, I say, as I stretch out on the bed, laying my head on the pillow facing Eli. Reaching over, he runs his fingers through my clean, damp hair, then cups my face.
I know what will cheer you up.
What's that? I ask, certain I'll regret it.
How about you get naked and come sit on my dick?
Eli, I exclaim while batting his hand away. Don't touch me again. The only reason I'm even letting you sleep in this bed tonight is because I put a hole through your leg. So keep your hands to yourself or I'll toss your ass out.
Fine. We can wait to get naked together again when we're back in Vegas. Or maybe on the flight, join the Mile High Club.
Neither of those things are going to happen.
If Cass and Cole can sneak around the penthouse, then we can too.
No.
Why not? Dante will be so happy with me for finding you and bringing you back that he may not kill me for fucking you.
Yes, he would. He'll assume you've hurt me or forced me.
Then you could tell him the truth before he pulls the trigger.
Rolling to my other side so I don't have to look at his handsome, exhausting face, I say, "Good night, Eli."
Good night, Maddie. Thanks for coming home with me and convincing Jordan not to kill me.
You're welcome, I whisper with a heavy sigh. It's not like I could stay in Rockland any longer, not with Jordan hating me and all his friends and MC brothers angry at me. You've ruined everything, Eli. With a heavy sigh of his own, he says,
That's what I do best. I ruin things.
A moment later, his much larger body is scooting up behind me, spooning me, his arm thrown over my waist. Despite my threat not to touch me, I guess I don't mind cuddling. I could use a hug.
I want to ruin you too,
he says, his mouth close to my ear. You already have, I remark sadly. Still, I cover his hand with my own. Promise me you won't tell Daddy about Jordan or the Savage Kings.
I won't tell him.
You swear?
Yes, I swear. Jordan is too pretty to die. The other Savage Kings are too.
You mean it?
Yes, the biker boys really are some gorgeous bastards.
Eli, I'm serious. You won't tell Daddy?
Cross my heart and hope to die, he says, swiping our combined fingers over my heart instead of his own.
Thank you, I tell him. Craning my neck around, I even press my lips to his cheek. And thank you for coming to find me, even though I didn't want to be found. If you hadn't, the PI and his friends...
You're welcome,
he says on an exhale. I tell myself I'll just close my eyes for a moment to rest, and then I'll book our flight back to Vegas, even though it means I'll never see Jordan again. But instead, silent tears fall, one right after another, down my cheeks.
Chapter 22. Eli. Maddie wanted to leave on the first flight home, so we were up at 4 fucking a.m. She left a handwritten note for Jordan and didn't speak a word to me on the hour drive to the airport or the 2-hour wait for our flight. The fact that she was driving the car, even if it was without a driver's license, was a shock all on its own. Guess she learned lots of new things the past year. Once we finally got boarded on the plane, Maddie cries the entire flight home. Sometimes, when my eyes are closed and I'm pretending to sleep in the seat next to hers, I hear her sobs and sniffles. Her crying hurts me more than the throbbing hole in my leg. I don't like seeing her in pain, which is fucking unheard of. I love hurting people. It's more than a hobby. It's what I was put on this earth to do. Maddie is apparently the exception to that rule. She's hurting, and it's my fault. I didn't leave any physical scars, but there are plenty of emotional ones. Not only did I find her, and am currently dragging her to the home she fled, but I also fucked things up with her and her boy. I bet Jordan is shedding a few tears today, too. The kid tries to act all tough, but he has a sensitive side. He loved Maddie, even if he didn't really know her. But he also loved being with me. I've had plenty of male and female lovers, and that guy was in heaven whenever I touched him. There wasn't any fear in him when I had him restrained, threatening to end his life. No fear, just lust. Maybe that's the real reason I let him live. Yes, he was too pretty to mess up, but he also wanted me. Unlike all the others, including Gavin, he wasn't scared of what I would do to him. Jordan yearned for it all. Every second of it. Even though Gavin was bi, he still didn't really want my hands, mouth, or dick near him. He only saw me as a monster, not as an attractive man he could love. I know it wasn't love with Jordan either. We only spent a few days together. He's obviously just someone who enjoys pain. A masochist. Or a seriously repressed boy who gave his all to try and be straight day in and day out for so long that when he was alone with me, he was just relieved to be getting what he'd really wanted all this time. Deep down, he probably didn't really even love Maddie. He just loved the idea of being with a beautiful woman, the perfect beard to hide behind. Nobody would see the two of them together and think he was anything but perfectly straight for being able to catch a woman like her. But looks can be deceiving. Maddie wasn't enough for Jordan. She never would have been either. That's why I shouldn't feel guilty for taking her away from him. The only thing I regret is leaving him behind. Damn it. I should have killed him. Then I would have stopped thinking about him by now and be focused on having Maddie all to myself, or finding my next victim, Dante's next assignment. It's not too late. I could hand Maddie over to her father, get on a flight back to Virginia, and finish what I started. But for only the second time in my life, I'm not sure I could go through with it. I guess Maddie isn't the only person I don't like to see in pain. After all, did I ever do anything to Jordan that he didn't enjoy? Hell no. I couldn't slice up his perfect skin. I didn't even want to leave bruises on his tan flesh when he tried to fight me at the garage. Gavin was the most gorgeous man in the world, and I still took his life with my own hands. I left bruises on his neck while I choked the life out of him, bruises that will never heal now. But Gavin fucked up. He wasn't a man I could trust. He deserved what I did to him. Jordan, well, I think I could trust him. Maddie did. He gave her a home and a life in Rockland without even knowing her real name. Glancing over at her, her head is slumped to the side, finally sleeping, cheeks still damp from her tears. Maddie's bruises are faint on her neck, but there. If Dante asks, which I'm sure he will, I'll tell him it was the PI who grabbed her before I saved her. When the stewardess walks by, I flag her down. Can I get a pack of tissues? Sure, she replies cheerfully. A moment later, she returns with the small packet. I remove a single tissue and dab up Maddie's tears. Her eyes blink open while I work. You'll forget him in no time, I assure her, and myself. I bet you won't even have time to think about him thanks to whatever Dante makes you do as punishment for leaving.
How's your leg feeling today?
She asks quietly as she sits up a little straighter in her seat, accepting the tissue to blow her nose. I'll live, I tell her, barely noticing the throbbing ache at the moment. Nodding, she then asks,
How bad do you think this reunion will be?
I have no clue. Dante won't physically hurt you, I assure her. If I thought Dante would lay a hand on her or cause her 1 second of pain for running away, I wouldn't be dragging her back home to Vegas. He'll probably make you do some shitty chores, maybe change all of Cass's brat's diapers once it's born. And again, her and the baby will be with Cole in New York until he graduates in the spring.
I still can't believe she's having a baby,
she says with a small smile. I can. I walked in on her and Cole fucking once. If they're not careful, they'll be popping out kids like crazy.
Ew,
Maddie says, but doesn't lose her smile.
So, Sophie and Cass are married and have moved out. That means I'll be all alone with Daddy and Vanessa.
Dante is looking for a house for him and Vanessa, but even after they move out, you won't be all alone. I assume I'll still be living in the house. Dante will never let me leave, not until he thinks I paid back my debt.
Oh, right,
Maddie replies. I can't tell if she's happy about the fact that I'll be there or not, based on her short response. There will be other men, Maddie, I tell her.
I know, it's just, I'm worried about Jordan.
You worry that he'll be alone, or that he'll move on with someone else?
Both? It's wrong to want him to be lonely, but it hurts so much to think about him with someone else, anyone else, a man or a woman.
Fuck me. I hate it even more that she's hurting, and I can't do anything to stop it. Don't you want him to be happy? I ask her.
I want him to be happy with me. Despite what Josie said, I should have begged him to come to Vegas.
It'll get easier, I tell her, hoping I'm right. Eventually, you won't even remember how handsome his face is, or how tall and sexy he is, or how big and beautiful his dick is.
Eli,
she huffs, slapping me in the chest with the back of her hand. I take her hand before she pulls it back and lay it on top of my thigh, covering it with my own. You will be okay, Maddie. Giving me another smile when she faces me, she says,
I'm glad you'll be in the penthouse too.
Good. If Dante even lets me back in, I think to myself, but don't tell her. I'll do whatever it takes to convince the Mafia King to let me move back in. Whatever it takes.
Jordan. I never made it to the guest bed in my mom and Colt's house. No, I've just been sitting at the breakfast nook against the wall in their dark kitchen, chugging coffee, as if I needed the caffeine to stay awake when my mind won't shut the hell up for 2 seconds. What I keep coming back to is that not once in the 15 months I was with Maddie did I ever ask myself if I was with her because it was easy, because I wanted to avoid facing the deep, dark truth about my sexuality. Now I think maybe I should have. Thanks to facing what I was sure was certain death at Eli's tattooed hands, I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about myself. I thought I could shove my sexual attraction to men into the back of my soul's closet, lock the door, throw away the key, and it would stay sealed in there for the rest of my life. I forgot all about that tiny crack at the bottom of the door where shit could sneak out even if I never opened that door again. What I think I'm starting to realize is that you can't pick and choose what pieces of yourself to keep and others to throw away. Eli is a perfect example of that. He fully embraces himself as an evil monster, rather than try to spin his murders as some type of vigilante justice. Rightly deserved justice. Which, as far as I know, the ones here in Virginia were deserved. Maybe he's too accepting of his darkness, while I deny that mine exists. Not that being bisexual is a darkness. After all, most of the decent people in the world fully encourage the idea of loving whoever the hell you want, regardless of their gender. I think that's my hang-up. With Eli, it was just sex, purely physical. Lust. So how the hell do I figure out if I could ever love a man the way that I love Maddie? Because I do love her. At least I think I do. Unless I'm just kidding myself. Damn, kid, Colt says as he flips on the lights. He shuffles his bare feet into the kitchen in his cotton shorts and tee, his short blonde hair standing on end, eyes still bleary with sleep, and pours himself a cup of coffee. You look like you're thinking so hard you're gonna burn your brain up. It's possible. I agree. What time is it? I ask him, too lazy to pull my phone from my jean pocket. He looks up at the clock on the microwave I can't see from the table. Just 6:30. Couldn't sleep? He asks, sipping his coffee before coming to join me at the table. I shove both of my hands through my greasy hair that needs a wash just to keep my head from hitting the table. Nope. Want to talk about it? Not really. Because you don't think talking it out will help? Or because you don't want to drudge up shit from the past that's fucking up things in the present? I should have known Colt would get it without me saying a word. After all, we were both preyed upon by older men in our lives. Except I was technically an adult, unlike Colt, who was abused by his uncle as a boy, which is not even close to being the same thing. I feel like shit for even thinking the two of us fall into the same category. I can't figure out if I actually loved Maddie, or if I used her to avoid figuring out if I'm into men too or not. Look, I've told you before that I spent a lot of time questioning my own sexuality after what happened, right? The question of who you want to be can only be answered by you, not the manipulative prick from your past. And you don't need anyone's permission or approval, not your mother's, and especially not your bigoted father's. I want to believe that I don't care what anyone would say, especially with RJ and Thane getting married and every one of the Savage Kings wishing them well and never treating them differently because they were together. Still, it's impossible to drown out all the slurs my father berated me with over the years. I haven't spoken to the man in years, since the night you and I beat him up, but I can still hear his goddamn voice full of disappointment and anger, calling me a fag or a twink, and I hate it. He's your father, for better or for worse, so there's no escaping that voice you grew up with, the one that shaped you into the man you are today. You have to decide whether or not that asshole's voice is worth being alone and unhappy. While he may be your father, he's also a disgusting human being who liked belittling and abusing women and his own son to make himself feel better. You can always tell his voice in your head to shut the fuck up and rot in hell. I almost silenced that bastard's voice one night, when we were all in Vegas for Greer and Celeste's wedding, the night I met Maddie. I was getting drunk because I wanted to try and figure out if I could be with a man of my choosing. The alcohol was my courage, and would have been my defense if I had hooked up with a guy. You know, the old, I was so damn drunk I didn't know what I was doing excuse. Then Maddie sat down beside me at the bar, and I couldn't look away. So you're wondering what might have happened if you hadn't met her? If meeting Maddie cost you a chance to answer the burning question in your soul, either because you were attracted to her, or because you were just relieved that she interrupted your quest for the truth you weren't ready to face? Yes, all that. I agree with a slow nod. Being with Maddie was just so easy from the first second I asked her if I could buy her a drink or if she wanted to grab some dinner with me. Now I know it was easy thanks to her desperation to escape Vegas. That does complicate things. You thought there was an instant connection, while she was using you as her ticket out of town. Learning her motive now, so long after the fact, would be a hard-ass pill to swallow, making you second-guess everything since the moment you met. Exactly. If she had just told me she needed to get out of the city, I still would have asked her to come home with me. I would have known her agenda, though, not mistaken it for a fake connection. I thought I had hit the jackpot in the casino and won the lottery at the same time when she lied and told me we got married. Again, you can't be sure now if you felt lucky to have her as your wife or lucky to be able to put an end to the question on your mind. After all, you're a good man. You would never cheat on your beautiful wife, especially with the man who you may or may not actually want to be with. That about sums it all up. I agree. But I did cheat on Maddie. In my defense, as an otherwise good guy, it was after Eli told me we weren't married and that Maddie had lied to me. I accepted it as the truth from him, a stranger, since I couldn't find her marriage license when I looked into it. Reese couldn't either. The IT genius couldn't even find any images of her anywhere in the world from the photo I sent him. He was livid, demanding to know who the ghost girl was. All that, combined with the certainty that Eli was going to carve out my eyeballs and kill me like the others, let me give in without all the guilt. Wait, Colt mutters, his face hard. I knew loyalty was important to him, but he looks fucking furious with me. Eli is the eyeball killer? Oh, that. He kidnapped you, didn't he? Yes, but I still have both eyes, see? I remark while pointing to my face. And it's a long story. Before you and the Kings round up the pitchforks and torches, I'll just say that Eli had a good reason for the murders. Taking their eyeballs while they were alive is just sort of his signature move. He really takes their eyes while they're still alive? Yes, but those men were nasty-ass human traffickers. Colt blinks at me, obviously trying to wrap his head around all this information. The PI and truck driver from Clayton were trafficking people? Yes, those two and another guy worked together making a shitload of money hunting women and girls and transporting them to rich perverts. Jesus Christ. Good riddance, right? Hell yes. Colt easily agrees. And you fooled around with that guy? The killer who takes eyeballs out of people's heads while they're still alive? While you were his captive? Yes. Jordan. My stepfather shakes his head, and I already know what he's going to say before the words leave his mouth. How is what Eli did to you any different from that son of a bitch your mom married? It was completely different, I assure him. There was never any doubt about wanting him, wanting what we did. If anything, being Eli's captive, fearing for my life, gave me the courage to finally be honest with myself. Wow, the psycho did more for you in a few days than years of therapy, huh? Right? I agree with a grin. I know Eli is a vicious killer. I saw him torture the third guy with my own eyes. And yet, I wasn't scared of him when he touched me. Yes, he's a manipulative bastard, but I could have refused him. I just didn't. You finally got the answer to your question, the one you wanted back in Vegas. I nod my agreement. I finally got my answer. Yes, I felt guilty, felt like I was an asshole for cheating on Maddie, but in a way, it was also a huge relief. A weight was lifted off me so I could just be me. Which is great. I'm happy for you. And I get why you've been sitting here all night. Having the answer to your sexuality doesn't help you get anywhere with the question of whether or not you love Maddie. Do you think, is it possible that I could be both bisexual and in love with her? I ask. Absolutely. You're obviously happier knowing how you really feel about men. Now you just need to ask yourself if you're happy with Maddie. Yes, I was. There's no doubt about that. She made me happy. Waking up with her, sharing every part of my life with her, that made me happy, even if she was just using me. I think we both know that, regardless of how it started, that girl loves you too. Even your mom, despite her complaints about Maddie, couldn't honestly say that you two didn't make each other happy. Happy may or may not be love, but it's not a small thing either. I don't even think you're floundering about whether or not you love her, or she loves you. You're likely struggling with the question of whether you love her enough to ignore the other half of your bisexuality. Can you give up the desire to be with men for her? I don't know. That's okay, Jordan. You don't need to figure out how to spend the rest of your life in one day. Hell, maybe there's a third option where you can have both. Both? I repeat. Loving one person isn't easy. Trying to spread the love around with two people equally so nobody gets hurt would be a challenge. Colt makes some great points, and what I can't bring myself to tell him is that the idea of being with Maddie and Eli at the same time sounds like a dream come true. The best of both worlds. A perfect solution. At least when it comes to sex, which would meet all of my wants and needs sexually. But a relationship with Maddie and Eli seems impossible. Someone would definitely get hurt. Maddie would eventually be forced to have to choose between us. I was jealous as fuck when I found out she had been with Eli behind my back. I think Maddie was not only mad that I didn't tell her I was bisexual, but she was also jealous when I was with Eli. Sharing a lover with someone else would be fucking difficult. I would always wonder if I was the third wheel, just getting in the way. Besides, I doubt Maddie's strict mob boss father would let her have two men in her life, even if we didn't fight over her. Not that I think Eli would bother trying to make it work with both of us in an actual relationship. How could he when he thinks he's a monster and his own mother couldn't even love him? At the first assumption that Maddie prefers me, Eli would jump ship to avoid getting his feelings hurt. It makes me wonder if Eli's a sadist. Not because he enjoys the power of hurting someone, holding their life in his hands, as much as it is that he's just inflicting his own deep-seated pain on others because he's had more hurt in his life than he can possibly handle. God damn it. I think I may have accidentally fallen in love with this son of a bitch when I was eyeball deep in orgasms. I nearly panicked when Maddie told me she shot him because I was worried about him. Then I wanted to punch him in the throat for letting Maddie watch us. But I still care about him. Worry about the hole in his leg getting infected, hurting him. He says he likes the pain, but I think it's all bullshit. And surprisingly enough, whatever new things I feel for Eli hasn't put a damper on my feelings for Maddie. I love her, and I started falling in love with him. I'm a greedy bastard who wants them both in every way I can possibly have them. I can try to swallow down my jealousy if Eli and Maddie could agree to do the same. Try. That doesn't seem too much to ask. For us to just try. So I should probably go tell them I want them both before they get on a plane headed on a one-way flight to Las Vegas. I need to go see them, I tell Colt. Okay, he replies. You do that. I'll go have a talk with Deputy Little about the dead men being human traffickers to get him off your ass. You know, in case you need to leave town. Thanks, Colt, I tell him, meaning for everything. As soon as I pull into our apartment building's parking lot, I know I fucked up and overthought shit for too long. Maddie's car is gone. The one I helped her pick out for emergencies, even though she can't get her license without legal documents proving her identity. The same car she drove to come and free me from Eli's torture camper. I tell myself that maybe she just went to get some breakfast. It's so early, only 7:30. Surely they haven't already left to go to the airport. But Maddie is an early bird. Most days she would have already made 2 batches of cupcakes by now in Greer's kitchen. Needing to know for sure, my heart races as I climb off my bike and remove my helmet while walking up the stairs to the door. The apartment just feels emptier as soon as I unlock the door and take my first step inside the door. Maddie? I call out, even though after hundreds of times, I know she won't answer me back. I'm too fucking late. All that coffee threatens to come back up as I head to the bedroom. Ignoring the bloodstains on the bedding and the carpet, I open the closet door to find all her things are missing. She took the clothes I helped her buy since she arrived in Rockland with nothing but a bag of money and a gun. Maddie's gone for good. And worst of all, she left believing that she wasn't worth fighting for. Hell, even Eli asked me to come to Vegas with them. Now the distance our lies put between us feels too wide to ever close. I wish we could have at least tried. I want to ask them both to try, even if I have to spend every penny I have on the next flight to Vegas. When I stalk back through the apartment, a piece of folded notebook paper flutters down to the floor, one with my name in Maddie's handwriting on the front. Bending down, I pick up the paper and open it. Jordan, thank you for everything. For too many things for me to possibly list in this letter. I was so lucky to have met you when I was facing the world on my own for the very first time, without a clue where to go or who I even wanted to be. You helped me learn to love and accept myself, flaws and all. I just wish I hadn't stopped you from doing the same. I don't blame you for wanting me to leave. You were right. It's for the best, for both of us. My father is nearly as violent as Eli. He's going to be so angry at me for leaving that I don't think he could handle meeting you, too. And if he hurt you, well, the Savage Kings felt like my family, even though they're actually yours. They would start a war for you. And while you would be worth every drop of blood spilled, I wouldn't be. So please, don't start a war for me. I wish you all the best. Love, Madison. And just like that, with a few paragraphs, she shoots down my whole fucking plan.
Chapter 23. Maddie.
Are you ready for this?
Eli asks when we walk through one of the back entrances of the casino, my duffel hanging over his shoulder. He's dressed in a slightly wrinkled black suit with a hole in the calf, but still makes me feel underdressed in my blue tee and black leggings. Doesn't seem like I have a choice now since we're here, I point out to him. Being back in the Vegas heat after leaving the brisk fall weather in Virginia, the only home I have ever known other than Rockland, feels wrong. But here I am, about to see my father again for the first time in over a year.
I haven't told Dante or security that you're with me. I doubt they'll even recognize you since most hotel employees don't know about you,
Eli explains. Right, I called and someone hung up on me, I tell him. So, it'll be a surprise?
That's what you wanted, right? For your return to be a huge surprise? It's a good surprise, Maddie.
I think he's trying to make me feel less nervous, but it doesn't work. My fisted palms are sweaty, nervous to face my intimidating father. We reach the elevator bank and Eli pushes the button to take us up. Turning back to me, he says,
Dante will be happy to see that you're alive and safe. That relief will wipe out most of his anger.
Most, but not all, I mutter.
Most, but not all, he agrees. Just try to think about it from his perspective. How would you feel if, I don't know, Jordan had walked out on you one day without a note or even a goodbye, like disappeared from the garage out of the blue? Imagine not knowing where he was or why he left, wondering for not days but months, more than an entire year, if he was alive or not.
I get it, I huff. When he went missing, it was agonizing, the not knowing part. Should I have left Daddy a note? Eli waves his hand in front of him in dismissal.
Nah, Dante knew why you left, even if he hated it. He blamed himself. Remember that fact, too, when he's berating you like a child.
Can't wait, I groan. I haven't missed the arguments or his stubbornness.
You're more like him than you realize.
If you say so. We finally make it up to the penthouse, and at the locked front doors, one of the two guards takes a step forward. His gaze rakes over me as he holds up both of his palms.
You can't just walk up here with some piece of ass, Eligor. You were banished.
That's right.
Boss told us you're not welcome in his city, so you're definitely not welcome in his home, the other guard remarks. Shut up and move, jackasses, Eli orders them, showing them his bared teeth. This is not some piece of ass. This is Dante's oldest daughter, Madison. You know, the one who ran away a year ago. But I can't wait to tell Dante what you fucking called her. Sorry, the guard murmurs before he not only steps back, but punches in the code, opens the door, and holds it open for us. Sorry, ma'am. Whatever, I mutter, since I'm not even insulted. I don't feel like I'm worth much more than a piece of ass at the moment, and Jordan recently called me worse. When I stall at the door's threshold, Eli goes in and drops my duffel in the foyer, then comes back to press his palm to my lower back, urging me inside. Come on, let's get this over with. It probably won't be as bad as you think it will be. Yeah, right, I agree sarcastically. Dante is probably in his office. No doubt, since my father is a workaholic, managing properties, legitimate businesses, and his underground illegal drug trafficking. His office is the first place I would look for him any day of the week. And sure enough, I hear my father's deep, commanding voice barking orders at someone in the room with him, or on the phone, since the door is standing wide open. Eli gives me a harder shove on my back, and then I'm standing in the open doorway, watching as my father turns to me and his jaw goes slack. The cell phone slips from his hand, hitting the floor with a thud in the sudden silence. Forgotten. Hi, Daddy. Madison, he says again, as his wide blue eyes take me in from the top of my head down to my toes. I can't help but wonder if I've changed since I left, if I look different now that I've been happy and in love but had to leave it all behind. My father still looks exactly the same, in his pristine custom suit, a tall, physically imposing mountain of a man. His thick black hair and closely kept beard may have a little bit more gray in them than they had when I left. You're okay, he asks. I'm okay. My father becomes a blur as he charges toward me. Despite Eli's reassurance that he wouldn't physically hurt me, I still brace myself for a slap to my face or some other type of assault for what I put him through. Instead, his arms wrap around me so tightly I can't take a deep breath. He even picks me up, feet clearing the floor, making me laugh with what little oxygen I have remaining in my lungs. I can't believe it. I can't... How? Eli found me, I admit, giving the man his credit. Eli? Putting my feet back on the ground, my father looks over my head at his personal tormentor. You actually did, you crazy son of a bitch. You fucking found her. I found her, Eli replies, flashing him a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. In fact, I think the normally cocky man looks anxious. It wasn't easy, but I brought her back to you, safe and sound. Daddy doesn't let go of my shoulders as he stares at my face while shaking his head. You look the same, but different. I do? And you're really okay? I am. I nod gently, trying not to draw any attention to the light bruises healing on my neck. Good. That's good. Because I'm going to fucking kill you! He shouts loud enough to rattle the windows as he shakes me by my shoulders. When he lets me go, I cringe away from him. Daddy, don't you dare daddy me. Do you have any idea how worried, how fucking devastated I've been, thinking you were dead, or worse, alive and suffering? I'm sorry if my leaving upset you, but I needed to go, to be on my own for a while. You think your leaving upset me? I've been fucking miserable every second of every day, you selfish little brat! I expected his temper, and yet his raised voice makes me feel like I'm a child. Dante, Eli bravely interrupts. Take it easy on her. She just got back. You don't want to drive her away again, do you? Fine. My father huffs so heavily it blows my hair. You're still in deep shit, understood? You better not put a fucking toe out of line, or I'll slap a tracking bracelet on your ankle faster than you can blink.
No, he wouldn't. I will never let him be able to track me like I'm his property, like I'm no better than a dog.
Where the hell have you been?
He asks. I was living in a small town on the Virginia coast.
Eli?
Daddy says, looking to his employee for more information.
She was in Rockland, Virginia, sir, baking cupcakes, selling them, and living with a private investigator. That's why we couldn't find her. He helped hide her.
Okay, wow. I don't know where he came up with that story, but at least it keeps Jordan and the Savage Kings off my father's radar.
A PI? Really, Madison?
Don't worry, he's dead now. I grit out as if I mourn his loss like I would a lover's.
Is he?
Daddy turns to ask Eli.
Oh, yeah. Eyeless, tongueless, and very dead. His friends who helped hide her, dead too. He was extremely regretful before his death.
Good, my father says with a vicious smile. Good? You think it's good that a man is dead just for being with me? What if I loved him?
Did you?
Daddy asks calmly, like he already knows the answer. That's none of your business.
You don't look very distraught, so I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you were only using the poor idiot this entire time. Do you even feel guilty that he's dead because of you?
Nope. That is at least the truth.
Then you didn't love him, and if you had simply, I don't know, called to tell me where you were and that you were alive, then I wouldn't have had to send Eli after you, and those men would still be breathing.
What's all the yelling about in here? Vanessa says, as she walks into the office to join our little reunion. Madison, she exclaims. Oh my God. She launches herself at me, hugging me just as hard as Daddy, even though I only knew her for a few weeks before I ran away. I am so glad you're okay, and that you're finally home. You are okay, aren't you? She asks, when she lets me go to study my appearance. Her gaze stays on my throat a little too long. I was okay until Daddy started bitching me out. Dante, can you please take it easy on her? She just got home. Don't make the same mistake by pushing her out the door again, Vanessa warns him. Whoa, I've never heard anyone talk to my father like that, putting him in his place, even blaming him for me running away.
Oh, she's not pulling that disappearing shit on me ever again, my father says. In fact, that gives me a brilliant idea for how to punish you.
Oh, great. Here it comes.
You're going to work every night here in the casino for our magician.
What? You can't be serious, I huff in disbelief. I would rather wash all the resort dishes or take out garbage than work for a cheesy magician, I tell him.
Oh, then you are definitely going to do this.
For how long?
Until I think you've learned your lesson, paid for your mistakes, paid back all the cash you stole from me, not to mention the gun. Where is my gun, Madison?
I left it in Virginia rather than try to take it with me on a commercial flight. He nods, clearly not all that pissed about me having the firearm for protection. Then he asks,
Did you have to use it on anyone?
Just Eli, I admit.
Eli?
Now Daddy's attention returns to the silent man.
Show me.
Eli lifts his pant leg, revealing the gauze wrapped around his calf.
Holy shit,
Daddy whispers.
You shot Eli?
Yes. My father pulls me into another back-breaking hug, this time even rocking us back and forth.
I'm so damn proud of you. You really are all grown up.
You're proud of her for shooting Eli? Vanessa asks with a scoff.
Yes,
Daddy says, when he lets me go again, this time with a gigantic smile on his face.
She was protecting herself. The only way I could be even more proud of her would be if Eli were dead. Hey,
Eli huffs, and Vanessa barks out a laugh. You probably deserved it, Vanessa tells Eli. I bet you snuck up on Madison or went all crazy and angry, telling her you were going to drag her ass back to Vegas. Is that it? She asks me. I nod while watching Eli, who is starting to sweat a little. Something like that. We argued about me returning to Vegas for a few days before I finally caved.
A few days,
my father exclaims. Now he advances on Eli, grabbing him up by his lapels.
You knew my daughter was alive and safe for days and you didn't tell me? We just spoke yesterday.
I wanted to surprise you, Eli says, not sounding very scared of Daddy hurting him anymore. I bet he would be if my father knew Eli's dick was shoved deep down my throat when he last spoke to him on the phone. Oh, I assumed right away it was my father calling, so I tried my hardest to get Eli to grunt or groan as he came during the call. Worked, too.
Surprise me. I would have called you if I couldn't convince Maddie to do the right thing and come home voluntarily.
My father drops him like a hot potato, blue eyes narrowed.
Maddie?
He says it like it's a disgusting swear word.
Did you just call her Maddie?
Looking between the two of us, Daddy says,
Are you two friends or something now?
God, no, I hate him, I say honestly. I do hate him, even if I'm about 99% sure he'll end up in my bed again, or I'll end up in his.
Good. That's good,
Daddy says, sounding relieved.
Because if you had laid a hand on her, he would gut you like a fish.
Another man's voice finishes for him from the doorway. I turn to find my red-headed sister and a beautiful blonde man taking in the scene in Daddy's office.
You must be Madison,
the stranger says. Cole, I ask. Before he can respond, my eyes are drawn to my sister's belly that is no longer flat. Wow, you really are knocked up. I didn't believe it, despite Eli telling me several times, but I can't really say I'm surprised, you dirty little slut. Where have you been, you dirty whore? Cass asks with a grin as I approach her. Here and there, I answer, before we embrace each other in a hug, probably for the first time in our lives, around her baby bump.
I don't care for how you two speak to each other,
Daddy grumbles, making us both smile even wider. I thought Eli said you were in New York, I say to Cass, ignoring our father. We just flew home for fall break, she replies, then rolls her eyes. Daddy wanted me to see his doctor for a checkup, even though I have a great obstetrician on the East Coast.
Can't be too careful with my grandchild,
our father remarks.
At least Madison didn't come home pregnant or with a kid.
Spinning on a heel to study me again, my stomach specifically, he says,
You don't have any kids and aren't pregnant, are you?
No, Daddy, I don't have any kids and I'm not pregnant.
Thank fuck,
he mutters, as if the last thing he needed was proof that I was no longer an innocent virgin. It's very tempting to tell him Eli took it on our family's dining table, just to see his reaction, but I prefer to be the only one who gets to shoot the crazy bastard. Our reunion is a great distraction for the next several hours as we all catch up, even Sophie and Lachlan joining us for dinner on the table where my cherry was popped. But as soon as everyone goes to bed, my thoughts drift back to Rockland, where I know they'll keep going, no matter how long I'm away.
Chapter 24. Eli. I could hear the Salvato family laughing and talking in the second-floor dining room through my open bedroom door on the first level. Of course, everyone is happy to see Madison back home safe and sound, and Dante seems to have lightened up more in the past few hours than he's ever been. Still, it was stupid of me to let my guard down around the Mafia king. "How's your leg?" his booming voice asks from my doorway. I don't jump in surprise, despite him sneaking up on me fresh out of the shower in my black fleece pajama bottoms and white tee. I know better than to even think about walking around Dante's house shirtless. Dr. Gates said it looks good. She told me I could wrap it up and shower. I answer him. Propping my foot up on the mattress, I lift the leg of my pants to show him the wound before I cover it with gauze. She gave me an antibiotic to take to prevent infection, too. Good. A clean shot through and through, Dante remarks as he studies it with a grin. I still can't believe Madison shot you. Me neither. All of my little girls have grown up now, he says, then waves a hand at my leg. I take it this happened after we spoke on the phone yesterday? It did. And I wasn't sure how she would react to me showing up or how long it would take to convince her to come home. That's why I didn't say anything. I lie. Rubbing his bearded chin, he asks, How did you do it? How did I do what? How did you convince her to come home? Killing the PI wouldn't have motivated her. Oh, well, I just told her how worried you had been and told her things would be different if she came back. His blue eyes narrow slightly. Is that right? Yes. Is there anything else I need to know about what Madison was doing in Virginia? No. I told you she was living with that guy and baking. That's about it. Pausing for a moment, I then ask him, while making sure to use her full name, What's your plan for Madison long term? I don't know. Why? I think it would go a long way to patch things up with her if you let her keep her business going. There are plenty of big kitchens in the casino. Right. The cupcakes? Wicked Delights Cupcake Company, I inform him. It's like 2 cupcakes smushed into a jar so they can be stored and shipped. Various flavors that are surprisingly delicious. Really? Madison baking something is almost as surprising as Madison shooting you, Dante replies with a chuckle. I remember her mother liked to cook, bake cookies and shit, after she moved in with me. Apparently the whorehouse's kitchen was too crowded for such a thing. She came from a small town in Georgia and learned to cook from her mother. Wow. I wonder if he's ever told Maddie any of that. Probably not the part about her mother being a whore. After another long moment, Dante says, If you can give me a list of things she needs, I'll get them for her as a peace offering, once she's settled in. Okay, I agree, knowing he means if she doesn't try to bolt again. She knows how to drive, I warn him. Maybe you could let her get her license? You know, after she works off her punishment for leaving. He mutters, as if he's about to shoot that idea down. The PI taught her how to drive, and it should have been you, I point out. Regular fathers teach their kids how to drive. Fine, he grumbles. I'll let her get a license, but she's not driving without at least 4 security guards. At least that's something. Arching a single midnight eyebrow at me, Dante asks sarcastically, Any other orders you want to give me? Those were just suggestions, I assure him. But I do have one other request. Oh yeah? What's that? Since I found Madison and brought her home safe, I want you to either make me an actual employee with days off and a salary, or let me go. Being back home in Vegas, a captive in Dante's house, I've realized that I don't want revenge on him. I only want his respect, despite the disrespectful things I've done to Maddie's body. I also want his approval and love. It's stupid, really. I thought it was lust I felt for Dante all this time, but after meeting Jordan, I realize I think of Dante as more of a father figure, like Mac, something I had missed since I grew up without ever knowing my father. Let you go, Dante repeats slowly, indignantly. You're lucky to be alive. I know that, and I know I owe you a debt for the money I cost you rigging the fight. But it's been 2 years, and you owe me at least another 3 to pay back the $1.5 million you cost me, he replies. Well, I'm grateful you found my daughter. It doesn't absolve you of your debt to me. You're still on thin fucking ice. I don't give third chances. If you ever lie to me again, you're a dead man. Understood? Yes, sir. So then why do I have this feeling that you're not telling me something? Fuck. I knew it was nearly impossible to keep shit from the mobster, so I need to give him something. Thinking fast, I offer up a half-truth. I met someone in Virginia. Oh, really? Yes, and even though we didn't spend much time together, I still felt something I had never felt before. Something I didn't know I was capable of feeling. You will still live here, under my roof, working for me, Dante says. But you can still visit him if you want. Brows furrowed, I ask, how did you know it was a he? Dante shrugs. You prefer men, or so I had assumed. I did. I do, I quickly amend. Before the past few days with Maddie, I preferred men. But now, it's a 50-50 toss-up between her and Jordan.
Maddie. So, what else is new, besides you sleeping with Vanessa's son? I ask Cass the next morning, once I've had time to settle back into my old room in the penthouse. I haven't left my bed except to shower and occasionally eat. Well, Daddy and Vanessa got married not long after you left, she says, as she takes a seat on the other side of the mattress. I'm not surprised to hear that. I could see that coming before I left. Vanessa was actually a great distraction for my father, aiding in my escape plan. I'm happy for them. Me too, Cass replies, which is shocking. She shrugs when my face must show as much. What? Vanessa is pretty cool. She fought for me to be Daddy's heir over Cole. And even though I hated her cocky bastard son at first, he eventually grew on me. So, Cole was our stepbrother when you fucked him? Yes. Wow. Eli said he got in trouble with Daddy for hiding that he knew you two were hooking up but didn't tell him. He did. Whoops, she replies, not sounding very sorry. We haven't seen him in months, not since our wedding day. I knew Daddy kicked Eli out of the city, but I didn't know Eli was serious about using his methods of interrogation to actually find you. He told you that he was going to find me using his interrogation methods? He did. Pausing, she stares at me for a long moment. What's that about, anyway? Why did he want to find you, and why the hell does he call you Maddie? Just to irritate me, I say, since she'll never know that Jordan and everyone in Rockland called me Maddie too. I can't believe Sophie is married to Lachlan, I say, to quickly change the subject. They got married in early June and had a rocky start, but as you saw last night, it all worked out. Yeah, it looked like she really loves him, and that he feels the same about her. It took Sophie nearly being killed twice for them to stop fighting it, but now they're so in love, it's gross. You saw them at dinner last night. My jaw is still hanging open from the first part of her comment. Sophie was almost killed twice? That didn't come up at dinner last night? Yep, exploding drones and Lachlan's insane half-brother. Oh, wow. I bet Daddy was pleasant when all of that was happening. At least he was so busy worrying about you and Sophie that he didn't notice me and Cole sneaking around. And you and Cole aren't gross in love? I ask. I'm pretty sure I heard you two going at it through the walls most of the night. Either that or you were watching some loud porn. Laughing, Cass says, It was both, actually. Pregnancy hormones. You'll probably want to stay in a different room for the rest of the week since Cole and I still share mine when we're home. Shaking my head, I say, I can't believe Daddy is letting you two bang each other right under his roof. Oh, it will be our roof soon, she says proudly. Vanessa and Daddy are looking for a house. As soon as Cole graduates and they find one they like, They'll be moving out of the penthouse and letting me and Cole live in it with our little girl. My sister places her palm on her belly protectively. Oh, it's a girl? Yes, Charlotte. Cute name, I tell her, remembering that was her mother's. It's unfair that I got to spend more time with her than Cass ever did. And you're actually excited about being a mother? I am. Wow. I always took you for the type who would, terminate as soon as the test turned blue or whatever, I admit to her. Fuck you, Cass exclaims, getting to her feet. Pointing at her, I say, see? That mouth of yours isn't very motherly. I love our baby girl, okay? I am capable of being a bitch and loving a baby and Cole at the same time. Fine, sorry. I apologize with my palms raised in the air, since I apparently hit a sore spot. Glancing around at the ceiling and walls, my feisty red-headed sister braces her hands on her hips. Just for running your mouth, I'm going to turn your room into the nursery. We were going to use Sophie's room, but now I think we should take over yours and make Sophie's room my giant closet. What? Where am I supposed to go? You could have Daddy and Vanessa's room, or Eli's once we kick him out, or you just go live with Daddy and Vanessa. Ew, I definitely don't want to stay with them or here in their old room. Honestly, I'm not sure I want to live here with you, Cole, and a screaming baby. Tilting her head to the side, she narrows her green eyes and asks, Why did you come back? Lowering my eyes and picking at a thread on the comforter, I tell her, Eli didn't give me much of a choice. You could have fought harder if you really didn't want to come back. I could have, yes, but once Eli knew where I was, I had to either kill him or I knew he would send Daddy to drag me back. I don't mention that Jordan and the Savage Kings weren't going to give me a choice, since she doesn't need to know about them. What was it like? Cass asks. What? Living on your own in what apparently was a small town? I wasn't on my own, not really. You were shacking up with someone? I nod, but don't say anything else. Well, who was he? A private investigator, I tell her, continuing the lie since I don't want her running her mouth to Daddy about Jordan. A private investigator? Was he old? No. Hot? Yes, very hot. He was good to me, too, but now he's dead. And Jordan will stay alive and breathing, since he won't have to deal with my father's rage. Dead? Eli killed him? She asks. Yes, before I even knew he was in town and had found me. Again, that's all true, just not the part about me living with the pervy PI who had been stalking me. What were you doing for work, or were you just living off the money you stole? Mostly, I lived off the cash I took with me, but back in the spring, I started my own business, Wicked Delights Cupcake Company. You started a cupcake company? Yes, I sold cupcakes in jars. I started out just making a few for the locals, burning the first few batches, but then I got better at it, tried different flavors. Everyone loved them so much they said I should sell them, so I started an online business. I shipped dozens every day, all across the country. Dozens of cupcakes that you personally made every day? Cass asks with a smirk. How 1950s of you. I loved baking and making money off the effort I put into it, I tell her. I know you find it hard to believe since I couldn't even cook when I lived here, but I was good at it. You would have killed for a jar if you had tried them. Why can't I? Why can't you what? I ask. Why can't I try some of your cupcakes in a jar? If it's an online business, you can bake them here too, right? I bite my lip, considering it. There are plenty of kitchens in the penthouse and in the casino. I could probably make 4 or 5 times as many cupcakes every day than I was in Greer's bar. I hadn't really thought about it yet. Daddy's making me work with a fucking magician as my punishment for leaving. Oh, what? No way. That's hilarious. Cass laughs. Will you be on stage getting sawed in half? God, I hope not, I groan. I can't wait to come watch. Maybe I could convince him to let me order a few supplies, though, and bake in my free time. I'll give our father a few more days to calm down before I ask him for anything. Did Eli tell you that Cole and I are taking over Daddy's empire? Cass asks. He did. Congrats. You aren't mad you weren't considered? God, no. I'll take my little cupcakes over running the casino and drug trafficking any day of the week. At least I never have to worry about prison, I add with a grin. Not unless you give everyone food poisoning, she replies with her own smirk. Cass starts toward the door, then stops to ask, if you could do it all again, leave without looking back, would you? Yes, definitely, I answer without hesitation. I hated lying to everyone in town about who I was, but I had friends, a life. I was happy and free. I guess I won't ever get to experience riding on the back of Jordan's bike again, or driving myself around wherever I want, even if it wasn't legal for me to be on the road. I should have savored those little things more while I had them, before I gave them up, before I gave him up. Sounds fun, Cass agrees. It was while it lasted. Now I'm going to have to figure out a brand new plan. One without Jordan, and one that doesn't end up with my father's bullets in Eli. After all, I'm the only one who gets to shoot the crazy bastard.
Jordan. Dude, you're still moping? Missing that girl you caught naked and sucking another guy's dick? Hank, the giant former devil hound, now Savage King, asks me when I'm drowning drinks at Greer's bar. Yeah, Hank, I still miss her. And him. I wish I had never met Eli. If I hadn't, then I wouldn't be thinking about him, and Maddie would still be here, because he wouldn't have come to take her home to her father with him. What's it been? 2 days? Hank asks. 2 long, miserable days. At least Colt was able to get the sheriff's department off my ass, so I'm not miserable and sitting in a jail cell. The cops are too busy trying to tie a bunch of missing girls and women across the state to those dead fuckers who nobody is mourning. Then it's time to move on, man. We were together for over a year. I thought she was my wife. I can't just snap my fingers and forget her after 2 days. Want me to hit you? What? I finally turn to stare at the man, whose gargantuan head even looks twice as big as everyone else's. Do you want me to hit you? If I hit you hard enough in the head, maybe I can erase the memories of her. With the right kind of concussion, it'll be like you never met her. Wow, the big dummy is actually making sense for once. I must be close to blackout drunk. It's tempting, I admit to him, but no thanks. I want to keep my memories of her, even if they're painful. Some short-term amnesia might be nice, though. If I could forget the days since Eli showed up in town, that could definitely make me feel better. No, that's not entirely true. Even if I could take back the things I did with Eli, I wouldn't. Being with him was fucked up and wild as shit, but it was fun. More than fun. It was everything I didn't know I had been missing. I just wish I hadn't hurt Maddie in the process of figuring things out. She was right to be angry at me for cheating on her with him. The fact that I thought he was going to kill me after he fucked with me doesn't excuse the betrayal. Except Maddie fucked around with Eli too, as if she was unable to resist him as well. What is it about that crazy bastard that drew both of us to him? And now that Eli and Maddie are back in Vegas together again, are they hooking up? Is she sleeping in his bed at night? Is he fucking her whenever her father isn't looking? I hate them both. Well, not really. I'm jealous. I hate that they're not here with me, and that Maddie's note made it clear she doesn't want me to come to Vegas. Unless she only just said the shit about not coming, not starting a war over her because she doesn't want me to get hurt. Maybe I should go to Vegas, I say to Hank, as if he could ever be the voice of reason. Vegas? Sounds fun. They have whorehouses in nearby towns, you know. I bet those bitches would do anything for a few $100s. Poor Hank missed out on the trip for Greer's wedding. Big guy was too afraid to fly. It's hilarious that the giant has any vulnerabilities since he's built like a Greek titan. Vegas is where Maddie lives, I explained to him. Oh, has she ever been to a whorehouse? He asks. I seriously doubt it, big guy. Anyway, RJ would give me some time off at the shop, and I have a little savings I could use for the plane ticket. But what if I show up there and her father kills me? Is she worth dying for? Of course she is, if she actually gives a shit about me. What if you show up there and her father doesn't kill you? Hank offers. I nod my head in agreement, getting with what he's saying. My mom would kill me for going to Vegas, chasing after the woman who lied to me for 15 months and recently cheated on me. Nah, Josie just wants you to be happy. She wouldn't kill you for chasing happiness. I don't literally mean that my mom would murder me. Unlike Eli's mother, who tried to drown him, then buried him, I can't help but remember. Somebody needs to love that crazy fucker enough to try and make up for him having to survive a shitty childhood. I just meant that my mom wouldn't approve. She would tell me not to waste my time or money on a plane ticket for a girl who lied to me from the second I met her. God, I wish I could remember more from the night Maddie and I met. It's not like she drugged me into forgetting or anything. That was my fault for drinking too damn much. Drinking because I was considering trying to hook up with a guy from a gay dating app while the rest of the Savage Kings were busy celebrating Greer's wedding, and we were in a city where none of the gay guys would know who I am. I was getting drunk to gather the courage to go through with it when the most beautiful woman I had ever seen sat down at the bar beside me wearing a baseball cap. It felt like some sort of gift from fate at the time, a sign that I shouldn't hook up with a random man when I could be talking to the stunning woman who was interested in me. But she was only interested in me because I had access to a private plane leaving Vegas early the next morning. That's why she came back to my hotel room with me. I was her escape ticket for a new life. She was so desperate to leave Vegas, she hopped on a plane with a complete stranger. And I just sent her back to that hellhole because I was jealous and afraid to be honest about my sexuality.
Chapter 25. Maddie. My new job is annoying, but at least it gets me out of wallowing in bed and out of the crowded penthouse for 3 hours a night. I track down props for Ezra the Elusive and his assistant Trisha, help Trisha change costumes, and otherwise fetch them whatever else they may need. Then I put everything away backstage to get ready for the next night's performance. Thankfully, I don't have to go on stage or get sawed in half. I have no idea how long my father will make me do this sort of lame work, but I do plan to talk to him soon about the cupcake business. If I offer to give him all the proceeds towards my debt, maybe he'll cave. I'm rolling the heavy-ass, impenetrable vault back to its place against the wall on 4 wobbly wheels, my silent guards who shadow me not bothering to help, like usual, when I hear his voice.
"How are you doing?"
Eli asks. "You shouldn't be back here," I tell him, as I finish shoving the vault out of the way before I straighten and face him. It's the first time I've seen him since we got back to town. Unlike my casual jeans and tee, despite the late hour, Eli is still wearing his usual uniform, a black suit stretched over his massive frame. One that's either navy or black, but it's hard to tell in the dimly lit backstage area. His dirty blonde hair is hanging free, brushing his shoulders, so he must not have been tormenting anyone in the basement tonight. I've noticed that when he's busy doing my father's dirty work, he pulls his hair back in a rubber band. I love his long hair and prefer it down. Either way, he would still look delectable. With his hand tats and suit, he's a mixture of scary and sexy, all at the same time. And I'm not about to mention that he hasn't tried to sneak into my room like I expected he would. Which is a good thing. I've been too sad to care about chasing orgasms with him. No, all I really want is a hug, maybe a cuddle in bed. Eli is definitely not a cuddler. At least, not unless he gets his dick sucked or fucks me first. Trying not to think about all the times we did those things together in Rockland, I hold up my ankle to show him the new monitor strapped around it. I don't need another babysitter, since I have 4 guards and this damn thing. My father actually slapped the device criminals are required to wear when they're on probation or whatever on me. The kind that refuses to come off no matter what I try. Eli stares down at it, a smirk on his face.
Hey, that's your own damn fault for wandering off the grounds.
Screw you, I grit out. I missed the beach, being outside in the fresh air, so I stepped outside for like 5 minutes and went to watch the water and light show at the Bellagio. It's not like I was trying to jump on a plane to skip town.
At least not this time.
Scoffing, I mutter, I can't believe you're taking Daddy's side.
I'm not taking his side,
Eli replies, shoving both of his hands casually into his suit pockets.
I'm just pointing out that while this lockdown sucks now, it's just temporary. It's part of your punishment for worrying your father nearly to death for 15 months. Sorry if I don't have much sympathy for you. He was so grumpy that the rest of us left behind here suffered too from his foul mood.
He waves a hand over to the 4 stalwart guards monitoring our every word.
Give him a few weeks, and I'm sure Dante will back off and get rid of the bracelet.
And the 4 guards constantly watching me?
Oh, those will always be around, no doubt about it. The guards are not here because he doesn't trust you, though. They're here to protect you. Dante might cut back to just 2 if you can prove you're here to stay, and won't be out where his enemies could grab you.
I hate this, I exclaim. I should have just killed you and stayed in Rockland. Grinning wider, Eli says,
You would have been miserable for the rest of your life if you had killed me.
Of course I would have. That's not something I could have handled. Still, I tell him, maybe so, but at least I wouldn't be a miserable prisoner like I am here. Strolling up a few steps closer to me, Eli lowers his voice so the guards can't hear him.
You know how much I love captives. How about I come by your room later tonight and take your mind off things? I could eat your pussy until you pass out on me.
No. I don't even have to take a second to consider my response to his offer. The bastard just wants to fuck me while I'm unconscious again, one of his fucked up kinks. Not that I cared the nights we were together in Rockland. I was so blissed out on orgasms, I literally let him do whatever he wanted to me. How is your leg doing? I asked to change the subject, and because, while I don't regret shooting him, I wish there had been another way to find Jordan.
It's healing. Feels good enough to fuck you against a wall, but you could get on your knees and kiss it better first, just to be certain.
A stupid part of me thinks it's sort of hot how nothing stops him when he's horny, not even a gunshot wound or whether or not I'm awake. When I'm in bed with Eli, he owns every inch of my body, and we both know it. The opposite of being with Jordan, who was always so careful, so concerned for my well-being during sex. Guess that's the difference between love and lust. If I can't be with Jordan, then I don't want to be with anyone, I inform Eli, to put a stop to his come-ons.
Ever?
I shrug. I'll die alone if I have to. Eli rolls his eyes as if he thinks I'm being overly dramatic. He doesn't know what it's like to love someone and give them up, to walk away and have this constant gnawing, empty ache within his soul.
Maddie, let him go. It's over and done. Jordan would want you to move on.
I snort at his stupid-ass assessment. No, he wouldn't. Don't even try to act like you know anything about Jordan when you forced him to spend a few days with you as a captive.
A few very intimate days,
Eli replies, making me grind my teeth together.
Would you like more details of the things I did to him that you didn't get to see?
I hate that I consider his question for so long before telling him, maybe later.
I knew you were into man-on-man,
he says too loudly in front of the guards.
You should have been there with us, Maddie. It was so fucking hot, the desperate way Jordan craved more, begged for it, when he finally got what he had wanted for years.
Shut up and leave, I tell him, hating the reminder that Eli could offer the man I love something I never could. I have to get back to work before I get fired, and Daddy finds me an even shittier job to make amends.
Fine, but try and cheer up. Yes, you miss Jordan. Hell, I do too, especially him warming my cock in his mouth for hours. But at least he's not dead or hanging down in the basement. He's safe and unharmed in Rockland with his mom and biker friends. Missing him is better than actually grieving for him, right?
Turning away from him, I ignore Eli, sorting through the outfits hanging on the rolling garment racks as if I'm searching for something, until he leaves. He eventually takes the hint. On the way out, he says,
I asked your father to let you get your driver's license and had him order your baking supplies. You know, in case you wanted to do the cupcake thing here.
The cupcake thing? I shake my head but don't respond, surprised he actually cared enough to convince my father to let me get my license and to keep my business going while I'm here. Once he's finally gone, I don't actually get back to work. Unable to stop thinking about Jordan, I pull out my new cell phone from my pocket, one that I'm certain Daddy is monitoring. Then I download a phone app to register for a free phone number to use to call Jordan. That way the call won't show up under my phone's outgoing log. It takes a few more minutes than I have to set it all up, but I need to do this before it gets any later. Virginia is 3 hours behind Vegas, so it's already after midnight there. I'm disappointed when he doesn't answer. I guess I wasn't really expecting him to. I try not to think about him being out with some other woman or man. When his voicemail comes on, I decide to leave one. Hey, Jordan, it's me, Maddie. How are you? I ask before blurting out, I miss you, and I just wanted to hear your voice. Anyway, I hope you're doing okay. You can call me back on this number, and my father probably won't see it. There are no guarantees, though, so... Knowing better than to underestimate my father's surveillance on me, I add, You know what? Never mind. Don't risk calling me back. In fact, I'm so sorry I bothered you. I promise I won't contact you again. But just because you don't hear from me again doesn't mean I'm not thinking about you or that I don't still love you. Because I do. And I think I always will. Bye. Once I end the call, I immediately wish there was a way to go back and erase it. I know I just sent Jordan so many mixed signals he'll probably drive himself crazy trying to interpret my prattling message. Since there's no way to take back the call, I slip my phone back into my jeans and find Trisha's next outfit so I can go help her get changed.
Jordan. What the actual fuck was that? I muttered to myself, replaying the voicemail from a Las Vegas phone number for the 4th time. The one from Maddie. Madison, as she signed on her goodbye note to me. She's been gone for almost a week, and now she finally decides to call me? And her message is so damn confusing. She reached out and says she doesn't want me to call her back. Then she ends the call by promising she won't contact me again, but tells me that she loves me and probably always will. It's such a mindfuck that I sit in my empty bed that still smells like her vanilla shampoo for hours, listening to her words over and over again, trying to make sense of them. By the time the sun comes up, I've reached the conclusion that despite how stupid and dangerous it may be, I need to fly out to Vegas to see her. Just once to make sure she hasn't been expecting me to show up and beg for her to come back with me. Or if she wanted to ask me to stay in Vegas with her. Screw her mob boss father. I can handle him. I can handle anything when it comes to being with Maddie. And Eli, well, I guess seeing him again will be an even bigger mindfuck, but that doesn't change the fact that I still miss him. Nothing good may come from me going to Vegas, and yet not even an entire army could stop me from going. I just need to give my mother a heads up that I'm leaving. I won't run off like Maddie did to her father and to me without saying goodbye in person. I'm going to go talk to my mother like a reasonable man, and even try to convince her to support me in this endeavor. Well, at least I'll tell her where she can find me after she has a hissy fit. Even though the sun is barely up, I grab a quick shower, pack a few changes of clothes and a backpack with my toothbrush, then hop on my bike to go to my mom and Colt's place. I ring the doorbell even though I have a house key, because I don't need to see my mom and her husband going at it on the sofa or against the wall or some shit. It takes several minutes for her to answer in a pink fluffy robe with messy bedhead. Rubbing her eyes, she says, "Hey, honey. What are you doing here so early?" "Hey, Mom. Sorry if I woke you and Colt up." "No, it's fine. You can wake me up any time you need me. You know that. Come on in. I'll fix us all some breakfast." She holds open the door for me, while finally asking, "What's wrong?" "I miss Maddie." Her shoulders droop under her robe. "I know you do, honey." I lead the way to the kitchen and take a seat at the breakfast nook before dropping my next bomb while my mom is digging around in the fridge. And I also miss Eli. She closes the refrigerator door softly, then turns around to look at me. "Who?" "The guy who came here to bring Maddie back to Vegas. He's the tall and muscular guy with dirty blonde hair that was in our bed. Anyway, yeah, he's a guy, and Maddie wasn't the only cheater in our relationship. I also did things with Eli when he was in town." Leaning her back against the fridge, my mom's fingers fidget with the sash hanging at the front of her robe, as if choosing her next words carefully. Finally, she nods, as if in acceptance of her choice and mine. "Okay. That's okay, Jordan. You can do whatever you want with anyone you want. Don't ever give up the chance to be with whoever it is that makes you happy." "So you don't care if I'm attracted to men and women?" "No, of course not. But..." She trails off, biting her bottom lip. "But what?" "What about Maddie?" "What about her?" "I thought you loved her," she says simply. "I do. I love her, and I like being with Eli, which is complicated, I know. But the only way to uncomplicate it is for me to go to Las Vegas and see them. Both of them, and see if they feel the same." My mom's shoulders sag even lower under her robe. "You're leaving?" "Yes." "When?" "Soon. As soon as I have your blessing." "Of course you have it," she replies. Then, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No, Mom. I don't want you to go with me to Las Vegas to see my fake wife and male lover." "Oh, okay." If she tightens the sash around her robe any tighter, she'll cut off the circulation to her lower body. "I just wish you wouldn't go by yourself." "I'll be fine. I don't want anyone else to go and have to deal with Maddie's dad." "The mobster?" "Yes, and I know you think it's dangerous, but despite whatever he does for a living, he's still Maddie's father. And I'm sure he loves her. So if she loves me too, he won't hurt me. Not permanently. Probably." "Jordan," She starts in that tone that means she's about to try and talk me out of doing this. I know there is a lot of shit up in the air out of my control, but I'm still going, Mom. There's nothing you can say to change my mind either. Fine, she huffs. I hope everything works out the way you want it to. Thank you. Do you need any money? No, I'm good, but thank you for offering, and for understanding. I'm sorry I lied to you before, all the times I told you I wasn't gay after everything happened. Honey, I'm still not sure. I think I like men and women equally, so that would make me bisexual. I've known that for years, but I didn't want to admit it to myself after everything that happened with Darren. It was confusing, and I didn't want to be with him, but I think I wanted to be with men, so everything was all fucked up in my head. You don't have to explain anything to me, honey. Be with whoever you want. I just wish Darren hadn't manipulated you into doing things you didn't want or weren't ready to try. I hate that son of a bitch so damn much. I know. I do too, I tell her. Mostly, I hate that he made me hurt you. Oh, and that he knew me better than I knew myself and used it to take advantage of me. Or at least that was how it felt. I think that's why I didn't stop him or tell you. And I'm so sorry. No, Jordan, you do not have anything to apologize for. I do. I never should have let him near you, and I'm so damn sorry. You were still just a kid. Now, well, you're all grown up and you can make your own decisions, even if I don't agree with all of them. Are you saying you don't agree with the guy part or the Maddie part? Are you sure Maddie is worth the trouble after what she put you through? She asks, making it clear she would rather I be with a guy than her. Maybe you should just give this Eli guy a chance first. Chuckling, I get up from my chair to go give my mom a hug and tell her, I know you'll probably never like Maddie, but I love her. I think maybe it's possible to love more than one person at a time. Hugo's friend Abel does it, right? So, wish me luck with Eli and Maddie. Please? My mother heaves a heavy sigh into my neck, then says, Good luck. Be safe. Call or text me occasionally just to let me know you're still breathing. I know you'll be busy and all, but if I don't hear from you, I'll imagine the worst. If I get too worried, I may even show up looking for you. I promise to try and give you an update every day, at least every other day until I get back. Letting me go, she tips her head to the side and stares up at me. Do you really think you'll come back to Rockland if you work things out with Maddie or this Eli guy? I don't know, I tell her honestly. Will you hate me if I don't? No, honey, I can never hate you. I'll miss you and worry about you every second you're gone, but I could never hate you no matter what you do, even if you really do marry Maddie. You know, Mom, Maddie never had a mother, and her sisters lost their mothers too, so you may be the closest she ever has to a maternal figure. It would make me really happy if you could try to like her. You know she loves me too, right? Well, now I just feel like a gigantic bitch. Laughing, I give her one last hug. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Jordan. Always and forever. Be safe. I will, I agree. And tell Colt, tell the Savage Kings that this was my decision. So whatever happens, I don't want them to get involved. Okay? Okay, she agrees with a wince. If you're sure, I'm absolutely sure. It's time to let the chips fall where they may.
Chapter 26. Eli. As soon as Maddie and I got home, I had Dante's IT guys keep an eye on flights coming in and out from Virginia to Vegas for Jordan. I knew it was only a matter of time before the kid came after her. So I'm not even the least bit surprised when Bobby calls me early one morning. Yeah? I ask, knowing before he even says the words. Jordan Robertson just boarded a plane headed to Vegas. Thanks, Bobby. Let me know when he lands, I tell him. Send his photo to casino security and tell him to pick him up at the front doors as soon as he walks in. Try to give them a time frame for when to expect him. You got it, he agrees before ending the call. I don't tell him not to tell Dante. Telling someone not to do something just makes them do it faster. Here's hoping Dante is too busy house hunting with Vanessa and visiting with Cass and Cole on fall break to notice we have a new guest on the way. It's ridiculous how excited I am to see the kid. I know that he's coming here for Maddie, but it'll still be fun to play with him a little first. Before I let her have him? Jesus, I don't know what the fuck I'll do with him. In fact, I decided not to even tell Maddie that he's coming. He probably won't be getting in until she has to go to work for the magician's show tonight, so I'll keep him company until she's done. Maybe I'll just keep him until morning. That would also be enough time for me to see if I can have another surprise rounded up and brought to town for him. While I can't wait to see Jordan again, his presence in town could really fuck me over. Dante warned me that if I lied to him again, I was a dead man. So, if Dante finds out I lied about the private investigator and that the real man Maddie fell for is a biker in the Savage King MC who is not only still alive but also in the city, he'll be fucking furious with me. Bullet in the head Mafia King furious. And if Dante decides to string Jordan up in the basement and beat the truth out of him before killing him, Jordan might even be compelled to run his mouth about the shit I did with Maddie to save his own skin. Fuck it. It looks like I'm screwed either way, and Jordan probably is too. So we may as well enjoy ourselves tonight. After all, it could be our last one on Earth.
Jordan. I knew I couldn't just walk into the casino Maddie's father owns and ask for her, but before I can even try to come up with a plan, I'm surrounded by big-ass security guards all dressed in black who escort me straight to the elevator. Do any of you happen to know where I can find Madison Salvato? I ask them when we're all smushed together in the silent, stuffy elevator cabin. Nobody responds to me. It's like they're all mute as the elevator lowers to the basement floor. That's where I'm shoved by one into the dark, empty concrete room. I keep walking until some of the lights above our heads flip on, and then I hear it. The sound of a gun cocking behind me. I didn't bother to bring mine since I knew I couldn't get through airport security with it. Are you really going to kill me before I even tell you assholes why I'm here? I asked the guard in disbelief, dropping my backpack from my shoulder to hold my palms up. Where's Eli? Let me talk to him. Finally, one of the men speaks, the one pointing his gun at me. We don't care why you're here. Our orders were to bring you down here and make sure you can't leave. Great. Spinning around in a slow circle, I see the hooks hanging from the ceiling and toolbox with a countertop full of all sorts of painful-looking devices. So this is like Eli's office, huh? Put the cuffs on him. The only guard who speaks directs two of the others who get right to work, snatching my wrists and slapping the cool, familiar metal over each of them. Someone else operates the hook so that it lowers enough for the men to raise my arms over my head, snag in on the middle of the cuffs. Then the hook is raised again until my toes almost touch the floor, but not quite. Are you going to cut my shirt and pants off me now, or will Eli handle that? I ask the security guards. They all freeze, eyes bulging, looking surprised at my knowledge of the torturer. This isn't my first rodeo with Eli. I was unconscious the first time when he undressed and restrained me. How the hell are you still alive? The guard with the gun asks me. I guess Eli has a soft spot for me. Or a hard spot, if you know what I mean. I give him an exaggerated wink. The guard's face twists in disgust. Definitely a homophobe. Awesome. Just so you know, Eli eventually killed his last lover boy, so don't get too excited. Eventually, he's going to end you too. If you say so, I reply, hoping I sound more confident than I feel. What if I'm wrong? What if the guard is right and I was lucky to have survived Eli the first time because Maddie saved me? Maybe it was incredibly stupid to show up here and tempt fate, or tempt the torturer. The asshole guards all get a text at the same time that they read on their phones before they finally leave me. And then, the jackass makes me wait and wait a little longer before showing his face. "You're a fucking idiot," Eli says in greeting, the sound of his dress shoes echoing around the empty space with each step. His hair is pulled back, bringing out the sharp lines of his sculpted jaw, making him even more handsome. "It's good to see you too," I tell him, my eyes lower to his right calf covered by his suit pants. Like in Rockland, he's dressed in a black-fitted suit meant to try and contain the beast underneath, the tattoos on the back of his hands, promising pain. "How's your leg? You're walking around looking fine as hell, so it must be healing." "What are you doing here, Jordan?" he asks when he comes to a stop about 5 feet away, eyeing me up and down, ignoring my compliment and question. "I came to see Maddie. And you, obviously." Eli's eyes narrow. "Is this some trick where you try and get me on your side by pretending you give a shit about me?" "I missed you both," I tell him truthfully. "Didn't you miss me?" "I missed fucking with your dick in your mouth." "So you missed me. Not any of the parts that you want me to care about." "I'll take what I can get for now," I reply. "Are you going to take my dick out or what? The anticipation is killing me. My balls are getting so blue they may just fall off." "Oh, yeah?" Eli asks, coming a few steps closer. "You've been thinking about my mouth? My dick?" "More than I should." "I've thought about yours, too," Eli finally admits. "Now that you're here, I could cut out your tongue and slice off your dick to keep them close." "You know your threats don't scare me, right?" When he doesn't respond to that, I ask him seriously. "I don't think you're the big bad monster you pretend to be. You just have some violent kinks." Eli chuckles at that, and I swear the man even has a little color warming his cheeks as he slips off his suit jacket. He hangs it over a nearby chair, then loosens his tie while still laughing. "Some violent kinks? You're so full of shit." "I saw some of your MMA fights." He lifts a single eyebrow. "How did you do that?" "I looked you up online." "You don't even know my last name." "I didn't need it. I did an internet search for Eli in Vegas, and boom, tons of videos of you kicking people's ass in the cage. You are easy to recognize, with the long hair. I like how you had those narrow braids all through it for fights. Was that so the other guys couldn't try to pull it?" "You actually watched the videos of my old fights?" he asks with a grin, sounding stunned. "Yeah, I did. I guess you left an impression on me. I'm hooked. Literally." I swing my arms, making the metal on my wrist rattle the hook. "Funny," he says, now with a sudden contradicting frown. "I know you're here for Maddie." "Yeah, I am. Can't I be here for you, too?" "No. You're just saying that because you're in my custody at the moment. You're at my mercy." "I happen to like being at your mercy, as you very well know." "Shut the fuck up!" he shouts, his face reddening in anger because he thinks I'm lying. It sounds like he's afraid to let himself believe me for fear I'll hurt him or make a fool of him. And with the outburst, he wants to scare me into submission, into breaking what he believes is just an act. "You don't believe me? You said I was an evil bastard, a psycho murdering bastard, and the world would be a better place without me. You wanted to kill me, remember?" "You are those things, but I could never kill you. I still want you despite those things." "No, you don't." "Fine. Unzip my pants, Eli. See for yourself how much I want you." He walks up to me, and his hands roughly rip at my belt, then undo my jeans, letting them fall to my ankles. He can see the evidence of my arousal tinting my boxer briefs, but he still jerks them down as well, freeing my cock. Ta-da! I say to try and lighten the moment. Eli's long fingers wrap around my shaft and squeeze it hard, making me groan. Once we start this again, I may not stop until you're dead. I may not remember to feed you or water you like I did before. I'll just use you up until there's nothing left but your rotting corpse. I think you're full of shit, I tell him through my panting breaths as he strokes me in his fist. If I'm dead, you would miss our stupid-ass conversations and your other uses for my mouth. Maybe I'll keep you down here forever and never tell Maddie you came for her. Speaking actual words instead of grunts and groans becomes harder and harder. That would be pretty selfish of you, since you know damn well there's a chance that the three of us could get naked together. You're delusional, he says as he jerks me faster. Obviously, I mutter. Have you been fucking her since you got back? No. Why not? I ask curiously, mostly relieved. That's why I'm able to take a guess. Maddie turned you down? Yes, he grumbles, letting me know exactly how he feels about her rejection. She apparently doesn't want anyone if she can't have you. Oh yeah? I ask, feeling like I'm soaring thanks to that good news and the building pleasure. So I'm giving her time to grieve. I think she'll come around, eventually. Time to grieve? Over me? I ask as he tugs on my dick like he's angry at me. Feels fucking fantastic to me. Oh, grieve because you're going to kill me? Yes. Liar. Eli studies me thoughtfully while his fist keeps stroking me. You know what? I think I may press my luck tonight with Maddie. And I think she'll be very receptive to my advances. She always did prefer that I take what I want without her permission, like on the dinner table, or when she passes out and I fuck her. She wakes up moaning so damn loud before coming on my cock. You're just saying that to make me jealous, to rub it in my face that you can be with her while I can't yet. Not until you decide to let me down. Maybe, maybe not, he replies. If you listen closely, maybe you'll hear her screams all the way down here. And then he releases my shaft, holds up his palm, and licks my pre-cum from it before walking away. Asshole tease! I yell when he flips off all the lights, leaving me in the dark, and disappears onto the elevator.
Chapter 27. Maddie. Jordan never called me back on the phone number through the app, which is good, since I told him not to, that it was too dangerous. But after all my mixed signals, I thought he might at least try. God, I'm so stupid. I've been tossing and turning in bed for hours after finishing up my work backstage, unable to get my head to shut up, telling me about all the mistakes I've made, the problems I caused. When my door suddenly cracks open, shining the kitchen light into the space before it closes again, I know I only have a few seconds to decide how to handle this situation. Do I want Eli? Yes, but I just can't be with him. I'm still regretting the times we fooled around in Rockland, especially the last one when Jordan walked in on us. I lie still on my side, facing away from the door, pretending to be asleep, waiting to find out what Eli plans to do. Listening to the sound of his rustling clothes being removed, I make my decision. Still, I don't say anything until he slips into the other side of the bed, what would be Jordan's side of the bed back home, jarring the mattress around with his heavy weight as he scoots over and immediately slips his hand over my hip, down to my stomach, heading lower. I grab his hand to stop him. At the same time, I tell him, "No." "No," he repeats, as if I'm speaking a different language he doesn't understand. When I don't respond, he blows out a breath, his mouth so close to my ear I feel it.
Let me help you forget about him for a few minutes.
There's nothing you can do to make me forget about him, not even for a few minutes, I remark. Scoffing, Eli says,
I find that hard to believe.
Well, believe it. I have no idea if Eli will even respect my rejection, my refusal, or not. After all, he usually just takes what he wants without asking. I'm relieved when his hard body slumps against the back of mine, and he lifts our joined hands up to my stomach, letting them rest there.
What was so great about Jordan, anyway?
He loved me, I answer simply, clutching the pillow under my head tightly with my free hand as tears well up in my eyes. He would do anything for me, and he never treated me like a fuck doll. There's a long pause before Eli asks,
And that's how I treat you, like a fuck doll?
Yes, and sex is great sometimes. You make me feel so good during it, but I know it's about revenge for you. So then, when it's over, you're done with me.
You're sure Jordan didn't just stick around biding his time for another round?
Eli asks, and I can hear the smirk in his words. Yes, I'm sure. It wasn't just sex for him or me when it was the two of us. He was my best friend, my only friend for a long time. Maybe we were only meant to be friends, love each other as friends. Maybe it wasn't the all-consuming, unconditional love and physical attraction for him like it was for me. If it was, he wouldn't have just told me to leave without asking to come with me, right? If he really loved me, if I was enough for him, he wouldn't want to be apart from me for even a day, because even that much time is too long. But I wasn't. It feels like Eli presses a kiss to the back of my head before he says,
What can I do to make it better?
I shake my head. There's nothing you can do. I would almost swear that I felt Eli flinch.
Let me try,
he whispers, his body pressing closer to my backside. No sex, I warn him. Don't even try to slip it in while I'm sleeping.
Fine, but I can't help if I poke you. You have a fine ass, made for a dick to bury inside of.
Whatever.
So, I can stay?
Yes, just to sleep and cuddle. This time he huffs the word.
Fine, but you can't ever tell anyone I cuddled with you. It'll ruin my reputation as Eligor.
Nobody would believe me. Besides, if I told anyone, Daddy would kill you, I remind him.
True enough, and it's not just revenge for me.
Sniffling, I wipe my cheek off on the pillowcase, and Eli says,
Please don't cry anymore.
Why not? Do tears make your dick go soft? I guess.
Yes, your tears make my dick and my heart go soft. I don't like it.
My throat tightens at his confession. You don't like having a soft heart?
No. It would make it too easy to rip it apart again, when it took me years to repair it the first time.
When was the first time your heart was ripped apart? I ask, assuming it must have been some woman or some man in his past, one I immediately dislike. But then Eli says,
When my mom tossed me into a shallow grave after she thought she had drowned me. I guess I was lucky she didn't try to cremate me.
His words repeat in my head over and over again as I try to make sense of them. At first, I think he's joking, and I wait for him to laugh it off. But he doesn't. That really happened to him. His mother tried to drown him and bury him. Who could ever do such a thing to their son? She obviously didn't love him. Has anybody ever loved Eli? My father is probably as close as it's come to having someone to depend on, and he made Eli his slave. I'm sorry, I tell him, as I lift his palm underneath mine to my mouth and place a kiss on the center of it. And since he said please, I wait until Eli twitches in his sleep before I quietly shed more tears for him and for Jordan.
Jordan. Good morning, Eli announces loudly. At the same time, the overhead lights are flipped on in the basement. I squeeze my eyes shut to try and block out the brightness as I take in his shape and that he's got guards behind him, while I'm still hanging out naked from the waist down. It's too early for your bullshit, I tell him, even though I have no idea if it's morning or night, regardless of his greeting. Can't you at least take me down and let me sleep on a mattress or something for a few hours? Are you seriously bitching when I brought you an extraordinary gift this morning? Breakfast? Later. First, look who it is. Eli steps to the side, revealing the guards behind him. It takes my bleary eyes a few seconds to clear as I blink them open. When they do, I can't fucking believe them. Is that? Surprise! Eli yells, as if his extraordinary gift is an unexpected birthday party or a brand new Harley. His so-called gift is being dragged toward me by 2 guards, and he's not making it easy for them. I can even hear his muffled screeches despite the duct tape wrapped around his mouth. Eli punches the man on the top of the head, and he slumps unconscious. Drop him here and leave, he tells the guards. Is that Darren? I ask, just to be sure. No kidding, Eli huffs, then swipes the back of his hand over his head, as if he was the one who carried a man down here. A positive ID is appreciated. Good to know I didn't have a group of men grab the wrong guy and haul him here for a slow, painful death. Wait, how is Darren here in Vegas? He lives in South Carolina. I just told you. For a slow and painful death. For revenge. For what the son of a bitch did to you, fucking with your head and hurting your mom. But you don't have to kill him out of revenge for me. Colt and I kicked his ass as payback for what he did to me. Scoffing, he says, You kicked his ass? How long did that take? I don't know. I wasn't timing it. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes until he was messed up and down for the count? And do you think 10 or 15 minutes of a beating is all he deserves for manipulating you? I mean, I guess I could have turned him into the police, but I was 18 and didn't want to have to testify against him or whatever in court. No, Jordan, this man ruined your life. He deserves nothing less than a slow, painful death. You don't care about him, do you? God, no. I hate that guy. My mom does, too. Exactly. So let me hurt him for you. I stare at Eli for several long moments as he goes to work to get Darren hung up by his wrists on one of the hooks about 10 feet away from my own. Once he's done, limp body hoisted into the air, Eli stands back and smiles as he examines his handiwork, looking so damn proud of himself. That's when it occurs to me that Eli considers this, bringing in the man who fucked with me for weeks, who screwed up my senior year of high school so badly I nearly didn't graduate and ruined my mom's marriage, as a gift. A gift for me from Eli, the crazy, psychotic bastard. Torturing and murdering the man who hurt me is like his version of a dozen roses. And I actually think it's sort of sweet. Come here, I tell him. What? Eli asks. He looks from his new captive to me in confusion. Come here, I order him, and this time he actually listens. But he's still too far away. Closer. A little bit more. Now stand on the tips of your toes. Perfect, I tell him, before I brush my lips over his.
Chapter 28. Eli. I don't want to get my hopes up, to believe Jordan wanted to see me again, but the proof in his pants and his soft kiss is hard to ignore. Thank you for my present, Jordan says softly. I run my fingers through his hair, keeping his mouth on mine, even though I have to stand on my tiptoes to do it. You're welcome. I'm glad the fucker who hurt him was so easy to find on short notice. Could I ask for another one? Another present from me? Yep. What's that? I ask curiously while swiping my tongue over his lips, teasing inside his mouth. When I stroke Jordan's tongue, he shudders. Well, I want to fuck you, he says quietly. With a groan, I slip a hand down his backside, grabbing his ass to press his swollen shaft to my stomach. And I want you to fuck me, he adds. If I get any harder, I may pass out from blood loss to the rest of my body. That's 2 presents, baby boy, I point out, because I'm too damn nervous and excited, but trying not to show it. You want to fuck me, right? Jordan asks against my lips, his eyes holding mine hostage. Hell yes, I answer honestly. And I want to fuck you. Oh yeah? I've always wondered if I would be a top or bottom, or both if I were with a man, but I was always too scared or ashamed before. And now you're not because you're my captive and you can claim you couldn't stop me? No, I'm ready to admit what I want. I want to try both. I don't know if I'll like being a bottom, but I want to try. I want to try everything with you. You might admit this shit to me and in front of a soon-to-be dead man, I point out. But what about everyone else in your life? Smiling, Jordan says, I told my mom about you. Told her what about me? I ask curiously. That I'm a killer who cuts out eyeballs? No, I told her that I was attracted to you, that I fooled around with you. Really? I say in shock. You told your mother we... Chuckling, he says, I didn't give her any details or anything, but I'm sure she got the gist. You told her about me? About us? She wanted me to give you a chance and forget about Maddie. Slipping my hand between our bodies, I fist Jordan's long shaft and give it a stroke that makes his eyes slam closed and his lips to part on a gasp. I think I like your mother, I tell him before I shove my tongue into his mouth. He kisses me back just as hard, as much as he can. If his pants weren't still around his ankles, I think he would wrap his long legs around my waist to pull me closer. You're gonna love my dick even more than you love my finger, I promise him, reaching around to press a fingertip to his hole. It'll definitely take some prep because I don't want to hurt him. I want Jordan to love having me inside of him so much he wants to do it again. But first, there's something I need to do, something that might make Jordan change his mind about letting me touch him. Ingram was a stranger when I tortured and killed him. He was an asshole who put Maddie in danger. Darren, on the other hand, is someone Jordan knew, someone he let play with his body, enjoyed it even if he didn't want to. Even though he claims to hate the man, I need to know that killing him won't change Jordan's mind about letting me be his first. When I pull my mouth and hands from him, Jordan grumbles. No, I don't want to play the withholding orgasms game anymore. Chuckling, I tell him, just for a little longer. Before I walk away from him, though, I pull his underwear up, then his jeans. I'm fastening the front of them when Jordan says, What are you doing? You're mine now, I tell him, pressing a kiss to his throat that's easier to reach than his mouth while he's hanging. That bastard doesn't get to look at you anymore, and I don't even want him to see or even hear us when I claim your ass for the first time. Oh, Jordan mutters. I don't want him to see or hear us either. Good. I leave his belt undone, since every part of his body is covered up again. Then I go to the workbench to choose a knife. A sharp knife, because I'm not in the mood to draw this out. I want Jordan more than I want to slowly kill the bastard who screwed with his head. I'm the only one who gets to screw with his head. Strolling up to Darren, I rip the duct tape from his mouth, which has him rousing again after the concussion I gave him. Welcome back, you piece of shit. Can't wait to hear every single one of your screams. And scream he does when I press the blade to the center of his chest, slicing through his shirt and then swiping all the way down to his pants. Then, through his ripped-open shirt, I slice him from left to right, from one side to the other, across his belly button. This cut is deeper, so deep his guts spill out. When his screams become gargled, I finally slash the knife across his throat, going for the quick kill. He deserved a slower death, but the bastard doesn't get to steal even another second from me when I could be worshipping Jordan. I watch the light fade from his bulging eyes until his body goes limp in the cuffs. Now, the moment of truth. I'm almost too scared to even look at Jordan, afraid that everything has changed, that it was all a lie, that Jordan can't actually handle seeing me take a life of someone he knew. "You should wash up," my biker boy calls out. "His blood is too vile to let it soak into your skin." Okay, so his voice sounds calm enough. Turning toward him, I find Jordan watching me like a hawk, not looking away in disgust from the blood dripping down my hand, staining my suit's sleeve. "Seriously, clean up and get naked, Eli." I laugh, and he adds, "Could you lower me down too? I want to get your dick nice and wet with my mouth before you put it inside me." "You're the bossiest bottom I've ever met," I tell him on the way to the workbench to grab a towel to wipe up. "I only give you orders for things I know you want to," Jordan replies. "True enough," I agree. "I'll go up and take a quick shower. When I get back, you're taking me to Pound Town?" Shaking my head with a grin, I tell him, "Yeah, something like that."
Jordan. I'm so nervous and excited waiting for Eli to come back. While I wish I could go up and see Maddie, this is something I need to do first, for myself. Until my captor decides to return, all I can do is try to stay calm while I wait. How do I do that? By talking to the corpse still strung up 10 feet away from me. "You deserved it, you know," I tell him. "And I don't feel guilty. Never will, either. It wasn't like it was me who gutted you and left you to bleed out. I couldn't have stopped Eli even if I had wanted to, which I didn't. Eli wanted to try and scare me off by killing Darren. I think he wanted to make me think he would kill me too eventually once he gets tired of me. But I don't think he will do it. And if I'm wrong and he does kill me, well, I'll be too surprised to even have time to be terrified." Thankfully, Eli showers and returns quickly. Now he's wearing a clean white button-down with the sleeves rolled up his forearms and a pair of suit pants without the jacket. His damp blonde hair brushing his wide shoulders looks brown down here. And hot damn, he's carrying a bag of what I can already smell has food in it, along with a tub of something. Soapy water, I realize, when he sits it down next to me on the floor. "Hungry?" he asks. "God, yes. Even with him?" He nods his head to dead Darren, as if I had somehow forgotten he was still here, when it's impossible not to smell the death and blood even if I couldn't see him from the corner of my eyes. Since I haven't had anything since breakfast in East Coast time, yes, I'm starving. I push away all thoughts of alive or dead Darren, since my stomach is growling. Screw that guy. He's not taking anything else from me, especially a hot meal. Eli puts the bag down on the workbench, then goes over to work the controls for the hook. He lowers me down until my knees meet the concrete so cool I feel it through my denim. Then he brings over the biggest slice of pepperoni pizza I've ever seen, along with a napkin. Kneeling on the floor in front of me in his clothes that look too clean for this basement, he holds the pointed end of the slice to my mouth. Smells delicious. "Best in Vegas," he tells me as I take a bite. Fuck yes. I agree as I chew it up and take another bite. You know, you're the only prisoner that I've ever fed. Really? I asked between mouthfuls. Well, yeah. What was the point of wasting food when the others were going to die? Right, I agree. I eat about half of the giant slice before telling Eli, "I'm ready for dessert now." "Fuck yes," he agrees, knowing exactly what I'm referring to. Getting to his feet, he undoes his pants with one hand, drops them, and then steps close enough for me to reach his dick with my mouth, while he finishes eating the pizza, moaning around each bite as I devour him. When he shoves deep to the back of my throat, I hum my approval around his length, since I've already got a grip on my gag reflex, and know he probably misses it. "God, you're so damn good at that," Eli says in approval, as he cups the back of my head to test me, giving me every long inch. I'm damn proud of myself, too, when my nose touches his pelvis and I taste how close he is to finishing. That's enough," he declares when he pulls out of my mouth. He quickly washes up his hands in the soapy water, dries them on his pants, before pulling out a tube of what I assume is lube from his pocket. "I promise this will only feel good," he tells me as he undoes my pants, tugging them down to my knees. "And I'm not giving you a chance to change your mind." "I won't," I assure him, as he goes around behind me. I glance over my shoulder to watch him undress while staring at my ass. I wish I was naked too, but there's no way I'm letting him cut the leather Savage King's cut from my body. And I don't want him to undo my hands either. Like I've told Eli before, I like being at his mercy. Once he's naked, he kneels behind me and pushes on my back to lean me forward. The swipe of his wet tongue in that spot is so unexpected, I shout my surprise, making him chuckle. A second later, the only sounds I can make are gasps and moans of pleasure because, god damn, his probing tongue is a hell of a thing, making my eyes roll back in my head. I'm so blissed out, my dick leaking, that when his fingers begin to stretch me, I barely feel the sting. Eli's palms slap my ass, and then laughs when I arch my back wanting more. I want all of him. "Please, Eli," I beg. His thrusting fingers tease me, only hitting my prostate occasionally to make me cry out. I know he's taking his time, wanting to make sure he doesn't hurt me, but I'm not sure how much more I can take. Just when I'm starting to wonder if he's ever going to give me what I want, he lines himself up. Both of his palms slip underneath my shirt, stroking up and down my stomach, before he hugs me to him tightly and thrusts inside me. "Oh, fuck!" I exclaim at the invasion, pain and pleasure all blurring together. "You feel so damn good," Eli says. His lips and tongue latch onto my neck, while one of his palms slides down my stomach to fist me. Somehow, I lost my full erection, but I'm still right on the edge. "So hot and tight," he adds, as he slowly withdraws before slamming deep again and again, making me cry out with each rough pump of his hips. "And you're mine." I'm so overwhelmed by having him hit that magical spot inside me while jerking me off that I can't think. He squeezes me to the front of his body so hard, I can't take a deep breath either. Eli doesn't fuck me. He claims me, owns me with each and every thrust. There's no other way to describe it. I'm his. And it feels so good when I finally surrender to him, to myself. Oh God! I shout through the pleasure as Eli squeezes me just right. Scream my name, not God's. Eli whispers in my ear as he milks me dry. You are a fucking god, I tell him honestly. A vengeful god, not a monster. Fuck, you do love to open wide and worship me. He laughs a second before his teeth pierce my skin where my shoulder and throat meet. Behind me, he goes still and growls, shuddering through his own release, filling me up with his hot seed as if he's been saving it up just to watch as much as possible drip out of me. His hips buck a few times before he slumps against my back. Then, removing his palm from my dick, he holds it up and licks it clean over my shoulder. Can't let a drop go to waste, he says, Once he's done, he hugs me to his chest and asks, "Well?" "Well, what? Are you asking me if I want to bottom for you again? If so, the answer is hell yes." "Would you let me fuck you in front of Maddie?" "Yes." "Liar," Eli says, giving my dick a slap. "Fine. I guess it depends." "On what?" "On how she feels about it." "Whatever," he huffs, as if that wasn't the answer he wanted. "Can you stretch your legs out in front of you?" "I don't know if I still have legs," I reply. "Why?" His palm strokes up my stomach to my chest, then back down to cup my balls. "Because after I clean you up, I want to ride your dick." Chuckling, I tell him, "You know you can do whatever you want with me and I can't stop you. But that sounds fucking amazing." Eli does as promised. He completely undresses me from the waist down, slices through my tea, and gives me a sponge bath all over, put a little deodorant on me, which I try not to take offense to, and then sits on my lap after barely lubing up my cock. He enjoys the pain, and I enjoyed how damn tight his ass was. Just as much, though, I liked how he clutched my face between his hands and kissed me the whole time he moved on me. Slow and delicious, rather than racing to the finish line. If the first time was him owning me, the second time was him cherishing me. But as soon as we both finished, he cleaned us both up with the sponge bath water without a word, got dressed, and left me sitting half naked on the floor.
Chapter 29. Madison. I've just finished my shower and climbed into bed when my bedroom door softly opens and then closes again. I sit up in the darkness and easily recognize his shape and size. "Eli?" I whisper. "You really do want Daddy to kill you." "I wanted to see you," he replies. "You wanted to try again for sex." "That too," he says, and I can hear the grin in his voice, the rustling of his clothes coming off. He then peels the covers over me, back, or tries to. I clutch them to me. "I can't. Not yet," I tell him. "You miss him, I know. You feel like you would be cheating on him, right?" he says, as he slips into my bed. "Yes." I roll toward him, snuggling up to his warm, bare chest. "But he would want this. Jordan would want us to fuck without him. I bet he's thinking about it right now, wherever he is." I start to voice more objections when I catch the scent of leather, reminding me of Jordan. I lean my nose closer to his neck and chest to inhale there. "You sort of smell like him." "Do I? Is that a good thing?" "I don't know." "You can pretend it's him inside you instead of me." "You really wouldn't mind if I'm thinking about him during sex with you?" "Not if you won't mind if I'm thinking about him too." Laughing, I tell him, "That's so fucked up. We are messed up if we do this, and both of us actually want to be with someone else." "I want to be with you too, Maddie. You know that." "But you miss him too?" "Probably not as much as you miss him." "I thought about you, our first time, that night and morning you watched me with Jordan." "Did you really?" he asks, sounding surprised. I felt so guilty, but it felt so good. Eli's lips find mine in the darkness, and then his palm is sliding up underneath my top, cupping my breast. "Jordan doesn't have boobs," I whisper against his lips when I remove his palm. "One of his many faults." "He doesn't have any faults." "Shut up and get into this." His free hand comes up and around my throat, squeezing until my limbs go slack. "Atta girl. Let me take you hard and fast like you like while you think about me and Jordan together. I would string him up in the basement and fuck his tight ass so hard." "Think about you two fucking?" I ask, grabbing for his wrist. "Why can't I be there with you?"
So you like the idea of a threesome, both of us licking you, fucking each other.
Yes, I whisper, and his fingers tighten around my throat. I don't know if Jordan would touch you in front of me, but I would love it.
Oh, you should tell him how wet you got when you watched me suck his dick, or when you think about me fucking him.
With a pinch to my nipple that makes me gasp, Eli slips that hand down the front of my shorts and shoves 2 fingers inside of me.
And fuck, you get so wet when I choke you. I think you might be almost as fucked up as I am.
Probably, I admit. Do it again, I encourage him, covering his hand with my own to squeeze his fingers. Just no bruises where Daddy can see them. His fingers slide to the back of my neck where my hair will hide the marks. Then I momentarily black out. When I'm gasping for air again, Eli is still thrusting his fingers inside of me, like he's been at it for a while based on his choppy breath and grunts.
"Welcome back," he says. "Now come for me before I choke you so long there's no coming back from it."
He slams his fingers deep, over and over again, while his thumb rubs my clit. I come apart, and Eli withdraws his fingers from my depths and releases my throat to slide down my body. Tugging my bottoms down and off, his tongue quickly gets to work licking up the wetness between my legs. He slides 1 slick finger lower and pushes it into my ass without any warning, making me whimper.
"This is where I'm going to finish tonight," he says to me.
It hurts, I tell him, as his finger moves in and out.
"You just need more of my tongue. I could eat your pussy and Jordan's ass all night," he says,
as his mouth attacks my clit, making me forget what his fingers are doing. 2 of them, maybe 3, are thrusting inside of me. I don't know and don't care, since I'm coming on his tongue again and again.
Jordan. Eli doesn't just know how to torture people physically. His head games are no joke either. After taking my virginity, riding me, blowing my fucking mind both times, he just walked away, as if everything hadn't changed. Knowing he's probably in a soft bed with Maddie tonight, while I'm down here alone with the person I hate most in the world, now deceased, is also fucked up. Eli knows it, too. It's like he's waiting for me to bolt on him. Emotionally, since I obviously can't do that physically. He's made sure of that by stringing me up and leaving me sitting half naked on the floor where we fucked. But I'm not going to run either way. There's nothing he can do to scare me. I just have to figure out how to convince him to let me free so I can try to face Maddie's father without dying, and then hope she wants to try having a relationship with both me and Eli. Should be easy. I'm once again telling Darren how much I loathe him when I hear the basement door open, followed by footsteps in the silent open space. At least 2 sets of footsteps and whispered voices coming from the darkest part of the basement where the lights are still off. "Why are you whispering?" I hear a woman ask. "It's not like Daddy and Vanessa will hear us down here, even if I'm screaming at the top of my lungs." "That's exactly what I want," a man replies, definitely not Eli. "I want you screaming so loud everyone in the casino hears you." I have no clue who these people are coming down here to apparently fuck each other, but hopefully they'll help me out. Maybe I can even convince them to let me down. "Hello?" I call out. When there's no response, only silence, I clear my dry throat and yell louder. "Hello? I know you're down here." "Who the fuck?" The guy trails off. "Did Daddy order Eli to bring someone down here today?" The woman asks. Ah, so they are also familiar with Eli and his work. Her daddy must be Maddie's father, making her Maddie's half-sister. "No, not that I know of. We're leaving soon to go back to New York, so maybe he didn't think we needed to know." "Nah, Dante would have mentioned if there was a rat or someone else who fucked him over, even if he just gave him to Eli to play with. Hi! I yell louder. My name is Jordan. Jordan Robertson. There's more silence for several seconds before the woman says, Turn the rest of the lights on so we can at least see who we're talking to. But Cassie, I really just wanted to fuck. You can wait a few minutes. I'll kill him myself if he doesn't shut up. Or, hear me out, we could just stuff something into his mouth and leave him for Eli to deal with. The guy so helpfully suggests. Okay, so maybe these two aren't going to help me. The overhead lights flip on a row at a time, blinding my eyes that have only seen the pitch-black darkness for hours on end. When I'm able to see clearly, I find a red-headed woman and blonde man staring down at me from 6 feet away. Hello, the redhead says with a grin as her eyes scan my half-naked body. My dick, that's what she scans. Hi, I reply with a friendly smile. And either she's pregnant or she has a very obvious beer belly to otherwise be so young and lean. Cassie! The man huffs before he's standing behind her, slapping his palm over her eyes. So, I would apologize for the nudity, but it's not really my fault. My clothes are around here somewhere. I would be happy to put them back on if you free me. I rattle the hook and chains above my head, as if that part wasn't obvious. Who are you? The man asks. Looks like he's Eli's new toy, the redhead replies, eyes still covered. The psycho does have great taste in men. You shut up and let me handle this, or we'll go to the strip club and see how much you like me looking at naked women, the guy tells her. Fine, she huffs, shoulders visibly deflating. Sorry, pregnancy hormones have got me so strung out. And I'm going to give those hormones everything they need as soon as we figure this shit out, the guy tells her, giving her a kiss on the top of her head. So, let's all start over, I suggest. My name is Jordan, and I'm Eli's friend, but I also came to Vegas for Maddie, Madison Salvato. Do you know her? By chance, do you have the same mobster daddy? Did he just call her Maddie? The redhead asks. Cassie, I think he called her. How do you know Madison? The guy questions me. Great! You know her too then? Answer the question, he barks. Right, okay, so Maddie and I spent the past year living together in Rockland. I thought she was my wife, that we got hitched here in Vegas after we met at the Alto bar at Caesar's Palace. Ever been there? Great place. Anyway, we weren't actually married, and I didn't know she was the daughter of a mob boss. When she left to keep the Savage Kings, that's my biker club, when she left to keep them from killing Eli for kidnapping me and murdering some assholes in town, I let her go, you know? And I thought it was the right decision at the time, but I've missed her like crazy. Eli, too, oddly enough. And then Maddie called me the other night, which is when I realized that she misses me too. Except she told me not to call her back, and I knew she was full of shit, that she did want me to call her but didn't want her father to find out about me. So I finally grew a pair and hopped on a plane to come see her and Eli. The guard snagged me as soon as I walked into the casino and brought me down here. Wow, the guy mutters. What day is it? I think I've been down here a day or two. Jeez, he talks a lot, Cassie remarks. There was a lot to explain, I tell her. So now will you let me down? Should we call Eli to confirm all of this? The guy asks. Nah, I think we should let him down, Cassie says cheerfully. I like you. I like her, I tell the man. I mean, not like her. She's obviously knocked up, and I'm guessing it's yours. I just like how she thinks. She seems like a kind woman. The man chuckles. That's probably the first time anyone has ever said that about Cassie. Asshole, she huffs as she reaches back to smack him in the side of the head. Then she says to me, I'm Cass, Madison's sister. Right. Maddie never told me she had any sisters, but Eli did. He also told me that you all lost your moms, too. Sorry about all that. I'm Cole, their stepbrother and Cass's husband, the guy explains. Oh, nice to meet you. Now, will you please let me down? How do we actually know that anything you said was true? Just because you talk a mile a minute doesn't mean you're not a really good liar, Cole remarks. True. Let me think about that. How do I prove what I'm saying is true? You could ask Maddie, but I was really hoping to surprise her. Oh, look at my jacket. My leather cut has the Rockland, Virginia patch on it. Maddie told you that's where she spent the last year, right? With me? She told Daddy and us that she was living with some private investigator, and Eli claimed to have killed him. Ah, classic Maddie and Eli. They were trying to protect me, and to avoid starting a war with the Savage Kings since we're sort of a big deal on the East Coast. If you say so, she replies. I do. Who is the dead guy? Cole asks, nodding his chin to Darren. Oh, he's nobody. At least, not anymore. He used to be my mom's husband for like a few months, until she caught us together and kicked him out. When I told Eli about what happened, he found him in South Carolina and had him brought to Vegas so he could, get revenge or whatever for me. I think it's his version of a dozen roses or a candlelit dinner. Right, the guy drawls before asking his wife, What do you think, Cassie? Do you believe any of the many things he said? Yes. She thankfully agrees right away. That was too much crazy shit for anyone to make up. And look at him. Gesturing with her arm to me, she says, He's hot. Eli hasn't cut him up, which means he's got a thing for him. Hopefully he won't end up like Gavin, especially if Madison is, in love with him or whatever. Daddy won't be happy, though. Maddie does love me, I tell them confidently. At least I think she does. I wasn't sure after I found out all the lies she had told me, but now I know it was real, even if we kept secrets from each other. I would really like to see her. Why won't Eli let you see her? Why is he keeping you down here? Cole asks. Because he's Eli, Cass answers for me. Is Eli fucking Madison? She asks me. I start to say no comment, that she should ask her sister, but screw it. Honesty is the best policy here until I've got both feet on the ground and my wrists are not hanging from the ceiling. Eli has fucked Maddie several times. He took her virginity before she left Vegas. I knew it, Cass exclaims. He says they haven't hooked up since they got back to Vegas, but he wants to. Cass claps her hands as if excited. As soon as he slipped and called her Maddie, I knew. Wait, Eli is the one who started calling her Maddie? I ask. Yes. That's what she told me to call her when we met, except she told me it was short for Madeline, even though the night we met I thought she said Madison, but I was so damn drunk. Let's get him down, Cass says to her husband, grasping his arm. This will be fun. You just like making drama, he mutters. The penthouse is so boring. We could all use a little excitement before we leave. Fine. I'll go along with this too. Only because you're pregnant and we can't fuck as loud as we want until he's out of here. Cole replies. Why can't you fuck as loud as you want in your house or whatever? I ask them. Because we're just visiting for the week, and while we're here, we live with her father and my mother in the penthouse. Cole replies. We come down here for a little more privacy, and so we don't have to keep quiet. That makes sense. I agree. And I'm really fucking glad you decided to come down here tonight. I'm not sure how long Eli was intending to keep me to himself. Or keep Maddie to himself. Dante is going to go ballistic, Cole says. Where are the fucking keys to the handcuffs? He asks as he rummages around the workbench. I can't wait to meet Maddie's dad. I tell them, hopefully when I have all my clothes on. Flashing me a toothy grin when he comes over waving the keys, Cole says, Cass is right. This is going to be so much fun.
Chapter 30. Madison. I'm floating in a puddle of ecstasy when I hear Eli say,
"How the hell did you get up here?" "Wouldn't you love to know?" a familiar voice responds. I pop up, thinking I must have imagined him, but standing at the closed door in the darkness is the tall, lean frame I would recognize anywhere. Jordan?
"Hi, Maddie. Having fun without me?" I bat Eli away to stumble out of the tangled covers on shaking legs, making my way over to the shadow, hoping he's real, that he's really here and I'm not dreaming. When my palms cup the sides of his week's worth of scruff on his handsome face, I sob. "You're here? It's you?"
"It's me," he says. "I missed you."
"I missed you too, so much."
"Didn't look like it just now."
It's just sex. I was thinking about you." Chuckling against my lips, teasing me with a kiss, he says,
"I bet Eli loved that."
"He was thinking about you too," I say, when I press my lips over his.
"Now that I can believe," Jordan replies, "especially after he popped my cherry earlier today."
Before I can absorb that information, his mouth slams against mine. He spins me around, pushing my back against the wall as he kisses me. I slide my hands down to his neck and shoulders, over his leather cut. Down, 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 my hand goes, to his unfastened pants, making it easy for my fingers to reach inside to wrap around his long, hard inches. "In a hurry?" I ask in surprise. Was he here long enough to start undressing while I was flooded with orgasms?
"In a hurry to see you? Yes."
You were just walking around my father's house, his casino, with your pants undone?"
"I got dressed as fast as I could because I've been so close, but too far away from you for days," he says, as if that makes perfect sense. "I'm sorry about the things I said, how I acted before you left. I was an asshole because I was angry at myself, not you. Not really. I love you. Always. For better or for worse, right?"
"For better or for worse," I agree. I don't question him further, too eager to have him inside of me. Jordan must feel the same because he lifts my tea over my head to get me completely naked, then hefts me up off my feet so my legs can wind around his waist. Lining himself up doesn't take more than a second, and then he's plunging inside of my wet heat. "Yes," I cry out in pleasure and relief. "He's here. He's really here."
"Keep her quiet,"
Eli whispers from behind Jordan, so close he must be standing right behind him. Jordan's mouth covers mine, doing as he's told. Then we're swallowing each other's groans, and I don't know if Jordan is making those sounds for me or for Eli. And I don't even care. I just don't want him to stop touching me. His hands are everywhere, in my hair, on my breasts, on my neck.
"Since your ass is probably still sore, turn around so I can get inside of her too,"
Eli tells Jordan, who follows the order, putting his backside to the door and allowing Eli to have access to mine. His fingers slip between my ass cheeks, finishing the job he had started earlier of stretching me to take them both at the same time. As soon as Eli lines himself up and slowly plunges into me, I'm so full, and it feels so good that I shatter apart. Jordan swallows my cries as he pulses inside of me with his release. When I come to again, I'm stretched out on the bed between two completely naked men, lots of hands touching me. I instantly know which hands belong to which man. One of Eli's arms is under me, the other around me, each cupping a breast from behind me. And Jordan is in front of me, his fingers stroking the side of my face. What are you doing here? I ask him. It's not safe. Chuckling, the reminder of the sound I've missed, Jordan says, "And here I was thinking you were happy to see me. You know, based on the fact that you literally jumped me when I walked into your room." "Of course I'm happy to see you." I reach for his face, shove my fingers through his hair. "I'm so glad you came. It's If my dad finds you here in my room, I don't know what he'll do. He has a temper. He could overreact before I can tell him that I care about you.
I'll take my chances, unless we should go wake him up so I can introduce myself now.
God, no, I reply. How did you even get up here without the guards telling him?
Ask Eli.
Eli? When the other man doesn't respond, I ask over my shoulder, did you know that Jordan was coming?
He's known I was coming for days now, Jordan informs me. I've been in Vegas a while.
What?
I was testing him, making sure he deserved you,
Eli explains. That's ridiculous. He's been here for days and you didn't tell me, but you've been hanging out with him?
Literally, Jordan says with a grin. He had me strung up in the basement.
Holy shit. He's been here, under the same roof, and I had no idea, because Eli kept it from me. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
It wasn't all bad, was it, Eli? Jordan responds. Does he have any physical injuries other than cuff marks on his wrists? No. See, he's fine,
Eli mutters, as I take Jordan's hand and examine the angry red indentations on his skin, where metal cuffs must have been.
We just fooled around, finally fucked.
You fooled around for days and didn't tell me he was literally hanging out in the casino's basement?
Fine,
Eli huffs, his breath blowing against the back of my head.
I didn't want you to throw me out of your bed for Jordan, even if all we did was cuddle. Looked like more than cuddling when I came in, Jordan remarks. How the fuck did you even get free and up here? It's impossible, Eli says. Oh, I just happened to meet Maddie's sister and stepbrother.
You met Cass and Cole? I ask. Tracing my lips with his finger, Jordan tells me,
they came down to the basement for some privacy. It took me a while to convince them of who I was and that I wasn't a threat to your father, or being tortured on his orders, since I was half naked. Finally, they let me down.
They saw you half naked? I question him.
Yes, and the funny thing is, they weren't even shocked.
Gently bopping my nose with his fingertip, he says,
Your family is crazy, baby.
No kidding. And really, you should sneak out before one of the guards tells Daddy you're here, and then he catches you and Eli in my room. I try to sit up, but Eli pulls me back down to the mattress.
Your sister told the guards that I was her and Cole's guest, and they bought it, so I think we're safe for a little while.
You don't know anything about my sister or the guards if you think you can trust them not to run their mouth.
Your sister seemed nice, Jordan remarks, making me scoff.
Oh my God. Twisting around to see Eli's face, I ask, did you drug him?
What? No. I did make sure to feed and water him again.
You talk about feeding and watering him like he was your pet?
That's what he is, my pet. I bathed him, too.
You bathed him?
Sponge bath, Jordan explains, as if it's no big deal. Trust me, I was just happy to wash the smell away. He even put some deodorant on me.
How kind of him, I mutter sarcastically.
Right? I thought so too, Jordan says, sounding like he's being sincere. He also brought me someone to talk to.
Who? Who did he bring for you to talk to? I ask, but don't get an answer. Eli?
Ask Jordan.
Someone tell me.
Jordan clears his throat and eases away from me, rolling to his back with his arm thrown over his head before he finally begins talking. So, here's the thing. Eli wasn't the first man I fooled around with. There was one other, and it was fucked up because I wasn't into him, and he was married to my mother. He blackmailed Jordan into screwing around with him, Eli supplies. Resting my chin on his bicep, I tell him, I'm sorry. Your mom mentioned that something like that happened.
When did that happen to you? I ask him softly.
My senior year of high school. I was legally an adult, so technically it wasn't a crime.
Jordan, it was wrong. If you didn't want him to touch you...
I didn't want to do some things, true, but it wasn't like I can blame him for being into men. Somehow he knew I was bi-curious. He took advantage of that information, the thoughts I was still trying to wrap my head around. Mostly I was in denial because my father is a huge homophobe. So, anyway, I've been insisting that I'm straight for the past few years when, actually, I'm attracted to men. Have been for a while. Eli figured it out, too.
You manipulated him, I say without looking over my shoulder at Eli. You took advantage of him just like his stepfather did.
It wasn't the same, Maddie, I swear, Jordan says, finally looking me in the eye again. I wanted Eli. I never tried to stop him. Everything we did together I liked and wanted to do it again.
Really?
Yes, even the restraints and promised demise. Thanks to Eli, I finally felt free enough to be myself, oddly enough.
Biting my bottom lip, I ask the question I'm not sure I want to know the answer to. So, do you prefer men?
Did it feel like I prefer men when I was fucking you against the door?
No, but I'm just confused. Jordan rolls to his side, propping his head up on his elbow.
You like being with me and Eli, right? It's okay to admit it.
Okay, then, yes, I do.
Great, because I like being with you and Eli, too. And I knew the only thing that would make it better was being with you both at the same time. It was better than I ever imagined.
Oh, I whisper in understanding.
We don't have to do it again, Maddie. Oh, she definitely wants to watch us together, even if she doesn't participate, Eli informs Jordan.
You do? Jordan asks, sounding surprised. Yes, if that's all right with you. Watching you two back in Rockland when he went down on you was so hot.
Told you,
Eli says, as he leans over my shoulder to kiss Jordan right in front of my face. And I'm not even the least bit jealous. I want to see these two beautiful men rolling around in my bed together, close enough for me to touch. Reaching behind me, I find Eli's long, hard inches and begin to stroke him in my hand. He groans and then rolls me to my back to climb on top of me, without breaking his kiss with Jordan. Guiding himself to my entrance, he easily slides all the way inside of me, making me cry out. While my eyes are closed, a mouth covers mine to keep me quiet. I don't know if it's Eli's or Jordan's at first. Not until Eli pounds into me hard and fast, and I moan in pleasure. Jordan chuckles against my lips and says,
"He fucks like a god, doesn't he?"
"Yes," I whisper, biting my lip as my back arches. Jordan's mouth lowers to my breasts, his lips latching onto my nipple and sucking, while Eli's fingers wrap around my neck.
"Watch how limp her sexy body gets when I choke her," Eli tells Jordan.
My orgasm slams into me so hard it almost hurts. Jordan's mouth returns to mine to keep me quiet, stealing what little breath I have, until I plunge into the darkness. When I blink my eyes open again, Eli is still above me, inside of me, his eyes closed and lips parted in bliss, with Jordan's hand clutching his shoulder. It doesn't take long to realize his blissful face is caused by Jordan thrusting into him from behind, driving him in and out of me. Their combined weight pressing down on me is divine. And when Eli growls through his release, I feel every jerk of his thick cock, his hot cum soaking my walls, getting me off again. I open my eyes just in time to see Jordan staring down at me with love and gratitude filling his eyes, rather than jealousy. He looks happier than I've ever seen him. It's like all of our lies have been washed away, and we can both finally see what was missing in our relationship all this time.
Eli, we both say at the same time, making the man between us shiver in pleasure. Can we at least all three sleep in here tonight? Eli asks me a few minutes later, when we're all still lying in a pile recovering. I don't want to go back to my room and sleep alone, and I doubt Jordan will leave you since he just got to see you for the first time since getting to town. I'm staying, Jordan replies from behind him, fisting Eli's hair to lick a line over his neck. You can both stay, I agree, as long as we try to get some sleep. I'm exhausted. Sure, baby. Jordan flops down onto the mattress next to me. I'm looking forward to sleeping in a bed with pillows and blankets. My arms, neck, and back need to recover. Eli kept you half naked and hanging the whole time? I ask him. Yes, but it wasn't that bad. I'm just a whiny pussy who would have liked a timeout. I don't do timeouts, Eli remarks, just as he finally pulls out of me to collapse between me and Jordan. I'll go clean up when I can feel my legs, Jordan tells us, just as someone knocks softly on my bedroom door. All three of us freeze. Since my father would have busted the door down by now if he knew I had two men in here with me, I assume it's not him. Another knock has me slipping out of bed to answer it since I'm the closest. Jordan, though, is right behind me, his arm around my waist as if afraid I'll be snatched away. Who is it? I ask softly when I'm right up against the door. Me and Cole, my sister replies. Did your friend find his way to your room? I unlock and open my door an inch to peek out at them. Yes, he did. Hi again, Jordan says over my head. Thank you for freeing him. No problem, Cass replies with a grin. Are you going to tell Daddy? I ask. Nah, I'll let you break the news to him that you're screwing his torturer and some hottie from Rockland. I think the first part of that sentence might cause the most headaches for you, Cole chimes in. Daddy is going to be furious with Eli, Cass agrees. I know. Does he, torture you during sex? She asks. What? No. Really? It seemed like he got pretty kinky with the hottie. Jordan, right? Yes, his name is Jordan. And I thought I was the family whore for fucking two men at the same time, Cass remarks. You did too? Yes. We're not going to talk about that, though, Cole grumbles. Those two men are dead now, buried in the ground where they belong. Wow. He's so jealous. It's ridiculous, Cass says with a roll of her eyes and a grin, as if she thinks her husband talking about killing her former lovers is cute. Well, we'll leave you to your men, since I know Eli is in there too. But you better come up with some sort of plan to tell Daddy soon before he finds out from one of the guards. If I were you, Eli, I would run, Cass says, even though she can't see him still lounging naked in my bed. I'm not running, Eli tells her. Not again. We'll have to work something out with Dante. If you say so, Cass mutters, not sounding convinced that it'll be that easy. I know it won't be easy, but there has to be some way to convince my father not to kill the two men I'm in love with. I'm too tired to figure out how to do it right now, so I'll have to come up with an idea tomorrow. Sleeping between two big, naked men is a hot, sweaty business. And I don't just mean that in the sexy way, even if that's true, too. After Eli went down on me, he made me ride Jordan, then ride him. After that, they both had me at the same time again, slowly and leisurely, with me sandwiched between them on my side, which is how we all fell asleep and how I wake up, still tangled and connected. It's like being stuck between two furnaces, making me overheat,
as they have some sort of silent competition to try and get closer than the other to me all night long. Finally, I give up on sleep, slip off the foot of the bed, and go take a cold shower. The whole time, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this all to my strict, overly protective father, and I have no idea how to even begin. Hey, Daddy. So Eli was lying when he told you I was in love with a private investigator he killed. I actually spent a year living with a man who thought we were married. Oh, and he's also into guys, which is great since we're both screwing your torture servant man. Yeah, there has to be a better way to handle this.
Chapter 31. Eli. Good morning, baby boy, I say when Jordan opens his eyes and finds me lying awake watching him from the other pillow. Last night was the best night of my life, and not just the sex. Sleeping in a bed with two people who want me is two more than I ever thought I would have. Morning. Grinning, as if remembering the night before, Jordan glances around the bedroom. He says, "Where's Maddie?" "Shower. She's been in there for over an hour." "Think she's having second thoughts about this?" he asks. "Us? Nah. If I had to bet, she's trying to figure out how to explain to her father that she wants to keep us both and how to convince him not to kill us." "Well, she may need more than an hour based on what you've told me about Dante Salvato," Jordan remarks. "No kidding." Rolling to my back and stretching my arms over my head, I say, "I'll figure something out. It would fuck her up if he killed even one of us. Both? And I'm not sure if she would ever recover." "You really do care about Maddie," Jordan remarks, sounding shocked. "I do," I say with a puff of laughter. "Trust me, no one is more surprised than I am to admit that." "And you care about me?" Jordan asks. When I glance over, he's grinning at me since he already knows the answer. He just wants me to say it. "Yeah, I do." "You know, I meant what I said last night. I don't see a monster or the devil or anything else in your eyes. I think your mom was just nuts to say those kinds of things because you, Eli Murphy, are a god." "I hurt and kill people for fun," I remind him, giving his nipple a pinch and a twist that makes him wince. "Don't all gods? And you hurt and kill people who deserve it, or for Dante. He's an asshole for making you do those things for him." "I like doing it," I remind him. "I don't think there's anything wrong with that if they deserve it, but you shouldn't have to hurt people or kill people just because your boss tells you to do it." "I don't think Gavin deserved to die," I admit. "I killed him because I knew it was what Dante wanted. There was no way Cass and Cole were going to be able to go through with it." "Gavin?" he asks, his voice hard, like he's jealous. "The stripper I told you I had a thing with for a while? You were with him? Like a couple?" "No, I tormented him, hung him up, and fucked him. You know, basically everything I did to you." "Right. The guards did mention something to me about the fate of your last lover. I think they were trying to warn me that I wouldn't survive the basement." After a moment, he asks, "Would you have killed me? You know, if Dante ordered you to?" "If he kills me first, then I won't have to." "Seriously," Jordan huffs. Reaching for my face, he pulls me toward him to kiss me on the lips. "I don't want him to kill you first, just so you won't kill me. That's insane, Eli. How could you work for someone like that? I didn't have a choice. I'm his puppet. He's my master." Jordan shakes his head. "No, I don't buy that. You came to Rockland to find Maddie without him. You didn't have to come back here with her. So why did you?" "I thought for years that I was in love with Dante," I admit. "You're in love with him?" "No. Now I know it's something else. I love him, like a father, I guess. I don't know, I never had one. And sure, I hate that he makes me do some of the shit I have to do. But I knew he missed Maddie. He was angry with me for keeping Cass and Cole's relationship from him. So I wanted to bring her back so he would forgive me.
That's so fucked up. You should leave, Eli. We all should leave here this morning.
Maddie would probably leave with you to avoid Dante's wrath. But if I leave, Dante will hunt me down and kill me for betraying him for the third and final time.
We could keep you safe. The Savage Kings could help protect you.
Snorting, I tell him, no, they can't. You don't know Dante like I do. Nothing, not even an army, could stand in his way when he sets his mind to do something. And I owe him, even if you don't approve.
You don't owe him anything.
I would be either dead or in jail right now if he hadn't taken me in.
You really think so?
Yes. And if he hadn't taken me in, then I never would have met Maddie. I thought she left because of me, but she left to save me from myself. And because she wanted to have some freedom for the first time in her life. Not that she really got to have any freedom, since she was tied down with me the whole time she was away from Vegas. I should have insisted that she move in with me, Jordan remarks with a frown. Trust me, Maddie never would have done anything she didn't want to do. If you say so, I do. And I'm going to try and figure out a way for you two to be together again. The three of us, Jordan amends. Right, I reply as I roll out of bed to get dressed. I don't tell him that I doubt if I'll live long enough to join them. All I know for now is that we've got to sneak Jordan out of the penthouse before Dante ever finds out he was in the city. Stay here. Don't leave this room until I tell you it's safe. Okay, he replies as he sits up in bed to watch me dress, the bedding pooling around his bare waist. I love how he looks at me, like a man who's been on a strict no-dick diet for years, and now he can't get enough. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid. I promise. I lie. If not, Jordan would probably try to go march right up to Dante this morning, still naked, tell him he's a prick, and that Madison and I are going back to Rockland with him on the next flight. What my biker boy doesn't understand is that Dante would fill him with bullets before he even gets 2 words out of his mouth.
Madison. When I step out of the steamy bathroom, the first thing I notice is that Jordan is sitting up against the headboard, typing on his phone, no doubt checking in with his mother, who has probably been worried to death about him. The second thing is, where's Eli? He just got dressed and left, Jordan replies, as he eyes the towel wrapped around and tucked into my chest. You were in the shower a long time. How are you feeling about everything? Any regrets about last night? No regrets, I assure him, as I crawl back into bed. Last night, it felt right, perfect. I'm no longer weighed down by guilt that I'm cheating on you, or crazy with jealousy. Me neither, he says with a smile. I think my jealousy was only about missing out when you and Eli were together. As long as I'm with you both, it's hot as hell to watch him lick you and fuck you. Same, I agree. You two are like thunder and lightning crashing together. It was never that way for us, but I'm not jealous. Just sort of in awe. You and I are great together. Grabbing my waist, Jordan hoists me onto his lap, straddling his legs. Undoing the front of the towel so that he can see every inch of me, he adds, It's just different with Eli. New and exciting and freeing. That's how I feel with you and him too. Free. Now we just have to figure out how to handle my father. Jordan's palms slide slowly up my sides to cup both of my breasts. Eli wants to sneak me out before someone tells your father I'm here. That's probably the best idea. Thumbs brushing over my nipples in circles, Jordan says, I would rather just confront him, meet him, tell him that I love you and would do anything for you, and that he's used Eli for too long. Shaking my head, I tell him, that wouldn't go over very well. He probably wouldn't listen to a word out of your mouth. I trail off when that amazing mouth of his latches onto my nipple, licking, sucking it, causing a knot of pleasure to gather in my lower belly.
I can't think with you doing that. Then don't think for a few minutes, he says, while kissing his way up to my throat, tugging my hips forward until his hard shaft is between my thighs, demanding entry. While I love having you and Eli at the same time, I've missed just being alone with you. I can't even remember the last time. His lips and tongue claim mine in a deep, sensual kiss, and then I can't resist grinding against his stiffness, coating him with my dampness. It doesn't take long before I'm desperate for more. Needing him inside of me, I lift onto my knees to slowly sink down on him. "Holy hell," he whispers against my lips, his entire body shuddering, making me smile. Grabbing my face, his golden brown eyes are heavy-lidded when he says, "I love you so damn much. Nothing will ever change that." "I know," I whisper back. "I love you too. I'm sorry I hurt you." "We hurt each other," he interrupts. "I promise I won't keep any more secrets." I promise not to tell any more lies. Our mouths crash together again, as if sealing our promises. Gripping Jordan's shoulders, I ride him faster, take him deeper until I'm right on the edge, and my bedroom door whips open. A woman screams like someone is trying to murder her. It's one of the housekeepers, standing frozen in the doorway with a vacuum cleaner. "Get out!" I yell at her as I climb off Jordan, and he pulls the bedding up over us. "I'm sorry, I heard the door shut and footsteps on the stairs, so I thought—" She heard Eli leave and thought it was me, apparently, so she came to clean. Finally snapping out of her trance, the woman pulls the door shut again, closing us inside. But I have no doubt that her scream put the whole house on alert. "Get dressed," I tell Jordan, as I grab a silk robe to wrap it around me until I can get to my closet. Jordan manages to pull on his boxer briefs before the door flies open again, this time so hard it bangs against the wall. My father's chest rises and falls under his half-buttoned blue dress shirt, as if he ran all the way up to the 3rd floor from the 1st. But his arm is steady as he raises his gun, aiming it at the 6'4", mostly naked man standing at the foot of the bed. I jump in front of Jordan, just as he says into the silence from behind me, "Hi, you must be Maddie's father," as if he's not 2 seconds away from being shot to death. "Put the gun down, Daddy," I order him. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't blow his head off," my father grits out, his arm still raised. "Because I love him, and he loves me," I answer in a rush. Vanessa appears behind my father. She places her small hand on his outstretched arm that doesn't budge. Cole's head pops up next to her, and I see a flash of Cass's red hair before Cole shoves her behind him. They're then joined by a group of guards, and Eli, who pushes in front of them all. My father bellows louder than he's ever yelled. "Who the fuck is he, and why the fuck is he in my house?" "I'm Jordan Robertson. Maddie lived with me in Rockland." He holds out his hand as if he actually thinks my father will shake it like a rational human being. When my father cocks his gun, I don't know what to do. I can't jump up and down to try to shield Jordan's head that's 8 inches higher than my own. Thankfully, Eli slips past Dante and bravely stands directly in front of the muzzle, so close it's nearly brushing his chest through his dress shirt. "I lied to you," Eli admits. "Maddie wasn't with a PI in Virginia. She was with Jordan, but he was good to her. And if you touch a hair on his head, every member of every chapter of the Savage Kings MC will show up in Vegas to make you regret it." "You son of a motherfucking bitch," my father grits out, before he thankfully holsters his gun, apparently to free up his hand that he plows into Eli's face. There's an awful-sounding loud crack, and I know it's just the beginning, so I step in front of Eli now. "Stop it!" I exclaim, turning my back to my father to check on Eli. His eyes look a little stunned as he lifts his fingers to swipe at the blood dripping from his nose.
Are you okay?
You know I love pain, inflicting or receiving it, he says with a grin. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, and I don't care, Daddy says. Take them both to the basement.
What? No! I exclaim when I spin around to face him. Can't we all just sit down and talk about this like normal fucking people?
Dante,
Vanessa starts, as if she's trying to reason with him. But he ignores us.
Don't make me repeat myself,
he says to his guards, who flood into the room from the hallway. My father grabs my arm, yanking me out of the way while 2 guards grab Eli and 2 head for Jordan. Please don't do this, I beg him, as I try and loosen his fingers gripping my arm hard enough to bruise. Please, Daddy, I plead again as Jordan and Eli are escorted from the room.
The only person to blame here is you for acting like a spoiled fucking brat, he grits out. I thought you were smarter than this, Madison.
Smarter than what? Sleeping with the man I love? I haven't done anything that I'm ashamed of, I assure him. I don't mention that I've also slept with Eli. He's angry enough at the man for lying to him.
You lost my fucking trust when you ran away. Now, you've lost all my respect,
my father says, before he walks out the door and shouts,
Someone watch her. She's not allowed to step foot out of this penthouse until I say so.
Chapter 32. Jordan. I'm glad I took a minute to text my mom that I was okay and that I loved her this morning. It may very well be the last time she ever hears from me. Once again, I'm hanging from a hook in the basement. At least this time I got to keep my boxer briefs on. Based on Dante Salvato's scowl, I bet he's wishing he had let me get dressed before dragging us down here. The mobster is even more intimidating in person than I imagined. He looks more savage than all the Rockland kings combined, especially when he stares down Eli. That's the other difference from last time I was in the basement. Eli is hanging next to me, right where Darren's dead body hung recently. I'm glad to see his corpse has been removed. Now I'm concerned that there's going to be another corpse hanging in that exact spot way too soon. Go ahead. Kill me, Eli says, causing me to jerk my head to try and look at his face. But let the kid go. Madison would never forgive you if you hurt him. Eli, no. I have no clue what to say or not say here to make things worse. I took Madison's virginity, Eli blurts out. That is definitely the wrong thing to say. The words barely leave his mouth before Dante's fist hauls back and nails him in the jaw. Without even wincing, Eli adds, on your fucking dining table. Eli! I exclaim, wishing he would shut the fuck up. This time, Dante rams his fist into the center of Eli's gut, but he barely flinches at that either. Why the hell is he trying to get himself killed? Because based on the rage on Dante's face, his glazed-over eyes, that's exactly what's about to happen. I manipulated her into fucking me for 3 whole nights in Virginia to keep Jordan alive. Oh, and that day you called me for an update, I was coming down her throat while talking to you. Eli piles on. And of course, it's the final straw. Dante whips out his gun and presses the muzzle against Eli's forehead. Wait! I scream. Dante! Mr. Salvato, wait! Just give me 1 minute to tell you what else Eli did in Rockland, okay? He saved Madison's life. Did he tell you that? The mobster's bearded, clenched jaw ticks before he finally turns to look at me. How? He asks, his deep voice clipped, as if he's so furious that one word was difficult to manage through his clenched teeth. There was this private investigator who had been stalking Maddie, taking photos and shit of her. He was going to send you proof that she was alive to get your reward money, but he was going to sell her off to some rich creep for twice as much. What? Thankfully, Dante lowers his gun to his side and comes a few steps closer to me. The PI and his 2 buddies were running a human trafficking ring out of Clayton, a city near Rockland. The PI would find women, girls, based on requests from perverts with a lot of money, and then the other two men would either use a tractor trailer or a camper with fucking cages to transport them. That's what they were going to do to Maddie, until Eli came snooping around, asking them about her, if they had seen her, and found out they knew exactly where she was. They were just waiting for the right time to grab her, without me or the Savage Kings finding out. Dante just stands there, staring up at me, silently fuming. So I add, if not for Eli, those sons of bitches would have grabbed Maddie, and none of us would have ever seen her again. Why are you defending him? Dante asks me. And how the fuck can I know if any of the bullshit you just spewed is even true? Call Remy Fulton, the president of the Savage Kings in Rockland. The Kings all know about the dead bodies. Maddie and I burnt down the camper, so you don't have any evidence to prove it. Just your buddy who will agree with whatever you say? Fine. Call the Sanderson County Sheriff's Office then. By now, they may have figured out those guys were nasty bastards who deserved to die. You got friends in the local sheriff's department too? No, I don't. Glancing over at Eli, he still hangs limply from the hook, looking like he's given up the fight, that he wants Dante to kill him. Eli probably has proof. I bet he took their phones and shit with the messages. Right, Eli? I destroyed them. He replies blandly, as if it's no big deal that we can't prove this shit to Dante. How convenient, Dante remarks as he strolls back over to Eli. Look, I say to stop him. Not only did Eli save Maddie, but he helped me too. He helped me finally get over some bad shit that happened to me several years ago. Yes, he's a little psycho sometimes, but he's loyal to you, to Maddie. You know he would take a bullet for you both. Eli would take a bullet for me? He lied to me over and over again. I can't trust a word out of his fucking mouth. He loves you. The mobster flinches at that comment. Like a father, I mean. And you won't even let him sit down with your family for a meal. Dante arches a single black eyebrow at me. You mean for a meal on the table where Eli took my daughter's virginity? Yes, that table. And he probably shouldn't have done that. Especially not there. But are you even going to ask Maddie how she feels about him? Probably not. I can tell you what she'll say. She loves him too. Now Dante scoffs. Eli admitted to manipulating her. He must have manipulated you too if you believe any of this bullshit. Are you willing to risk your daughter's happiness on your assumption? Because if you kill him, or me, Maddie will never forgive you. She'll leave again, and the next time you won't find her, because you won't have Eli around to do the dirty work for you, because he'll be dead. You've got one hell of a mouth on you, Dante remarks. Gag him. He orders the guards. Nobody moves for several seconds. They just stand around all staring at each other. Probably because Eli is usually the one to do that sort of thing. Did any of you fucking hear me? Eventually, one steps forward, hesitating. Yes, sir, we heard you. But we don't know where the gags are. Jesus fucking Christ. Dante mutters, while rubbing his forehead with his left hand. At least the right one holding the gun is still lowered. Chuckling, I draw the mobster's attention back to me. Eli handles the torture and killing for you, right? What will you do without him? I'll survive, Dante remarks. Well, I won't. And Maddie won't either. So don't you fucking dare kill him for lying to you. Not when you never deserved his loyalty to begin with. Shaking his head, Dante says, It's like you both have a death wish today, and I can't decide whose wish I should grant first. Don't you get it? Eli is running his mouth because he would rather die than take another life for you, especially if that life is mine. You have no idea what he's been through, do you? He's spent his whole life being unloved and unappreciated, convincing himself he's a monster. And you used him, turned him into that monster. You should be ashamed of yourself. God, you're an idiot, Eli grumbles, trying to sound tough, but his voice wavers, his eyes blinking rapidly. You're trying to get yourself killed. Isn't that what you're trying to do? Isn't that what you do to protect the people you love? He doesn't answer me, just purses his lips together. So I get that the two of us may not be the men you would ever choose for one of your daughters, I admit to Dante. But here's the thing. You don't get to fucking choose who Maddie loves, who loves her, or how many men she sleeps with at a time. Those are all her decisions to make. You don't have to like them either, you controlling prick. That's why you need to decide what's more important to you, your stubborn, wounded pride or your daughter's happiness. Dante glares at me for a long, silent moment. Then he turns back to Eli. Do you have any final words? Eli gives him a shrug. I'm not sorry, if that's what you want me to say. Despite what you think, I would never hurt Maddie. I would do anything to protect her. And yes, I know it's hard to believe that I could ever protect an aunt, much less your daughter, but it's true. Taking a deep breath, he rushes to add, Maybe what I did with Maddie started out with me just wanting to get back at you. And I regret that. I do. It turned into more, though. So that's why I'm ready to accept whatever punishment you decide I deserve. Kill me, beat me, stab me. I'll take it. There's a long moment of silence in the basement as Eli's final words echo in my head. Right before he barks out a laugh. God, that sounded so stupid, Eli mutters. How ridiculous, right? How could any father ever give me, Eligor, the notorious psycho-torturer, their blessing to be with their daughter, especially you, Mr. Overprotective Mafia King? I'm a fucking idiot. That's how I know I love Maddie and Jordan, because I'm strung up here facing the end and saying shit that I know is going to get me killed even faster, but I can't not say it. Are you finished now? Dante grits out. Eli nods. Yes, I think so. No, wait. I do apologize for going behind your back and fucking... Yeah. Do you really expect me to give you my permission to go chase after my daughter like a lovesick fool? No. But now that I've had time to think about it, well, you can't kill me. Dante's brows rise in challenge. Is that what you fucking think? Not because... I just meant that my death would fuck Maddie up. Killing me would kill a piece of her, too, and you know that. I do, Dante mutters. So I'm not going to kill you today for betraying me worse than anyone else in the world ever has before. Thank fuck. Wow, I know what I did was bad, but I'm not sure if it was as bad as, say, killing the mothers of your children like Yuri Petrov. Eli responds, his voice lighter, as if he trusts Dante not to put a bullet in his head. Fine, you're the second worst betrayal. That's better. It's not like I killed your daughter. I just loved her behind your back. Several times. In inappropriate places or times, like when we were on the phone. Shut up, Eli, before you blow this. I hiss at him. Whispering, even though the mobster can obviously hear me, I tell him, I think we've almost convinced him not to kill us today. Now Dante stares me down again, then says to Eli, the kid has a pair of brass balls on him, doesn't he? Yeah, he does have a pair, Eli replies with a chuckle. All those bikers do, actually. And a mouth. Once he starts talking, he doesn't shut up. I think it must have rubbed off on you after that monologue you just gave me. And you think he loves you? And Madison? Yeah, I think he does. I do, I tell him confidently. I love you, Eli. Does Madison love you? Dante asks his tormentor. When Eli doesn't reply right away, I answer for him. Maddie is in love with him, too. I hope so, Eli says. but I'm not entirely sure. If she does, well, she'll always love Jordan more. That's not true, I say just as Dante steps closer to Eli. Studying his face through narrowed eyes, the mobster says, I'm shocked you haven't killed him to get him out of the way. I love Jordan too much to hurt him, he says, making my heart swell up to twice its size as he finally looks right at me. And he's not in my way. Apparently, I'm the only one who is getting in my own way. If you survive, you're going to keep fucking him? Dante asks, gesturing to me with his gun. Hell yes. Look at him. Dante frowns at Eli's comment as if he doesn't agree. And Madison knows? She knows and encourages it. Eli explains to her father. Is this why you advocated for her to get her driver's license and keep up her new business? You really think you're in love with Madison? Yes, Eli answers. I can't say I'm even surprised that he advocated for the things that meant the most to Maddie. Now, to me, Dante says, Madison left Vegas with you? Yes, on a private plane a member's wife paid for. And she was living with you this whole time? Every day and night, I tell him truthfully. I thought we were married. Maddie told me we had a shotgun wedding in Vegas the night before we left. What do you do for a living? Dante asks, the question catching me off guard with the sudden whiplash change of topic. I'm a mechanic at an auto shop. A mechanic? Yes? What's your housing situation? My housing... Well, Maddie and I were living in a small one-bedroom apartment in Rockland. What's the crime rate like in this Rockland? Non-existent. It's a small town in Sanderson County with over a dozen savage kings keeping an eye on things. At least it was crime-free until Eli showed up in town and started killing perverted assholes. The dead bodies really freaked everybody out. Turning back to Eli, Dante says, The kid claims you don't want to kill people, but you killed how many in Rockland? 3. They deserved it for going after Maddie and girls like her. Eli answers, I enjoyed killing them too. I'm just tired of being told to kill without having a choice. Yes, because apparently I'm such a controlling prick. Dante remarks tightly, using my insult. Eli huffs a laugh. You know exactly what you are, and that it drives everyone in your family crazy. Dante's left hand reaches into his pants pocket to pull out his phone. Vanessa's only texted me 16 times since we've been down here having this little chat. I assume Vanessa is his wife, Maddie's stepmother, the short blonde woman who tried and failed to intervene in Maddie's room. But maybe she has some sort of sway with the mobster. Dante bows his head, reading the many messages for several minutes. There are so many he has to use his thumb to scroll. She says she will kick me out of my own bed if I hurt either of you, and she threatens that her and Madison will both leave me if I kill one or both of you. Dante holsters his gun, and I heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Vanessa. Looking back and forth between us, the mobster says, You should both be grateful that I know what it looks like when a man loves someone enough to die for them. But Madison is not going back to Rockland until I visit it myself and find her a safe place to live. A house with walls around it, and top-of-the-line security systems. A few guards to monitor the grounds as well. Wow, okay. That doesn't sound too awful. Much better than a painful death. Still, I can't help but press my luck. As long as Maddie can come and go when she wants, without the guards. I tell him, she never wants to be a prisoner again. Fine, Dante grits out. And Eli, you're hereby released from my service. But don't expect any sort of severance package. Which means you better come up with a way to earn an income fast if you're going to help the biker take care of my daughter. Seriously? I'm free? Just like that? Eli asks in disbelief. I can leave Vegas and you won't send an assassin to Rockland to kill me? No assassins will be sent after you. But I do expect weekly reports on how Madison is doing. Hell yes, I can do that. Eli enthusiastically agrees. I'll do anything you fucking want for me and Jordan to walk out of here alive and be with her. Dante nods and swallows so hard I hear it. All I can ask from both of you is to protect her and make her happy. Done. Eli and I reply at the same time. And that is how we managed to make a deal with the Mafia King of Vegas to have a throuple with his beautiful daughter.
Chapter 33. Madison. Please, please, I beg through my sobs while kneeling on the floor in front of the guards. Despite screaming in their faces, shoving and punching their chests, calling them names, the bastards refuse to budge, to let me or Vanessa or even Cass and Cole leave the penthouse. It will be okay, honey, Vanessa says as she drops to her knees beside me and wraps her arm around my shoulders. Hugging her back, I bury my face on her shoulder, bawling so hard I feel it down to the marrow of my bones. It won't be okay. I can't lose Jordan or Eli. If my father even hurts them because of me, because I was too weak to stand up to him and just tell him I loved them both, I'll never forgive him. I'll never forgive myself. I warned Dante we would both leave if he does anything stupid, Vanessa says. Lifting my head, I study her face. You're serious? You would leave him? Eli worships your father, and, well, I don't know much about your friend, Jordan. Right. I don't know anything about Jordan, but you obviously love him, so that's all I need to know. Thank you, I tell her through the hiccups. Boss is coming up, one of the guards informs us. Good, Vanessa says on a heavy exhale. Maybe we can talk some sense into him. What if it's too late? I ask her, clutching her arms. It's not, honey. It's not too late. I know your father. While he frequently loses his temper, he won't ever do anything so drastic without thinking it through, Vanessa says. Besides, he's out of practice since Eli handles all his dirty work. Dante will hesitate. He will. It sounds like she's trying to convince herself. Finally, I hear the ding of the elevator in the hallway. Vanessa and I are still on the floor when one of the guards opens the door for my father. And he's not alone. I crumble in relief, tears still pouring down my face when I see theirs. Eli, face bloodied, reaches me first. He hauls me off the floor and I wind my arms around his neck. My legs wrap around his waist. You're okay? I'm great, he says, just as Jordan comes up behind him. Thank God there's not a drop of blood on his body that's still mostly naked. Eli may have lied to my father, but Jordan never did anything to deserve his wrath. Clutching my face between his hands, Jordan kisses me, slow and deep, as if we have all the time in the world. Jesus, my father huffs. Don't make me change my mind. And put some fucking clothes on that boy, he hollers, as his footsteps fade down the hall as he heads for his office. Thank you, Daddy. I pull my lips away from Jordan's to yell back to him. I'm so proud of you, I hear Vanessa say as she follows him. Yeah, they're all grown up. I get it, even if I don't fucking like it. Don't ever threaten to leave me again, Butterfly, he says to her. Don't be a dummy and I won't have to, she says, just before the office door slams shut. I kiss Eli once they're gone, only for someone to clear their throat behind us. Thanks for the show. Glad nobody died, Cass remarks, and I actually believe her.
But take your horny asses to your room before I barf all over the floor. Laughing, Eli carries me to the stairs, Jordan right behind us. While I never would have imagined feeling safe and happy in Eli's arms a year ago, now there's nowhere else I would rather be. Well, except Jordan's arms at the same time. I can't wait to try every possible threesome position in the world, Jordan remarks, as if reading my mind. We've got hours to try a few, Eli agrees. But then we have to get ready for a family dinner at 7. Dinner? I repeat in surprise, pulling back to scan his face. I was ready to rip my heart out thinking you both were dead, and instead we're just going to go fuck before having dinner with my father? Not just any dinner, Jordan says, as he follows us up the last flight of stairs. It's a welcome to the family dinner. Your dad invited your other sister and her husband over too. That's right, Eli agrees. All 9 of us together. One big, happy, fucked up Mafia family. That's wow, I mutter, at a loss for words. And you're both staying in my room with me tonight? No, Jordan answers. Dante gave us a few ground rules, one of which is to never speak of anything we do with you again, and no sleepovers in his house until him and Vanessa move out. He didn't mention the daytime, though. Bet he regrets that now. We'll get us the best suite in the hotel, Eli suggests. One with a hot tub? I ask excitedly. But Jordan just looks solemnly to Eli. Oh, right. But Eli just says, yeah, let's get one with a hot tub. With the 2 of you naked in it, I may be able to finally face that fear. Running my fingers through his long hair as he carries me into my bedroom, and Jordan shuts and locks the door behind us, I tell Eli, it's time for your past to stop haunting you. Jordan and I love you. We'll never let anyone hurt you again.
Eli. Jordan and I love you. We'll never let anyone hurt you again. Those are my favorite words ever, ones I never expected to hear. And I never thought I'd actually get to sit at Dante Salvato's dining table with him and his family, or be accepted as a member of that family. The Mafia King is still fuming, but at least he's making an effort to try to welcome me and Jordan, because he loves Madison. Cass and Cole haven't stopped smirking, still amused by our situation, and Sophie's tatted-up mobster husband Lachlan just seems uncomfortable, as if the thought of sharing Sophie with another man is one he can't fathom, and he hates us for promoting such a notion. In the end, everything worked out the way it was supposed to for us all. Sophie with Lachlan, Cass with Cole, and Maddie with me and Jordan. I dig into the plate of braciole in front of me, knowing I won't have to worry about anyone trying to steal my food in this house. As if sensing my thoughts in that considerate way of his, Jordan's palm reaches over to squeeze my thigh under the table. Maddie's on the other side of him, but I don't mind. Jordan fits perfectly in the middle. He's the glue that holds the 3 of us together. But they're both mine, even though I know that Jordan is the better choice of husband and father for Maddie and her future children. Just being on the fringe of their love is more than I ever dreamed of having in my fucked up life. Maddie and Jordan will both always be mine, no matter what happens. And I'll kill anyone who tries to touch them.
Epilogue. Jordan. 6 months later. After months of bouncing back and forth from Las Vegas to Rockland while waiting for Dante to build a house with the security team who meet his approval, we finally all end up back in the nearby casino chapel where it all started, in the Toscana wedding chapel at Caesar's Palace. Or at least, that's where I thought it all started. Standing before the small gathering of Maddie's family and my own, including most of the Savage Kings, in a black tux, waiting for her to walk down the aisle in her beautiful dress, I whispered to a practically pouting Eli, "How are you feeling?" perfectly fine. It's not my fucking wedding. The bitterness is seeping off of him in violent waves I can practically see and feel. I bite my lip to keep from smiling, and even reach for his hand, lacing our fingers together. He sighs a little, as if having me touch him is some small consolation. Eli still hasn't quite learned how to communicate honestly in the relationship with me and Maddie. It's like pulling teeth to get him to admit how he feels, but we'll always be patient with him. Unlike me and Maddie, Eli didn't grow up with a loving parent to trust or lean on. It will take time for him to fully accept the fact that Maddie and I are his family now, that we love him unconditionally, and there's nothing he can do to push us away, especially by being honest with us. The upbeat love song being played on the piano ends, and the traditional wedding march begins to play. That's when I wink at the officiant, who smiles at me nervously, as if he's worried Dante will kill him if he fumbles even a single word. At the back of the chapel, the double wooden doors are pulled open to reveal our girl. Maddie is stunning in her long, pale blue satin dress that looks like it was poured on her. Next to her, Dante seems resigned to the fact that his daughter is gorgeous and will draw every eye in every room. The woman practically glows. Her long brown hair is left down and flowing down her shoulders, over her tempting cleavage, hiding any lingering marks on her neck that she seems to enjoy as much as Eli. God damn. The man himself finally murmurs from beside me, as if it took him that long to remember how to speak words. Right? What the hell did we ever do to deserve her? He doesn't answer me, and I know it's because he doesn't think he deserves her or her love. Maddie makes her way down the aisle where Dante leans in to kiss her cheek before taking the seats in the front pew next to Vanessa. His black suit jacket peels back, showing us the gun in his shoulder holster. Lifting an eyebrow at me and Eli, he warns us, not so subtly, that we better not hurt her. Maddie takes her place across from me at the altar and smiles from ear to ear. "You're sure about this?" I ask her when I take her hand in my free one. She doesn't hesitate before nodding. "I love you," she mouths. "I love you too," I say aloud. Then I kiss her knuckles before releasing her hand. Squeezing Eli's fingers tighter, I turn toward him and go down on one knee. "Surprise!" "The fuck?" he stammers. Jaw gaping, he looks from me to Maddie, to the officiant, and even to Dante before he comes back to me. "Maddie and I may have made the wedding plans together, but it was all for you. I know that you still have doubts about the three of us even months later, wondering where you fit into the picture of our future. You wonder if I'll ever fully accept you into my life publicly because I've struggled to accept myself for so long. Maddie and I will never hide our love for you. And to prove it, I'm asking you, Eli, will you marry me today, here in front of our friends and families?" Maddie and I started talking about this plan weeks ago. We both grew up knowing we were loved by overprotective parents. Eli didn't. He deserves a ring, a marriage certificate to serve as a reminder whenever he doubts our love for him. Maddie was just thrilled that I was willing to legally marry another man, knowing my father will never approve. But I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing it for myself, because I'm happy and whole for the first time in my life. Rather than responding with words, Eli releases my hand to yank me up to my feet, bear-hugging me like I weigh nothing. Once he's nearly choked the life from me, he lets me go and steps around me to do the same to Maddie, who squeals before whispering in his ear, "I love you too." "Is that a yes, Eli?" I ask him. "Hell yes," he replies, as he lowers Maddie's feet back to the ground. Snatching up my hand again, our gorgeous, vengeful god turns us both to face the officiant, then not so subtly threatens him. "Can you hurry this along? If Jordan has time to change his mind and marry Maddie, I'll string your holy ass up in the basement and make you pray to me."